Chapter 131. Jean's father saw the reply and hurriedly edited a new message. He edited a message for half an hour. But who knew that a big red exclamation mark would appear as soon as it was sent out? "What's going on?" Jean's mother replied weakly. "You have also been blocked." Jean's father frowned and wanted to buy a ticket to Shenong Star immediately. But he couldn't send the visit application at all. He didn't expect Yunwan to be so ruthless and directly cut off all contact with the Qin family without any mercy. He was brainstorming. But he couldn't think of any way to turn things around. In the end, he could only stare blankly and angrily. "Look at what you have done. Look at what you have done. Not only did you not take good care of our biological daughter, but you also made the relationship between us like enemies. You are such a loser. You are such a scourge to the Qin family." Scandal. Mother Qin listened to Father Qin's scolding in silence. Her expression was dazed, as if she remembered the two babies back then. One was a thin peasant girl, and the other was a fat rich boy. Fate plays tricks on people. Who would have thought that a child who was seriously ill, and should have died long ago, would not only survive, but also get a good life? The past events were vivid in her mind. The images of Yunwan and Qin Yin, the two daughters, kept playing in Qin's mother's mind. The wonderful moments that she thought proved that she was a successful mother, and the infinite glory that Qin Yin brought to Qin's mother all lost their luster at this moment, and merged into Yunwan's delicate little face. Decades of training could not resist the wild growth. If she had known this, she would not have changed. Watching her grow up would bring a huge new force to the Qin family. All the tricks were lost. Qin's mother felt blocked in her heart, and spurted out a mouthful of turbid blood, which scared Qin's father. She was holding her chest and mumbling to herself. Qin's father came closer to hear what she said. "If I hadn't replaced her, would she be where she is today? She should thank me. Yes. She shouldn't hate me. She should thank me. She should thank me. What do you want to replace?" Qin's father frowned even more. "Tell me clearly what you want to replace." He pinched Qin's mother's shoulders and shook her. The latter felt pain. When her dilated pupils met Qin's father's bloodshot eyes, she realized what she had said. That was the secret she wanted to hide forever. "Tell me clearly." Father Qin gnashed his teeth as if he wanted to eat someone. Mother Qin saw that she couldn't hide it, so she just threw it all away. "Yes, I knew my daughter had a genetic defect a long time ago, so I replaced her." "You replaced her? With someone else's child? You really are. You really are. Yang Lian. The Qin family is really unlucky to have you." No. If I hadn't replaced her, she wouldn't be where she is today. And Yin Yin is not bad either. We have two daughters now. I think you are crazy." Father Qin was furious. The two daughters were so different. One was too far apart, and the other never contacted each other. Everything was caused by his wife. Originally, they should have been a happy family. Father Qin couldn't accept the reality for a while, and fell down. Outside the door, Qin Yan left her parents' room with an expressionless face. After she left, the Qin family immediately became chaotic, sitting in front of the dressing table in her room, staring at herself in the mirror in a daze. She thought she was so outstanding, so hardworking. Everyone said she had a promising future. But why did everything suddenly change? When she first knew Yunwan's origin, she felt superior and disdained Yunwan any more than she looked at her. Her mother's attitude was the same. Moreover, since Yunwan appeared, her mother treated her better and better. She knew that this biological daughter of the Qin family could not replace her. But when did things start to change? Did Yunwan buy a planet? Or did Yunwan appear in her world again and again? Or was it her mother's occasional evasive look? Qin Yen covered her face and held her breath until her face turned red. She didn't breathe, just covered her mouth and nose. When the lack of oxygen reached the limit, she let go and gasped violently. The suffocation told her that she was still alive. How ridiculous. She once donated supplies to Yunwan. Qin Yan's mouth curled up with a hint of sarcasm. She instantly understood her situation. If she wanted to gain a foothold in the Qin family, compared with Yunwan, her current excellence was not enough. Originally, she wanted to get in touch with the eldest prince, the future heir of the empire, and her mother would be happy. But the eldest prince looked gentle and was not moved at all. But it didn't matter. She had already found a backup candidate. The youngest admiral of the empire is also good. Yunwan didn't know that because of her words. The whole Qin family was in chaos. She was waiting for the spaceship with the 7 children. Before she walked out of the Lord's mansion, A guard rushed in and told Yunwan that something happened in the sanatorium. Seeing him running so fast, Yunwan thought the sanatorium had collapsed. She hurried over and found that there was a problem with the mountain gate formation. Dr. Lin looked at Yunwan with an apologetic look on his face. Lord, I'm sorry to call you here at this time. For some reason, the mountain gate formation can't be opened. Our special operations team is trapped inside. Yunwan was stunned by this. She raised her hand and made a gesture. And the mountain gate formation really didn't respond. System. Come out for after-sales service. Host. Everything is normal at the mountain gate formation. It can't be opened. And you say everything is normal? Yunwan raised her eyebrows. But the system was silent after a bubble appeared. As if it was idle and busy with something else. Too irresponsible. System. Yunwan wanted to curse. Who knows the feeling of being in a hurry to go out and suddenly having so many things to do? The key is that there is no food in the mountain gate formation. If the action team is trapped all the time, they may all starve to death. There is a sentence MMP that I don't know whether to say or not. The people outside the mountain gate formation are trying to find a solution. But the people inside are very excited. Changyu? You are still alive. Mimi saw a familiar figure rushing over and wanted to hug him. But she rushed to nothing. She kept hugging him and was stunned for a while. When she turned around, a familiar figure appeared not far away. As you can see, I am not dead. Changyu hugged his big flowery arms, looking very proud. Everyone was very happy to see Changyu, who had come back from the dead. One of them was puzzled. Why can't we touch you? While saying this, the man waved his hand to touch Changyu, and his hand passed through Changyu's body. Seeing such a magical thing for the first time, the experimental subject surrounded Changyu and passed through his body. I don't know either. My soul seems to be trapped by this thing. Changyu looked at the boundless sky. You mean the mountain gate formation? Captain Meng asked. Yes. Not knowing what he felt, Changyu clenched his fists, as if he was fighting against some kind of force. What's wrong? Mimi asked with concern. She wanted to go up and help Changyu. But then she remembered Changyu's current situation and paused. It's that woman. She wants to come in. After a while, Changyu recovered and answered. The experimental subjects looked at each other. And Captain Meng asked, could the woman you are talking about be the Lord? It's the Lord of Shenong Star, Changyu said angrily. Don't worry. I won't let her come in and hurt you. Seeing Changyu's resolute face, the experimental subjects were silent. They didn't know how to tell Changyu the cause and effect of this matter. Mimi couldn't bear it and volunteered to explain it again. After Changyu understood, he asked, so, you were recruited after I died? Several experimental subjects felt the danger in Changyu's tone. Although it was immoral to be recruited by the enemy after the death of a companion, it felt like living a good life by stepping on the corpse of a companion. But they had no choice. Besides, the Lord did not have a deep hatred with them. But when they thought that Changyu's original intention was to sacrifice for them, they felt guilty about being recruited. Just when the experimental subjects were ashamed, Changyu suddenly shouted, "Oh my God! I almost didn't have a good life. Luckily I made it in time." Changyu's face was full of extraordinary smiles. He looked fierce and didn't smile often. When he smiled, he was much softer and more youthful. Why are you bowing your heads? Okay. I don't blame you for living a good life behind my back. Okay. And now I'm not dead. Right? It's just a little strange. Changyu said it easily. But the experimental subjects still remembered the scene of Changyu's self-explosion and being reduced to ashes. Anyone who has seen his companions die tragically in front of him can't let it go easily. Fortunately, Changyu is still alive. Several people were reminiscing about the past. And Captain Meng told Changyu what happened in the past few days. And Changyu listened with relish. Did we forget one thing? Xiaoya suddenly said, the Lord seems to be still locked outside. Captain Meng just remembered this, and quickly asked Changyu to open the mountain gate formation. Yunwan, who somehow entered the mountain gate formation while reciting the spell, was going crazy. She entered. The action team was safe. But she couldn't get out? What the hell is this? Yunwan couldn't help cursing. Lord, this is my body. How can you reveal it? Changyu said. Yunwan realized that there was another person in the mountain gate formation. And it was an acquaintance. Aren't you dead? I don't know. I was trapped here for a few days, and just woke up today. Changyu shrugged. Yunwan thought about it, and felt that Chung Yu was probably kidnapped by the Mountain Gate formation and turned into a spirit. It is both good and bad for a spiritual weapon to produce a weapon spirit. After the weapon spirit is produced, the spiritual weapon can be upgraded according to the strength of the weapon spirit, and the potential is unlimited. But correspondingly, the weapon spirit has its own consciousness and is not so obedient. It means that I just came in and pinched the spells. But why can't I get out? I must have been blocked by Chung Yu. If it is a weapon spirit that is naturally derived from the beginning of chaos, it would be fine. But the weapon spirit of the Mountain Gate formation is a person. And it is a big boy with tattoos. He looks like a troublesome person. Yunwan has started to have a headache. How could she trick the spirit into signing a contract with her? Yunwan was thinking about her words. But Chung Yu took the initiative to ask to join the special operations team, which was exactly what Yunwan wanted. The contract card and the spirit contract were the same. And Yunwan raised a sly smile. She summoned the contract and asked Chung Yu to sign his name. The contract was gone. And the tattooed little white rabbit who had signed the contract asked Yun Big Bad Wolf one stupidly, "When do I start working?" "You can start working now." Yunwan taught Chung Yu some simple cultivation methods. As a spirit, Chung Yu has an innate spiritual body. So his cultivation method is very simple. He only needs to absorb spiritual energy continuously to advance. It is true that those who survive a great disaster will have good fortune in the future. Chung Yu was very curious about cultivation, and immediately conjured up an amusement park and sat on the top of the Ferris wheel to cultivate. After dealing with the emergency, Yunwan rushed to the deck and almost missed the spaceship. She boarded the deck at the last minute. The door closing reminder sounded, and someone followed Yunwan on board. She was not the last one? Yunwan turned around curiously to see who was on the same schedule as her, and the familiar face of Lu Huai came into view. I haven't seen him for many days, and he actually feels a little strange. Yunwan couldn't help but look at Lu Huai to confirm. Yes, it feels like Lu Huai has indeed changed a little. When acquaintances meet, they always say hello. Yunwan asked, "Where are you going?" Jinsha Star. Lu Huai's Adam's apple moved. Yunwan glanced at Lu Huai and felt strange. "We are just on the way." "Yeah. It's very convenient." Chapter 132. Arriving at Jinsha Star, Yunwan looked at the scenery which had not changed much. But her inner feelings were completely different from when she first came to Jinsha Star. The last time she came to Jinsha Star, she was shocked by the prosperity of the planet. But this time, she was full of pride. In just a few months, the development speed of Shenong Star has been comparable to that of Jinsha Star. And it is no longer the shabby little planet it used to be. When she walked out of the port, Luli had been waiting not far away. And when he saw her coming out, he sent someone to take over the luggage of several people. Yunwan came to help, and didn't bother to be polite with Luli. When Luli's people went to take Lu Huai's luggage, she stopped them. "We are not together." Luli quickly asked people to release other people's luggage and apologized hastily. "I'm sorry. I thought you came with the Lord." Lu Huai tightened his grip on the luggage handle. "It's nothing. I know the Lord." Hearing that it was an acquaintance, Luli breathed a sigh of relief. He was about to ask if he needed his help to arrange accommodation. Yunwan said, "You guys go and do your work. We'll leave first." "Yeah," Lu Huai answered. People were coming and going beside him, and some passengers who had just got off the spaceship looked at the four big men blocking the road strangely. Lu's house. Luli's house was an ancient house, built with a kind of lustrous wooden material, with porches extending in all directions, and a very complicated layout. Under Luli's leadership, Yunwan did not get lost. Not long after Yunwan and the others were settled, Luli took them to see Master Lu, who had been waiting for a long time. Master Lu prepared a sumptuous banquet in the reception room to entertain Yunwan. Seeing that he arranged it so grandly, Yunwan was flattered. "Grandpa Lu, just treat me as an ordinary friend of Luli," Yunwan said. But Master Lu still acted the same way, treating Yunwan with the etiquette of a VIP, which gave her a headache. After finally finishing the meal under Master Lu's polite hospitality, Luli took Yunwan to stroll in the yard, and she didn't feel so awkward. "Luli, your grandfather is really too polite." Yunwan was very distressed. She felt that Master Lu's attitude would be even worse after she helped Luli win back the planet. Grandpa is obsessed with gambling on stones, and has always respected people who can gamble on stones. "Please bear with me." Yunwan shook her head. "What is to come will come. Soon it was afternoon. The guests invited to participate in the gambling meeting filled the yard. But the other party participating in the gambling meeting was still late. The guests were talking about it. Are they scared? Why haven't they arrived yet? How is it possible? I invited a great god to come. Uranus must be one. That's right. I heard that this planet is rich in minerals. We have to compete no matter what. What if we win? If you ask me, it might be the Liu family who sent someone. If they go, I don't believe that the Liu family will sit there and wait for death and really let that idiot heir take the stage. One of them stretched out his hand and made a kill gesture at his neck. TSK, TSK, TSK. There is no suspense in this round of gambling on stones. Master Man will definitely come. The Liu family really has no successor. Speak of the devil. Under the leadership of the Liu family, a middle-aged man with a big belly and a greasy face walked in with a pipe in his mouth and walked briskly. A large group of younger brothers followed him. As soon as he entered the yard, the younger brothers rushed forward, fanning and arranging seats, pushing the other guests to the sides. Master Liu. I, Master Man, am here. Let's start the gambling on stones. After taking a puff of cigarette, Man Yi crossed his legs and said, as the protagonist, Mr. Liu stood in the center of the crowd when Man Yi entered the venue. Looking at the confident Man Yi, he felt so angry that his teeth itched in his heart. But he still had to smile on his face. Welcome to my humble home, Mr. Man. Now that everyone is here, the gambling on stones will naturally start immediately. After Mr. Liu made a phone call, a truckload of raw stones that had just been mined were transported into the yard. The sun was shining brightly, and the stones showed different patterns under the shining sun. All the people present were experts in gambling on stones. As soon as they saw the stones, they discussed the potential of these stones. Along with the stones came the president of the Gambling Stone Association, who was the host of this gambling stone meeting. The president stood in the middle of several carts of stones, raised his hand to quiet the noisy guests, announced the official start of the gambling stone meeting, and announced the competition system. There were 3 rounds of gambling on stones. In each round, each side selected a stone, and 2 stone cutters cut the stones at the same time. This was the competition system agreed upon by both parties. But Man Yi pondered for a moment and suggested, it's too slow to do it round by round. Why not do it this way? Just 1 round. Select 3 stones, and 6 stone cutters cut them at the same time. He didn't want to waste too much time on something that was already a foregone conclusion. Master Liu smiled. There was no big difference between picking 1 and 3 rounds and picking 3 and 1 round. Now he just hoped that the reinforcements his grandson had found would be more reliable. The 2 sides reached a consensus, and the 6 stone cutters took their positions, standing behind Master Liu and Master Man, with stone cutting tools in front of them ready to cut the stone. This time, Master Man and Master Liu could not intervene in the gambling, and only the strength of the 2 young people and others would be considered. Master Man's grandson stepped forward first, followed by a man with black hair lingering around him, who seemed to be the helper they had found. Liu Li and Yunwan also stepped out and stood in front of the stone cart. When Yunwan looked at Man Yi's grandson, he also looked at Yunwan. Just 1 glance, and he laughed out loud. Liu Li, why don't you admit defeat? It's embarrassing to continue the competition. With your skills, you can't beat me in picking 1 stone even if you choose 10 or 100 stones. Liu Li's face darkened at the opponent's ruthless ridicule. He ignored Man Yi's grandson and pulled Yunwan's sleeve to pick stones. Man Yi's grandson saw a circle hit on the cotton, snorted through his nose, and said to the master beside him in a flattering way, Master, have you chosen the stone? This question made the master impatient. How can it be so fast? Do you think you are buying nutrient solution? Yes. Yes. Take your time to choose. The grandson of the man grandfather smiled. The master walked around the carriage, took out a bottle of black potion from his sleeve and sprinkled it while walking, then took out a small scale to weigh the stones 1 by 1, and selected 3 stones from different places. The onlookers exclaimed that it was amazing, but Yunwan had already figured out the principle. The potion was a very penetrating substance. It immediately penetrated into the stone surface when it fell on it, and then began to erode the inside of the stone. If there was something inside, the inside would react. If not, the stone would be eroded, and the weight would change. This mysterious potion gave Yunwan an ominous premonition. Seeing that the master brought by Man, he had already selected the stones. Yunwan was still watching, and was hesitant to pick the stones. Manya's grandson passed by Luli and deliberately bumped into his shoulder. "Oh, I'm so sorry." "Luli, why don't you move? Are you afraid to compete? It's okay. Even if you get all the stones, no one will laugh at you. After all, everyone has already expected it. Right?" The words made everyone laugh. "It's so noisy." Yunwan put her hands on her hips, and without waiting for Manya's grandson to speak, she took Luli to pick stones without even a glance. She didn't have so many fancy pre-shakes, and after taking a look, she pointed out 3 stones. Luli was very convinced by her, and took out all 3 stones she pointed out. But Mr. Lu was shocked. This picking of stones is like a child's play. Is the grandson sure that this girl can do it? If I had known earlier, I would have asked a master to support him. But Manya could invite the members of the Dark Knight family, who have won every battle in the gambling stone industry. So it would be useless for him to invite anyone else. Few people dared to accept the challenge, knowing that they would lose. Who would want to embarrass themselves in gambling on stones? Master Lu sighed in his heart. I just hope that the loss is not too tragic. The 6 selected stones were sent to the stone cutters at the same time. The 6 stone cutters were well trained and started to polish the stones as soon as they got them. There were several layers of spectators in front of each stone cutter. The stone on Lu Li's side was the first to send news. Something has been cut out. The movement here disturbed Master Man. His men drove away the onlookers and made a path. He walked to the stone cutter calmly. As soon as he saw what was in the stone, he instantly knew the answer. Master Lu, it's good. The stone your grandson picked up produced black crystal ore. Ha ha ha. Don't be angry. At least there is something inside. It's still progress. Minnie's face was full of mockery. Master Lu's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. And he smiled with his face, but not his heart. Thank you for your concern. He was so angry at the other party's smug look. After a while, there was movement from Minnie's grandson, and Minnie smiled even more. It seems that my grandson has also found something. Let's go, old friend, and go and have a look together. Minnie called out to Master Lu, forcing him to come to his side without allowing him to refuse. When he got closer, Man Yi realized that his grandson looked unhappy. Seeing the dull stones in the stonecutter's hand, Man Ye's face turned pale. He was about to block Master Lu, but he didn't expect that Master Lu, who couldn't be dragged before, would run very fast and walk to the stonecutter in one step. Oh, your grandson is not bad, although he didn't dig out anything. Oh, look at my eyes. Where didn't I dig out anything? There is a piece of waste ore here. I said that it was impossible for Man Ye's grandson to not be able to carve out something. Mr. Lu regained his face instantly. The more he talked, the darker Man Ye's face became. He could only look at his grandson gloomily. Man Ye's grandson felt his grandfather's anger and immediately took everyone to see the next stone. This stone is of good quality, and it will definitely produce something good, he assured everyone. As he expected, this stone did not disappoint him. A small piece of mecha material was produced. Before he could be happy, he heard a huge cheer from Lu Li. Lu Li also found a piece of mecha material, but Lu Li's mecha material was dozens of times bigger than his. Man Ye's grandson looked at his fingernail-sized mecha material with great resentment and continued to look at the third stone. This time, a top-level energy source appeared in the stone. He finally regained some confidence and looked at Lu Li with great confidence. At this moment, there was silence over there. Man Ye laughed. Could it be that nothing was found? Old Master Lu ignored Man Ye's ridicule and just wanted to see his grandson's situation. He had expected this result a long time ago. When this day really came, he would not blame anyone, as long as his grandson was fine. It was more important than anything else. But when he pushed through the crowd and looked at the stonecutter's hand, a top-level mecha energy source, dozens of times larger than that of Man Ye's grandson, suddenly came into view. Man Ye, who rushed to see the joke, was also stunned. How could this happen? He murmured to himself. But no one answered his question. The one who couldn't accept the reality more than him was his grandson. How arrogant he was at the beginning. How ridiculous he was now. He walked past Lu Li and the other 3 stone cutters one by one, carefully checking what he had cut out of the stone. Without exception, they were of the same type as what he had cut out, but the size was dozens of times larger than his. How could it be such a coincidence? His eyes were blurred. There must be something fishy going on. There must be something fishy going on. It can't be such a coincidence. This woman just picked it randomly. How could she pick the same thing as me? When he said this, everyone remembered how easy it was for Yun-Won to pick stones, and started to whisper to each other. The president of the Gambling Stone Association was embarrassed by his questioning. Man Yi, you can't say that. Our Gambling Stone Association has always been fair and just, and will not favor any party. The grandson's words planted a seed of doubt in Man Ye's heart. He said, President, you and I definitely believe it. But it's normal for people under my command to be disobedient sometimes. The grandfather and grandson spoke one by one, as if they wanted to put the blame of cheating on the Gambling Stone Association. The president of the Gambling Stone Association was so angry that he couldn't laugh. But he was helpless. How could he prove his innocence in such a matter? Just as he was thinking of a solution, Yun-Won made 2 clicks of the tongue, attracting everyone's attention. You should have said you couldn't afford to lose, and then stop competing. She raised her chin, her face full of disdain, and immediately provoked the mood of the barbarian grandson. Who can't afford to lose? It's obviously you who cheated. TSK. Look, do you have any evidence that I cheated? Yun-Won asked calmly. Evidence? Isn't it obvious? I opened mecha materials. You opened mecha materials. I opened top energy. You opened top energy. And they are all better than mine. Master, tell me, is there any stone gambler in the world who can do this? As far as I know. No, the master answered. Everything Man Ye's grandson said made sense. And with the master's testimony, Yun-Won was at a disadvantage for a while, facing the suspicious or condemning gazes of the crowd. She smiled. I admit that I was targeting you on purpose. Her words left the onlookers confused. I just deliberately chose the same category as you, and deliberately surpassed you. Yun-Won was interrupted by the master before she finished her words. Impossible. No one can know what kind of things are inside the stone. It is difficult to know whether there is something inside the stone, let alone to identify the type of things through the stone's skin, and to make more accurate quality judgments without any mistakes. People are people after all. How can they do something that even machines can't do? Yun-Won said meaningfully. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Hee. This little friend. Even such a ridiculous lie was fabricated. And he still refused to admit that he cheated. We are all insiders, not fools. The master got angry. How could a junior surpass him in every aspect? He absolutely did not believe that there was anyone in the world who could gamble on stones to such an extent. You'd better admit it quickly. Hand over the planet and turn yourself in, and our Man family will forgive you. Otherwise, Man Ye's grandson waved his hand, and his men quickly surrounded Yun-Won. Knowing that the scene would be chaotic, Yun-Won did not bring the 7 little ones with her, but only brought Ma Yeting, the captain of the guard team. Ma Yeting took out a folding fan and fanned it, and the silver needle came out of the sheath and shot at several thugs. The thugs fell to the ground unconscious in an instant, and the onlookers were so scared that they retreated in a big circle. The other thugs did not dare to surround Yun-Won, but protected Man Yi behind them. What did you do to them? Man Yi asked with a gloomy face. TSK. They were too excited. Just let them sleep. Man Yi stared at his men lying on the ground, knowing that the woman in front of him was not easy to deal with. If he couldn't use force, he would use soft tactics. My friend, don't make the same mistake again and again, Man Yi said maliciously. If I can find countless identical stones, can it prove that I didn't cheat? Yun-Won dropped a bombshell. The guests were stunned and shouted, how is it possible? What did this woman just say? She didn't want to choose 1 or 2, but she wanted to choose a bunch? Without waiting for everyone to react, Yun-Won ordered Lu Li to pick out dozens of stones of different sizes from the pile of stones, and handed them to the stone cutter. The stone cutter looked around in confusion, not knowing what to do. The president of the Gambling Stone Association became interested and directly ordered the stone cutter to start. He knew very well that Yun-Won didn't cheat, and was very curious whether she could really find so many identical stones as she said. At this moment, Master Lu's mind was no longer working. At this point, the planets and such were no longer important. His hands were shaking. If what Yun-Won said was true, then the world of gambling on stones would change. He would witness the emergence of a new generation of gambling on stones. And his grandson was also on good terms with this gambling on stones. Just thinking about it made him excited. Mr. Lu was even more concerned about the results of the stone opening than Mr. Man, as the mecha materials and top energy were opened one by one. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Except for the size and quality. All the materials and energy were of the same category. This proved that Yunwan could indeed identify the types of materials inside the stone. Her gambling on stone skills were thousands of times higher than those of the so-called masters. The guests looked at Yunwan with a fiery gaze. But the master seemed to have been hit hard. Unable to accept being absolutely crushed by an unknown person. The grandson of Man Yi was so angry that he cursed. What a ghost master. He is not as good as a bastard. Shut up. Man Yi was also angry. But he realized what his grandson said and slapped him. However, even if he reacted quickly, the master heard everything he should and shouldn't hear. Hee. It seems that your grandson looks down on me. It's difficult for me to be his master. Man Yi, I am not talented. So I will leave first. The master walked away in anger, leaving Man Yi trying to persuade him to stay but not knowing how to start. So he could only slap his grandson in the face. Idiot! If he loses the bet on the stone this time, the master will definitely feel guilty. And he might even give up on his previous proposal to take him in as a disciple. Such a good opportunity to get in touch with Yi was ruined by his grandson. How could Man Yi not be angry? Unlike the master's sad exit, Yunwan was pushed onto the supreme throne. And everyone surrounded her and tried to find out her bet on the stone. Master Lu was even more excited and asked Lu Li to kneel down and become his disciple. For a moment, Yunwan was faced with the dilemma of his friend becoming his apprentice. Seeing Yunwan in a dilemma, Master Lu realized that his approach was not very good, and hurriedly said, "It's not a discipleship. I just want the master to guide Lu Li and teach him something." "Grandpa, don't say it. I don't have good qualifications." Master, how do you gamble on stones?" The voices of inquiry gradually drowned out the voices of Lu Li and Master Lu. Master Lu frowned, waved his hand, and quickly asked people to clear the scene. When the surroundings became quiet, his face improved. "Come on, Lu Li. Kneel down and kowtow to the master," Master Lu said excitedly. Yunwan felt uncomfortable with his impatient look, but she calmed down when she saw Lu Li blushing and not knowing what to do. "Do you really want to learn my method?" she asked. Lu Li looked up at Yunwan, with strong expectations overflowing in his eyes. "I don't have good qualifications. Just say whether you want to or not." "Yes," Lu Li said decisively. "Are you willing to do it even if your life is in danger?" "Yes," he said firmly. Yunwan didn't understand the enthusiasm of these gambling stone families, but she chose to respect them. "Then follow me." Yunwan was relieved, and Master Lu cried with joy. "Hurry up and serve tea to the master." Busy around, those who didn't know would think that he was the apprentice. Yunwan was a little disappointed to accept an apprentice. Thinking carefully, in this world, the people around her were either her employees, her apprentices, or some insignificant people. But none of them were her simple friends. No, to be honest, there was one person who was special. Lu Huai. Wasn't he her friend? Yunwan pressed her chest, feeling the strange emotions brought by the name. She was a little confused about whether it was better to maintain the status quo or to take a step closer. Chapter 133. After winning back Uranus, Master Lu immediately gave it to Yunwan as a gift for his apprenticeship. She didn't want to accept it, but Master Lu persuaded her, and she had to accept it. Fortunately, Uranus is a brand new mining planet without any citizens. Otherwise Yunwan would be very busy with another planet. Having one more mining planet is like having one more money bag, and minerals are the hard currency of the interstellar world. She is also a person with a mine in her family. Yunwan couldn't help but sigh that Master Lu valued his grandson and was willing to spend money on him. After finishing her business on Jinsha Star, Yunwan only waited to attend the auction 2 days later. During this time, she took the 7 little ones and her entourage to go shopping on Jinsha Star. An assistant helped to look after the children. The 7 little ones were also very well behaved. They didn't run around, but just looked around curiously. Yunwan's life with children was quite easy. When he heard that Yunwan was going shopping, Master Lu specially asked Lu Li to follow and behave well in front of Yunwan. Since accepting Lu Li as his apprentice, the way they get along has changed dramatically. Whenever he talks to her, Lu Li has to use honorifics or call her master. Obviously, the two are almost the same age, which sounds very strange. "Master, look, this is jewelry made from the gold crystal mine of Jinsha Star. It's shiny and very beautiful. Do you like any of it? Come, By all of these that my master has seen. Master, there are special foods from Jinsha Star over there. Let's have some. Luli was always busy and bought almost everything Yunwan was interested in. Yunwan suspected that Luli wanted to empty her family's savings. Okay. Don't buy any more. The fun of shopping is to shop. I see something and you buy it. If you keep doing this, I won't shop anymore. Yunwan had a stern face. And Luli was indeed frightened and restrained himself a little. But he still bought things as he walked, wishing to bring everything on the street home for his master to use. Yunwan put his hands behind his back, feeling that having more disciples seemed to be quite good. Boss, the kids want to play with sand over there. The assistant brought a bunch of kids to Yunwan. The amusement park they were talking about was a simple inflatable castle filled with a lot of sand. When the assistant asked questions, the 7 little ones looked at him expectantly with their eyes bulging, as if they would cry if they were rejected. Yunwan rubbed Yunji's head. Go ahead. I'll come find you guys later. Yeah. That's great. The assistant left with the 7 little ones, and Yunwan continued to stroll along the Jinsha Star Street. While strolling, she ran into an acquaintance. Lu Huai, are you here to shop too? The two found each other on the crowded street, and when they heard Yunwan greet them, Lu Huai squeezed out of the crowd and walked to Yunwan's side. Well, just strolling around. Lu Huai looked at Yunwan first, then glanced at Luli and asked, Who is this? This is Luli. Yunwan hadn't finished introducing him when Lu Huai interrupted. Are you guys on a date? Did I disturb you? Dating. Luli almost fainted at the word, and glared at Lu Huai. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. How dare he go on a date with his own master? I'm serving my master. Do you understand serving? Luli was furious, and Lu Huai got the answer he wanted. But he didn't look at him, and turned his head to Yunwan and said, Then do you mind going shopping together? Okay. Yunwan agreed. Shopping is lively with many people, and Lu Huai seems to be very familiar with Jinsha Star. He told Yunwan many interesting things along the way, and he even knew a lot about the craftsmanship of handicrafts. It is very comfortable to go shopping and chat with knowledgeable people. This simple entertainment activity has become an exploration of the wonderful world. He took her to secretly see the bizarre world through the small gap of Jinsha Star. Yunwan and Lu Huai talked and laughed, and Luli felt that he was ignored by the two and could not get a word in. Who is the native of Jinsha Star? Him or the friend of the master? Why does he know so much more than him? Luli didn't want to be reduced to a background board, so he stuck to Yunwan's side and asked from time to time, Master, are you thirsty? There is raspberry juice for sale there. I'll go buy 2 cups. After Luli sold the raspberry juice, he found that the position he had just taken beside Yunwan was occupied by Lu Huai, so he could only run a few more steps to squeeze out a position on the other side of Yunwan and the several strongmen brought by Lu Huai. Master, I've bought it. Drink it. Okay. Lu Huai, you drink it too. Thank you, Lord. At first, Luli didn't realize that Lu Huai was deliberately occupying a seat, until Lu Huai went too far and directly pushed him away from the master, and he couldn't stand it anymore. I say, my friend, why are you circling around my master? Tell me, which side of the master do you want to stand on? Choose one. Don't circling here. I'm almost out of space. As he said this, Luli felt wrong for himself. Could it be that these people are also here to become his disciples? They are jealous of him because they failed to become his disciples? Well, I can do either, Lu Huai said, and then asked Yunwan, which side does the Lord like me to stand on? The teeth biting the straw suddenly loosened, and Yunwan looked at Lu Huai in surprise. Is it just standing in a certain position? Does it matter whether you like it or not? It's all right. Yunwan realized that something was wrong and spoke in a low voice. The Lord means that he likes me no matter which side I stand on. My friend, it seems that it is none of your business which side I stand on. Luli, ? If I remember correctly, he was the one standing next to the master just now. But look at him now. The master is on the left with that man, and on the right with that man's subordinates. Where is his place to stand? And they squeezed him on purpose. I feel bullied. Then where should I stand? Master didn't say anything, so Luli could only feel wronged in his heart. There is a place here. Luli looked over, and the man pointed to his left, which was not impossible. Luli was about to walk over, and the man suddenly said, however, There are too many of us. Standing in a row will block the way. You should stand back. Lu Huai has a point. Then Lu Li saw the man's men retreat to the second row, and he could only stand in the second row accordingly, while the man followed the master leisurely, making him look like a follower. What is he doing? Didn't he take the master out shopping? After the internal quarrel, Jean's father and mother returned to peace again. Neither of the couple mentioned the past, but contacted Yunwan's former friends and classmates everywhere, trying to find a turnaround. But these friends and classmates who claimed to have a good relationship with Yunwan were finally proved to be liars, and some of them had never even seen Yunwan. Father Qin was furious. Their channels to contact Yunwan were completely cut off. Ji's family was also in a hurry. A phone call asking about the progress of the matter added fuel to the fire. If the head of the Ji family called before, Father Qin would be very happy. But now, he even wanted to hang up and refuse the call. Unfortunately, he didn't have the courage to refuse Ji Wei's call. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the green button. The call was connected, and Ji Wei's voice came from the phone. Brother, when do you think we can have dinner? I'll arrange it right away. Father Qin certainly wouldn't misunderstand that Ji Wei wanted to invite him to dinner. He really wanted to invite Yunwan. But Father Qin didn't even have a letter from Yunwan, and he hesitated and didn't dare to speak. Brother, what's the hard part? Just say it. Is your daughter angry and unwilling to cooperate? Ah. Yes. Yes. She's still angry. And nothing you say will make her happy. Father Qin found a way out, and immediately used this as an excuse. Oh. Then please persuade her more. She will always listen to her parents. Father Qin clearly felt that Ji Wei's tone had faded. Okay. I have something else to do. I'll hang up first. Okay. A beep sounded from the smart brain. Father Qin sighed. He couldn't get in touch with them, and he couldn't afford to offend them. He wanted to give himself 2 punches for trying to curry favor with them. Now he was caught between 2 odds, and he was in a difficult position. After hanging up the phone, Ji Wei cursed them as trash. A few days had passed, and if he could have reconciled them, he would have done so long ago. It was obvious that the couple was not well received by the Lord of Shenong Star, and he couldn't count on them. Ji Wei was also in a dilemma. Could he go to Shenong Star to apologize in person? After thinking about it, it seemed that there was no other way except this trick. Ji Wei made up his mind. What mattered was not their big event. He bought the ticket and took Mrs. Ji with him and a generous gift of a spaceship to Shenong Star. Unexpectedly, he was told that the Lord had gone out. Ji Wei was disappointed and returned to the Ji family. He quickly asked someone to inquire about Yunwan's whereabouts. After searching for a long time, it turned out that the unreliable nephew Ji phone was reliable for once. Uncle, do you still remember the boy we caught for experiments? I remember. Didn't he run away? Ji Wei said. He did run away. But they didn't have time to care about this insignificant person. Yes. The very planet he is on is Yunwan's planet. He must know something. Ji phone said. Is that so? Then you have to comfort him, and don't let him misunderstand our good intentions last time. Ji Wei said meaningfully. I know. Since escaping from the laboratory, Mao Hao has changed his previous laziness and viciousness. He gets up early every morning to do things, either helping Mao Ling sort out materials or helping the people plow the fields. He is very busy. Even his beer belly has become thinner, and he has grown some muscles. Mao Ling's parents felt sorry for their son. But since their son was willing, they couldn't say anything. Mao Ling took his changes in the past few days to heart, and her family was finally not so blind and confused. Everyone did their own things step by step, and there was no endless mess to clean up. So Mao Ling felt much more relaxed. But the peaceful days were always short-lived. Mao Hao, who was helping Mao Ling to make a form, suddenly received a call from his old friends. Mao Hao glanced at his sister and answered the call at her signal. Hello, Brother Hao. I'm Ji Feng. The things in your brain haven't been taken out last time. Why did you leave without saying goodbye? Ji Feng got straight to the point. How dare you ask me? Ji Feng, I really misjudged you. Do you still want to use me for experiments? I tell you, you're dreaming. Mao Hao was very emotional, looking at his brother who couldn't hide the truth. Mao Ling had a headache. How could it be? Brother Hao, you're wrong. How could we do those experiments? There was an intern watching a movie. Brother Hao, we are a formal hospital. I really want to help you. After all, I am responsible for what happened to Barry Star, Ji-Fong said. Mao Hao was not stupid enough to believe everything he said. So he directly said, "It is your responsibility. You should pay the money. 100 million. Give it to me, and I will forgive you." Mao Hao's recklessness made Ji-Fong crazy. But seeing that he had taken the bait, Ji-Fong patiently continued to induce him. "Money is nothing. Brother Hao. It was me who made you lose the Barry Star. So of course, I will help you get it back. I am going to talk to the Lord of Shenong Star. Not to mention 100 million. Even if it is 1 billion. I will help you buy the Barry Star back." "You said it?" Although Mao Hao didn't believe Ji-Fong, there was no reason to refuse someone offering money. "I said it. Then I'll go to the Lord's mansion on Shenong Star to negotiate with the Lord," Ji-Fong said. "You can't find her on Shenong Star. The Lord has gone to Jinsha Star." Mao Ling wanted to stop the quick-talking Mao Hao, but it was too late. Mao Hao had already told Ji-Fong the whereabouts of the Lord. Ji-Fong smiled and said, "Okay. I'll go to her to buy the planet. Brother Hao, wait for my good news." After hanging up the phone, Mao Hao felt that his sister was unhappy and scratched his head. "Sister, Ji-Fong said he would help us buy the planet back. Why are you unhappy? Are you stupid?" Mao Ling was furious. "Do you think he will return the planet to us? Why spend 1 billion on you? What value do you have?" Mao Hao asked stupidly, "Why else did he call me? What a stupid brain. It must be to find out the whereabouts of the Lord. Report to the Lord quickly, so that they don't have any bad ideas," Mao Ling said angrily. "If anything happens to the Lord, I will beat you to death." Mao Hao shrank back at his sister's fierce look. He was really getting more and more afraid of this sister, who said what she meant. Damn Ji-Fong. He tricked him again. Chapter 134. Yun-Wan didn't react much after receiving Mao Ling's message. But her good mood was ruined by the Ji family. So she asked the assistant to take the kids back to rest. Mao Hao really deserves to be hung up and beaten. He is so careless. Knowing that she and the Ji family don't get along. The 7 little ones haven't had enough fun. It's their first time to go far away. Their first time to contact so many people. Their first time to walk out of the planet and into the interstellar world. And their first time to play with sand with human kids. This makes them feel that they have integrated into human society. There were cute human children, who were friendly enough to touch Meow Meow and Wong Wong's fur. The human cub's palms were chubby. And the feeling was so wonderful. Unfortunately, before Meow Meow and Wong Wong could compete with the human cubs, they were pulled back by Yun-Wan. The 7 little ones were still in high spirits, and didn't want to leave because they hadn't had enough fun. However, their expectant big eyes did not change Yun-Wan's mind this time. Knowing that they had to go back, the cubs shook off the sand on their bodies, and followed the assistant timidly. Meow Meow was the last one to come out. He rubbed the sweet and soft little human girl reluctantly, and jumped out of the fenced sand. None of the little ones wanted to leave, but they listened to Yun-Wan very much. No matter how reluctant they were, they would not disobey Yun-Wan's orders. Sister will definitely not do meaningless things. The 7 little ones thought so in their hearts. Yun-Gu still wanted to play, and asked Yun-Wan, "Sister, can we come again next time?" "Sure. If you still want to play, come again later," Yun-Wan said. She winked at the assistant and Ma Yeding. And the 2 of them protected the 7 little ones. Yun-Wan didn't know what the Ji family would do next, so she could only prepare early. Lu Huai and Lu Li also noticed that Yun-Wan was suddenly in a bad mood. But they didn't ask. They did whatever Yun-Wan did. Yun-Wan said she was going back. And several people followed her back. "You can continue." Yun-Wan was embarrassed. She suddenly said she was going back halfway through shopping. But she didn't want to ruin other people's shopping mood. "No need. If master doesn't go shopping, there's no point in me going shopping." Yun-Wan looked at Lu Huai, who paused, his Adam's apple moving, and said, "It's really boring." His words almost made it clear that it was no coincidence that he met Lu Huai while shopping today. Otherwise, if shopping was boring, why would he bring his men out shopping? Yun-Wan hated that her brain suddenly turned so fast, and she realized in an instant that Lu Huai came for her. She didn't understand. On Shenong Star, Lu Huai was tactful and introverted. The 2 of them almost reached an agreement. Neither of them took a step forward, and maintained the original normal. But when he arrived at Jinsha Star, he became more blatant. He stopped doing superficial work, and even made excuses. He just said it was for her. He seemed to want to change something. Yun-Wan looked at him deeply. His eyes were black with gray. He looked very calm. But she seemed to feel the undercurrent. Her throat tightened and Yun-Wan looked away. Then let's go back together. After she finished speaking. She didn't know why. But she couldn't help sighing. Yun-Wan thought that her reaction to the news of the Ji family was fast enough. But she didn't expect that the Ji family's actions were faster than hers. Back at Lu Li's old house. The Ji family was already waiting there. Although she had never seen Ji Wei and Madame Ji in person. She had fought with them several times. As soon as they appeared, she had an inexplicable intuition that they were members of the Ji family. Yun-Wan's bad mood reached its peak. And she looked at the Ji couple who were blocking the door with a gloomy face. Although they were smiling. And the wrinkles on their faces were propped up. Yun-Wan did not feel dangerous. But there was an inexplicable flattery and coercion. But she was still unhappy. Yun-Wan stood not far from the door of Lu Li's old house. Lu Li and Lu Huai walked forward and blocked her behind them. With a hint of protection. The two sides confronted each other. And the 7 chirping little ones couldn't help but shut their mouths. Looking at the two strangers with rolling eyes. Licking their paws. And the sharp claws in the pads were beginning to show their sharpness. Perhaps sensing the unfriendly atmosphere on Yun-Wan's side. Ji Wei hurriedly smiled and greeted. This is the Lord of Shenong Star. I have heard of you for a long time. What can I do for you? Yun-Wan flicked her fingers carelessly, and looked up at Ji Wei's hypocritical face. There is no such thing as a visit without a reason. Ji Wei is not a good person. Ha ha ha. Lord, I have wanted to meet you for a long time. Today, I happened to come to Jinsha Star to attend the auction. I knew you were here too, so I came to visit you immediately. As he spoke, Ji Wei closed the distance. If he had not been blocked by Lu Huai and Lu Li, he would have rushed to Yun-Wan to shake hands. Yun-Wan found Ji Wei's attitude interesting. She occupied Ji's fresh food market and captured Ji's experimental subjects. Not only did they not hate her, but they also had to be humble in front of her. What was he up to? Is he trying to win her over? Or is he planning something else? I don't know what you like. So I brought some specialties from the Ji family for you to try. Mrs. Ji said. Yun-Wan took a look and saw some high-quality fruits and vegetables. Not too salty or bland, we have them at home. So we don't need them. She didn't want to take them. Because who knows if they are poisoned? Lord, don't be polite. This is a new product developed by us. Not yet on the market. I don't want to be a guinea pig. Yun-Wan didn't give him face. Mrs. Ji choked. Not knowing how to respond. The thing in her hand was hanging in the air. Neither accepting nor passing it. No one had dared to humiliate Ji Wei in this way for many years. But he couldn't get angry and had to laugh. What could he do? He couldn't beat her or scold her. Now, even if he couldn't be friends with Yun-Wan, he couldn't be an enemy. It was definitely not a wise move to establish a difficult and helpless enemy. Ji Wei kept his mind steady. Face or not, it was not as important as tangible interests. He didn't believe that a yellow-haired girl could be so cunning and more shrewd than him, who had lived for decades longer. I was negligent. The natural plants produced on Shenong Star are better than ours. The Lord doesn't like them. Take them back quickly, and don't show them to others. Ji Wei said to his wife. And then looked at Yun-Wan with a smile. If the Lord doesn't like them, we have prepared some other gifts. The Lord will definitely like them. The clothes and jewelry are all limited edition new products. My niece has been talking about them for a long time. You are both little girls, and your preferences must be similar. Yun-Wan took a look and found them pretty. However, he had cheated her so much before. Wanted to occupy her planet and take her life. He wanted to shake hands and make peace with her for just these things. It was too disrespectful to her. Although she didn't intend to lightly expose the Ji family's affairs no matter what they did. Mr. Ji thinks I like these? Yun-Wan looked at Ji Wei calmly. For a moment, Ji Wei was unsure of Yun-Wan's attitude. Would she accept the apology and become an ally? Or would they be irreconcilable and like fire and water? Would she mock him for his petty gains? Or would she hint at him to show greater sincerity? Ji Wei thought that everyone was greedy. And the Lord of Shenong Star was no exception. It would not be good for her to always oppose the nobles. But it would be more profitable to take the opportunity to make a fortune. If the Lord of Shenong Star is smart enough, he will definitely know what choice is right. Clothes and jewelry are just a shallow test. A person who can become a lord cannot be treated as an ordinary little girl. Ji Wei knows that it is time to bring out more attractive chips. The lord is naturally not lacking. But I don't want your feelings. Ji Wei adjusted his sleeves. unbuttoned his cuffs, and then put his hands back to his side and said, "I don't know what the Lord is lacking. I think the Lord is not familiar with this place since this is his first time to Jinsha Star. How about this? I will take the Lord around these few days. I am familiar with this place, and the Lord can directly put anything he likes on my account." "Oh!" Yunwan crossed her arms. "That's unfortunate. I have to attend an auction and don't have time to go shopping." Jiwei grasped the key point. "Auction? It's just right. I'm going too. Let's go together." "Lord, if you want anything, just ask Ji. In less than 10 minutes, Ji will definitely have someone present the item to you." Yunwan thought about it. Since her mortal enemy gave her a gift, how could she refuse it? The weasel still has to take the New Year's gift when it pays New Year's greetings to the chicken. It's not like it's refusing. The weasel can take back his ill intentions and just treat it as compensation in advance. Let's see when this bad old man will show his true colors. Then I won't be polite. Seeing Yunwan give in, Jiwei felt that his previous guess was correct. The Lord of Shenong Star was smart. In front of the three nobles, she didn't dare to continue to stalemate and shout. She would still go along with it. After all, she was just from a small place, and her knowledge and courage were limited. Jiwei easily accomplished the task, and couldn't help but look down on Yunwan. When the time comes, he can trick the Lord of Shenong Star into buying some cheap goods at the auction and complete the task successfully. Little did she know that Yunwan was already planning how to make Ji bleed heavily to compensate for her injured heart. Time soon came to the day of the auction. Yunwan originally wanted to bring only Ma Yeting to the meeting. The fewer people, the better. She would then make things difficult for Jiwei at the meeting. The fewer people saw her ugly face, the better. However, Lu Li and Lu Huai were worried about her and insisted on following her. Yunwan had no choice but to bring the two of them. "Tell me what you like later, and we'll buy it." Yunwan waved her hand proudly. Yunwan thought, a man who has eaten someone's food will be soft-hearted, and a man who has received someone's money will be short-handed. If she gave them some benefits in advance as hush money, the two of them would not leave a bad impression of her in their hearts because of their feelings. After all, after taking the things, they were in the same boat. "Thank you, Master." Lu Li agreed happily. "Yes." Lu Huai's voice was small and vague, and Yunwan vaguely heard him respond. "Lord, you can buy some weapons." Ma Yeting was very excited when she heard that she could buy anything she wanted. She was thinking about the guard team and planned to see if there were any good things at the auction that could improve the guard team's military strength. In fact, since the guards were equipped with the magical props provided by the Lord, their force and defense values have been greatly improved. However, for an army, the stronger the armed forces, the better. No one will refuse more equipment and weapons. The Lord did not mention it before, and she was embarrassed to say it. Now it is the perfect opportunity to bring it up openly. Ma Yeting looked at Yunwan with shining eyes, and Yunwan did not quite understand. "Ma Tui, we are all here to have fun. Why are you still thinking about work? Stop it. I, the Lord, am outdone by you," she said helplessly. As a boss, she was very happy to have such a hard-working employee. But as a normal person, she felt that the people under her still needed to have their own lives. Ma Yeting mistakenly thought that Yunwan didn't want to buy equipment, and the light in her eyes faded. She thought she had done something wrong and apologized immediately. "I'm sorry, Lord. I shouldn't." This serious look made Yunwan feel guilty. How could she blame such a good employee? Okay. Buy it. Buy. You can buy anything you want." Suddenly getting Yunwan's promise. Although she didn't know why the Lord changed so quickly, Ma Yeting's mood quickly brightened. "Thank you, Lord." "Yunwan, you're welcome. I should thank you." Yunwan looked up at the sky. It turned out that there really are bosses in this world who are forced to be Zhouba Pai, who understands the pain of having too many motivated employees, and she can only follow them. The auction was held in the gambling stone area of Jinsha Star. When Yunwan and others arrived, there was a constant stream of people coming and going at the door. Many people came to Jinsha Star from various planets to buy some of their favorite things. Yunwan handed the invitation letter to the staff at the door. The staff glanced at Yunwan and the others, registered the accompanying personnel, and sent someone to take them into the auction hall. The corridor was very bright. Yunwan walked forward with the crowd and arrived at the hall. It was as big as several football fields. The seats were arranged in a step manner. and at the top were some mysterious boxes. Before Yunwan found her seat among the vast seats, she was stopped by a staff member wearing a cheongsam. "Hello. Are you Miss Yunwan? Please come this way. Boss G is already waiting in the box." Yunwan understood and looked up. There was a slight gap in the curtain of a box on the left. Ji Wei saw her not long after she entered the auction hall. He must have sent someone to keep an eye on her whereabouts. A feeling of displeasure of being pried into her privacy arose spontaneously. What a disgusting noble. Following the staff, she took the elevator to the upper-level box. The space here was not large, but it was very exquisite, with many flowers, rocks and water birds. If you didn't know, you would think it was a good place to drink tea and chat. As soon as Yunwan entered the room, Ji Wei stood up and warmly entertained her, offering her a seat and serving her tea. Lu Huai, Lu Li, and Ma Yiting were also served by their own people. The Ji family really cared about them at this time. Yunwan did not say anything, but accepted everything with a smile. She did not want to talk to this old fox, so she opened the curtain and looked out. At this moment, there were basically no empty seats in the hall. Thousands of people were sitting below, making a lot of noise. The people below are all small fry, mostly here to join in the fun. Few people are buying things. The real people of status are the people in these boxes, who are all here to buy treasures. Ji Wei didn't care about Yunwan's cold face. As long as she was there, everything would be fine. Yunwan didn't understand why so many people just came to join in the fun. There were too few interstellar entertainment activities. The auction started soon. Yunwan was excited at the beginning, but she lost interest when she saw that the first few items were some useless artworks. "Lord, don't you like anything? I think that painting is good. Do you want a painting?" Ji Wei pointed to a realistic figure painting and said. The painting showed a man with evil eyes and a half-open collar. When he appeared on the stage, many women screamed. Yunwan guessed that he was a star. That kind of thing is useless. She would think it takes up too much space if she bought it and hung it up. Besides, the people in the painting are not even 1/10 as good-looking as Lu Huai. If she wants to be pleasing to the eye, she can look at ready-made handsome men. Why spend money to buy a paper man? Yunwan pouted in disdain. "No." Hearing her answer, Lu Huai turned the teacup on his fingertips. "Oh, I thought you girls all like it. It's okay. Let's wait a little longer. There's more to come." The smile on Ji Wei's face faded a little. The next lot was rich, but none of them had much value. Some fashion items sought after by celebrities, some domesticated zerd cubs, and some strange items obtained from adventurers. But none of them made Yunwan excited. She was like a bystander without desires, so calm and self-sustaining that it made people uncomfortable. It was too abnormal for a girl of this age to be like this. Doesn't she have other preferences? Ji Wei thought he could at least find some flaws in Yunwan, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. She was even more indifferent than an 80-year-old woman. Ji Wei didn't believe that she didn't like anything, so he volunteered to introduce the items to Yunwan. Yunwan just agreed indifferently even though she was so dry-mouthed. After all, after being used to the high-end treasures provided by the system, these messy things were really not enough. Yunwan had only one thought in her mind, that's it. Ma Yiting, on the other hand, had taken a fancy to a few ordinary mechas and some laser weapons, and looked at Yunwan eagerly. Yunwan waved her hand and said generously, "Buy." As soon as Yunwan finished speaking, Ji Wei raised his sign diligently, fearing that the things Yunwan wanted to buy with great difficulty would be taken away by others. These things are quite common in the interstellar space, and no one rushed to bid. Soon the items were delivered, and Ma Yiting couldn't let go and touched them left and right. Her performance made Ji Wei look down on Shenong Star a little more. They haven't even seen the most basic weapons, and Shenong Star is not as insurmountable as they imagined. Next, Lu Li also embarrassedly wanted to bid for a construction team to build a house. The construction style of this construction team is popular in the interstellar space, and many people want to invite them to build houses. Yunwan naturally agreed. Many people also want to hire this construction team. Ji Wei bid a lot for this opportunity. At first, he disliked Yunwan for not buying anything, but now, he just wants Yunwan to stop buying. The things she bought are more expensive than the other. The key is that those things are not what she wants. A group of subordinates dare to ask for this and that. How shameless. Ji Wei was very unhappy. He had already reached his limit by pleasing Yunwan. What was wrong with all the cats and dogs coming to poop and pee in front of him? Ji Wei used up all his 50 years of skills to hold back the dirty words in his mouth. He was unhappy. But he still asked, "Does the Lord want anything? When you are away from home, you are only concerned about your subordinates. You should care more about yourself." "Well, let's see." Yun Wan drank water out of boredom and turned to look at Lu Huai. "Do you want anything?" This question almost broke the smile on Ji Wei's face. This Lord of Shenong Star really treated him as an ATM without any disguise. Ji Wei raised his eyes and stared at the tall man. His name sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it. He hoped that this man would be more sensible and not ask for anything, as if he had heard his thoughts. The man really said, "I don't want anything." Ji Wei hadn't breathed a sigh of relief to save his money bag when he heard Yun Wan say, with a look of disapproval, "How can that be? They all have it. So you have to have it too. Or you'll say I'm biased." "Thank you, Lord. I'll take that one." Ji Wei looked in the direction of Lu Huai's finger and saw a primitive planet, which happened to be the one he wanted to bid for. Not to mention him. Half of the bidders present came for this planet. Although no one has officially started to explore this primitive planet, preliminary tests show that there are good things on this planet. Ji Wei looked embarrassed. He was weighing whether to reject Yun Wan or accept her offer like a hurricane. No matter how he thought about it, it seemed that the task of winning over Yun Wan, which was given to him by several partners, was more important. There are many primitive planets. As long as Yun Wan cooperates with them, they can make money together. They can dominate the entire galaxy. These are just small profits. Buy them. So, Lu Huai got the planet he wanted. "Thank you, Lord," he said. Ji Wei felt very uncomfortable. He was the one who paid. But he had no name between the two of them. Before he could get out of the shadow, Yun Wan said again, "I think this mecha is not bad." Ji Wei took a look at the mecha. The first generation mecha, who had been coveted by so many people. She actually asked for it. Ji Wei really wanted to quit. But then he thought, the weapons had been bought, the construction team had been hired, and even the planet he wanted had been handed over to someone else. It would be unprofitable to quit now. But Ji Wei was not a fool. If he really spent all the money of the Ji family to buy the first generation of mecha for Yun Wan, he would be crazy. "Lord, this mecha is too precious. You can't buy it without full preparation." "Oh, I don't have money," Yun Wan said venomously. Ji Wei was blocked, and he didn't dare to say that he had money, for fear that Yun Wan would pester him to buy it. Fortunately, Yun Wan did not continue the topic, and this first generation mecha was too expensive, so no one was interested. Lu Li muttered in his heart, "People are selling first generation mechas? What's the idea? There is absolutely no demand for it. Everyone knows it is precious. But there are only a handful of people who can afford it, and even fewer who can afford it and want to buy it. It's really strange. Maybe they are in a hurry to use the money." Ma Yeding agreed. Soon, the two were attracted by the new auction items and stopped discussing this episode. "Is that an orc?" Ma Yeding's pupils widened as she looked at the new collection on the stage. Yun Wan looked up boredly. In the giant cage on the stage was a huge transparent bucket, which contained a beautiful mermaid. The fish scales were colorful and blue, shining brightly under the water. His face was feminine, and it was difficult to tell whether he was male or female. His upper body was covered with scars, new and old wounds mixed together, and you could see the bright red flesh from the larger wounds. Are there really such things as mermaids in the world? Yun Wan's eyes stayed on the mermaid for a while longer. Seeing that she was interested, Ji Wei quickly introduced, "This is a natural orc caught from the sea, a mermaid." "Oh, natural? How can such a thing be sold?" "Natural new species will only be hidden in various laboratories, and will never have the opportunity to be released." "Lord, you don't understand this. What is being sold is not the mermaid, but the opportunity to spend 7 days with the mermaid. Who would want to spend 7 days with a fish?" Yun Wan thought that the interstellar people were too boring. Even if this fish looked good, what was the point of spending 7 days with it? "Ha ha ha. Lord, this fish is different. Those 7 days will be extremely happy 7 days." Ji Wei raised his eyebrows and smiled evilly, as if hinting at something. Mrs. Ji beside him also showed a meaningful expression that was unique to married women. Yun Wan had a guess in her heart. She pursed her lips and drank water strategically, but found that the cup was empty. Someone next to her was very observant and noticed Yun Wan's embarrassment. So he picked up the kettle and poured water for Yun Wan. She looked up and met Lu Huai's dark eyes. For some reason, she felt a little uneasy in her heart. She didn't want to look at Lu Huai at this time. She said thank you and immediately picked up the cup and took a sip. It's really beautiful, Yunwan said calmly, not wanting to be laughed at by Ji Wei. Ji Wei didn't know what was wrong with him, and said to Yunwan, since the Lord likes it, take a picture of it, and let him accompany the Lord. Yunwan frowned and wanted to refuse, but turned around and saw Ji Wei couldn't wait to raise his sign. His actions were full of mischief. Oh, you like to spend money, right? Then spend more. Yunwan watched coldly as Ji Wei took a picture of the mermaid and sent it to Lu Li's house. And then she pushed Ji Wei to take 5 or 6 expensive items, until Ji Wei's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. And then she gave up and walked away leisurely. Thank you for the hospitality today, Boss Ji. Slowed down. Lord. Ji Wei gritted his teeth, the smile on his face shaky. Yunwan felt relieved, and walked out of the auction hall with the 3 of them in a very good mood. The 4 of them got what they wanted for free, and they talked and laughed on the way back. When they reached an alley, they heard a restrained sob. Why is no one buying good things? Whoa! Yunwan looked around, trying to find the source of the sound, which came from inside the alley. The alley was dark, and it was hard to see clearly, and only a vague figure could be seen. It was so scary at night. This is the back door of the auction. Why is someone crying here? Lu Li was puzzled. Yunwan was not a nosy person, but she couldn't walk after hearing the words good stuff. Lu Huai summoned the mecha and turned on the light. Yunwan saw that there was a young girl in the alley, crying loudly. Good girl. What are you crying for? Yunwan's tone was as gentle as an old witch who wanted to eat children. The girl didn't expect someone to come to this remote place. She looked at Yunwan in a daze, and saw that it was a girl about her age. So she let down her guard. I want to sell something, but I can't. The girl shed tears, and took out a small box from her pocket. This is a mecha capsule, used to carry mechas. Thinking of the mechas that appeared at the auction just now, and were not sold. The only one that was not sold was the first generation mecha. Although Yunwan didn't need this thing, she didn't want too much of a good thing. If you can't sell it, is it because you sold it too expensive? Yunwan hinted. The girl said ignorantly, this is a first generation mecha. Is it expensive to sell it for 3 billion? Instantly, Yunwan didn't want to ask about this good thing anymore. Even if the other party gave her a discount, she didn't feel like buying it. Mainly because she didn't have money. It's quite expensive, Yunwan said truthfully. The girl was a little confused, and then cried even louder. What should I do? Grandpa is sick. How can I treat him without money? What's the use of this first generation mecha? After saying that, the girl threw the mecha capsule out fiercely. The sound of the capsule hitting the rough ground made Yunwan tremble with fear. That's 3 billion. Lu Li moved faster, picked up the capsule distressfully, and muttered, without the first generation mecha, you will have no money. If you lose it, you will cry. Lu Li's words made the girl cry even more violently. Let's stop for a while. Yunwan raised her hand, and the girl's crying stopped instantly. She looked at her with her watery black eyes. What disease do you want to treat that costs 3 billion? The girl was confused by this question, and she shook her head stupidly. I don't know either. Yunwan's damned sense of justice was ready to move. Which black-hearted hospital is so deceiving? 3 billion for a treatment? What disease? Where did you get the treatment? The girl didn't know anything about Yunwan's question. I only know that Grandpa is sick and has to go to a very far place for treatment. It seems that he has to cross the Zerg border. No one knows where that is. Zerg border? This is the first time Yunwan has heard this statement. Master, our Jinsha star and your Shenong star are both small border stars, very close to the Zerg border, Lu Li explained. Yunwan nodded thoughtfully. How do you know where to go for treatment? Yunwan was curious. There is a mysterious doctor there who is said to be able to cure many incurable diseases. But the fee is very expensive. It's just said. Have you ever thought that the news is false? Yunwan said. This made the girl cry again. This girl is simple. She answers whatever is asked. And she doesn't know how she was deceived. Yunwan couldn't bear it and said, don't cry first. Do you want to go to my planet for treatment? Spiritual energy is good for the body. And staying on Shenong Star is better than unreliable gossip. You can continue to raise money and get information there. Our planet is the most suitable planet for recuperation. Yunwan's last sentence dispelled the girl's concerns. My name is Li Shishir. Thank you, sister. Yunwan told the girl the address of Shenong Star, and told Hu Yuanyang to treat the girl well if she went to Shenong Star. She did everything she should do, and it was up to her whether to go to see the girl or not. The incident with Li Shishir passed quickly. Yunwan returned to the Liu residence. The servants of the Liu family were talking around the cage in the middle of the yard. When they saw Yunwan, they immediately stepped forward and said helplessly, Dear guest, someone has brought that thing. Do you want to move it to your room? Passing through the servants' shadows, Yunwan saw the face made by God through the gap in the iron bars of the cage. She stared at the eyes of the mermaid for a long time and felt a little dizzy. The mermaid looked nothing at first glance, but the more she looked at it, the more beautiful it became. After looking at it for a long time, she actually felt a kind of worship of this magnificent beauty in her heart. Lord? Lu Huai's deep voice brought Yunwan back to her senses. She slowly tilted her head and asked, What's wrong? Meeting Yunwan's gaze, Lu Huai looked at her carefully, not missing a single detail, as if he wanted to see something from Yunwan's expression. Yunwan's expression was normal. He returned empty-handed, but he felt uneasy in his heart. Yunwan had someone carry the mermaid back to the room. The servants around were busy. Lu Huai looked at the cage that was shaking and moving further away and said, Lord, it's better to put this kind of thing that comes from unknown sources in the hall. It's okay. I'm not afraid. Yunwan waved her hand carelessly and returned to the room with the cage. Lu Huai moved his hanging fingers and looked at her leaving back. His lips pursed and pale. Except for the vegetable garden, she had never paid so much attention to a thing. Nor had she lost her mind for anything. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. This Ji family is really tired of living. Chapter 135. Back in the room, Yunwan and the mermaid in the cage looked at each other in surprise. The mermaid had a pair of fox eyes. When she looked at people with a squint, there seemed to be a small hook at the end of her eyes, which was very charming. Yunwan felt as if he had turned on a filter, which made her feel unreal and detached from reality. In the silent stare, the mermaid was the first to give in. He couldn't help but break the silence. He opened his thin lips slightly, and a gentle tone flowed from the corner of his lips. Sister, it's so cold in here. The ending tone was a little trembling, with a hint of coquettishness, as if she was very pitiful. But the shrewdness that flashed in her eyes still couldn't escape Yunwan's eyes. She won't fall for it. The servants brought a few electric ovens and placed them around the mermaid. The surroundings were roasted until they were shiny. The air was trembling, and the temperature rose sharply. Yunwan was satisfied and crossed her chest with her hands, and asked cunningly, Is it still cold now? The mermaid was sweating profusely from the heat. He felt that all the moisture in his body was about to evaporate, and he was going to be roasted into a dried fish. He couldn't figure out where he had offended the hostess. It was not the first time that the mermaid was auctioned off. The females he met several times before were all very kind to him. He was not bad looking, and with the special abilities of the mermaid clan, it was not difficult for him to charm small humans. The previous females all bowed down to him and provided him with good food, drink and fun. But he hit a wall with the Lord of Shenong Star. After being with her for such a long time, he didn't even get tea. He acted like a spoiled child, and got a 360-degree grill without dead angles. Others wanted him, but she wanted his life. What hatred or resentment? Why did his ability fail with her? The mermaid's eyes gradually became clear and stupid. He looked at Yunwan and finally sank to the bottom of the water. It's not cold anymore. Sister, the stove is gone. I don't need it anymore. Yunwan looked at the pair of eyes exposed on the water and said solemnly, Speak normally. Sister, this is how I normally talk. Seeing the electric oven removed, the mermaid resurfaced, her voice even louder, giving Yunwan goosebumps. The mermaid saw that Yunwan was uncomfortable, and called out sister several times in a provocative manner, asking one thing after another, saying, Can I have something to eat? It doesn't matter if I don't. I'm not hungry. And then saying, I really want to get out of the cage. But if sister doesn't like it, forget it. His words were accompanied by an inexplicable power, like a small hook, making Yunwan inexplicably want to do what he said. Fortunately, the spiritual power in her body continued to surge, like a clear spring slapping on the face of a drowsy person, allowing her will to dominate and continue to control her body and mind. This mermaid is not simple. With such a bewitching ability, How could he be caught by humans so easily? He could easily manipulate others to open the cage and escape. There is only one possibility. He was caught by humans on purpose. Yunwan stared at his azure eyes, which were clear and full of interest. Sister? The mermaid slapped her tail in confusion. Do you have a name? Yunwan asked. My name is Lan, he said. Lan? The raging waves. An unruly name is very inconsistent with his well-behaved image. Yunwan feels that his name is more in line with his nature. Lan? Is it? I'm very curious. I heard that mermaids' tears can turn into pearls. Is it true? Yunwan asked. She obviously noticed that Lan's face darkened when he heard this question. But then, he recovered immediately. Who told you that? Lan asked. Yunwan naturally wouldn't tell him, and repeated the question. You just need to tell me if this is true? Interstellar pearls may be another kind of mecha material. As a career-minded woman, she certainly didn't do it just to satisfy her curiosity. No. Sister, why would you listen to that? It's all nonsense. Tears are tears. How can they turn into pearls? Besides, we won't cry. Yunwan was deeply skeptical of Lan's promise. She believed in her intuition. Lan was obviously abnormal when he heard this question just now. Her eyes stayed on Lan for a moment. He looked back at her innocently, seeing that she couldn't pry open his mouth. Yunwan didn't want to continue asking. Pearls were dispensable to her. This mermaid cost a lot of money. Even if it was free, Yunwan still didn't want to waste it. It would be too expensive to put it on display for 7 days. She thought for a while and came up with an idea. So she asked, Can you sing? Mermaids should sing very well. Right? Lan was very interested in this topic. It was obvious that Yunwan mentioned something he was good at. He just opened his mouth and performed a folk song for Yunwan. The ethereal singing voice was melodious and pleasant, and the lingering sound lingered in the air. Yunwan was fascinated by it and couldn't help humming along. She sat on a stool, supported her chin with her hand, resting it on the table, staring blankly in the direction of the mermaid, her thoughts drifting far away. Lu Huai's room was very close to Yunwan. After a busy day, he wanted to close his eyes and rest. Unexpectedly, the room was not soundproofed, so he could hear the laughter and chatter next door. He couldn't hear Yunwan's voice clearly, but the word, sister, shouted by the mermaid's unique voice was like a needle that pierced his ears and made him uncomfortable. The mermaid's sister was not as innocent as Miamu's cubs. Lu Huai was disturbed and couldn't sleep. He was forced to listen to the whole process. When he heard the singing from next door, he couldn't hold back his temper. He thought he really cared a little too much about the Lord. However, since the Lord didn't reject it anyway, why not go a little further? This thought made him walk out of the room and forcefully push open Yunwan's door from the outside. He didn't even knock on the door. The scene in the room was very peaceful. The mermaid was in the cage, and the Lord was a few steps away from him. The two kept a safe distance. But Lu Huai felt like something was blocking his heart. How long had she been staring at the mermaid? Why was she always looking in his direction? Yunwan was startled by the noise Lu Huai made, and her singing was forced to stop. When she came back to her senses, Lu Huai was already standing in front of her, blocking her line of sight. What's wrong? Yunwan asked. Lu Huai paused, then said, I should ask you this. What did the fish do to you? Yunwan shook her head. Lu Huai thought that the Lord was probably deceived by the mermaid, so he spoke for the fish. She was obviously abnormal just now. Lu Huai pinched his palms, and a nameless anger surged in his heart when he saw the mermaid swinging her tail leisurely. Lan felt the aura of the male in front of him, that he was not easy to mess with. This was the scene that the mermaids would encounter during their courtship battle. He had never seen humans courting before. Lan felt it was interesting, and looked at Lu Huai provocatively, then said to Yunwan, Sister, do I sing well? Not bad. Yunwan answered perfunctorily. She was still recalling the feeling of listening to the mermaid's song, and his singing also carried a kind of power. Not the kind of bewitching, but a mysterious power that could move spiritual power. Yunwan thought for a long time before she came up with a corresponding term. She thought that this feeling should be the so-called enlightenment. After listening to the mermaid singing, she directly ascended 2 small realms, and she even felt that the flower of life on her waist had grown a lot. The power of the mermaid is so strange. She originally wanted to let the mermaid perform on the street to make money, but now it seems that if she doesn't let him sing for her for 7 days and 7 nights, She will be sorry for the money she spent on the mermaid. Does sister like it? Yunwan didn't notice that Lu Huai clenched his fist when he heard this question. He suddenly said to the mermaid, "Your question is beyond the line. Sister, who is he?" Lan deliberately dodged backwards, looking like "I'm so scared." When he dodged, his tail moved uncontrollably from back to front, and the slender colorful fish tail raised a beautiful arc, splashing a pool of water, soaking Lu Huai's pants. The fish fins that looked soft but very sharp stretched out from the cage, whether intentionally or unintentionally, and scratched the back of Lu Huai's hand, leaving a long blood mark. Lu Huai grabbed Lan's tail with his backhand and exerted force. Lan struggled reflexively, his face full of fear, and he looked really scared, shaking his lower body restlessly in the bucket. "You, let go!" Lan pulled the tail hard, and the sharp tip of the tail cut Lu Huai's palm, but he couldn't break free from his hand. "If you don't let go, the consequences will be serious." Lan had a gloomy face, without any pretense at all. Yunwan heard Lu Huai snort, and asked indifferently, "What consequences?" She felt a little headache. For some reason, she felt that these two people were so angry because of her. If this continued, they would not fight because of her. Right? What's going on? Yunwan's brain was itching, and she was about to grow a brain. Could it be? If she wasn't being sentimental, maybe Lu Huai was jealous. Usually, he looked like a gentleman who didn't care about the world, and he was not surprised by anything. He had never been so angry for no reason like today. Apart from this guess, she couldn't think of any other reason. It was really a headache. He really didn't know how to cover up. Yunwan didn't know how to react. She had no experience in dealing with such things. Fortunately, before she could intervene, Lu Huai had already let go of her hand. Lan retracted his tail and deliberately raised it to hit Yunwan's hand. "Sister, my tail hurts." Before he finished speaking, Yunwan was startled by the unfamiliar touch and slapped it. Later, she realized that it was Lan's tail that was seeking comfort. The scene was very awkward for a while. The three of them awkwardly maintained a strange triangle. Lan sighed. "I didn't mean it." "What?" Yunwan continued. "Sister, your hand is injured. Let's go to the hospital." Yunwan didn't even feel the pain. After Landi's reminder, she looked at the hand that had just been touched by the tail. There was indeed a shallow scratch. This level of wounds might have healed directly on the way to the hospital. "It's okay." Yunwan's eyes moved from the back of her hand to the palm of Lu Huai's hand. His condition was worse than hers. It looked like his hand was going to be useless. Lu Huai's face was abnormally red, and he seemed to be in great pain. He was trying to endure the pain in his hand, and even his breathing became heavier. He was panting and his other hand was clenched tightly. "Are you okay?" Yunwan poked his forearm with her index finger, and touched her fingertip through the scorching temperature of the clothes. Can a scratched hand cause fever so quickly? She subconsciously scratched the wound on the back of her hand, which was a little itchy. "Don't scratch it." Lu Huai held her wrist, skin to skin. The temperature was even hotter. The slender wrist was like a piece of white jade, held in the palm of the opposite sex with distinct joints. The collision of two skin colors, the fusion of two temperatures, one cold and one hot. Yunwan seemed to be ignited. It was like a quiet forest full of life, with gentle breeze, bright moon and sparse stars. Everything was so peaceful. But suddenly a torch appeared out of nowhere, and in an instant the flames flooded the quietness. A gorgeous destruction swept in with a devastating force, and the unfathomable power made the calm and self-sustaining forest mess up. Yunwan's movements froze. Her scratching fingers settled down, and she raised her eyes to look at Lu Huai, who was very close. He saw her eyelashes curled, as if a small hook hooked his heart, so that he could only get closer to relieve the pain of pulling. Unconsciously, the two of them were very close, their breaths intertwined, and the air was very sticky. Lu Huai suddenly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes regained some clarity. "Lord," he called out, his voice low and hoarse. Yunwan also woke up, and the two of them looked at each other, awkwardly looking away, and looked at the instigator at the same time. Lan knew that he had done something wrong, and almost sank into the water, swimming away from the two of them. "What did you do to us?" Yunwan used her spiritual power to suppress her boiling emotions, but the abnormality in her body was like a huge wave, constantly impacting the temporary dam, and her defense line was shaky. Lu Huai was not much better than her. Lan looked at Lu Huai and then at Yunwan. I said this was an accident. Do you believe it? Don't talk nonsense. Lu Huai said in a deep voice. His voice was very suppressed. Lan surfaced, embarrassed to lower his eyes, and whispered, in fact, this is caused by you accidentally touching the small thorns on my tail. And the mucus of the small thorns entered your body. Mucus is poisonous? Can it be cured? Lu Huai asked. The two stared at Lan with concern, hoping that he could tell them a solution and quickly detoxify them so that they could survive this unbearable abnormality. But Lan didn't know what was wrong with him, and he actually started to hesitate. Oh, it's not poisonous. This is actually. What is it? His hesitation almost made the two of them collapse. Oh, it's just for the mermaids to find a partner. To add a little fun. Except for the first sentence. Yunwan basically didn't hear what Lan said. His voice was as low as a mosquito or cricket. The two parties didn't understand Lan's hesitation at all, and asked directly how to solve it. If you keep talking nonsense, I can't guarantee that the mecha will not accidentally hurt someone. Lan was frightened and immediately moved away from the two of them. All his blushing, heartbeats, and embarrassment disappeared. He pressed the wooden barrel with both hands and even wanted to jump out of the barrel. He said pitifully and helplessly, if I say there is no solution and just let it go, will I be beaten? What do you think? The two said in unison. I don't think so. Lan smiled flatteringly. Lu Huai punched the cage, and several bars were dented. Lan was so scared that he hugged the wooden barrel and trembled. No. I'm still a young girl, and I've never solved such a problem. The mermaids were making a fuss, and both of them were upset. Yunwan felt that Lan was too unreliable, so she simply paid the system to answer her questions. Mermaid hormone. Mermaids secrete automatically after they mature, which can make mature individuals enter the estrus period in advance. Host. It is indeed as he said. Just let it go. It just so happens that you are all affected by hormones, so you can solve it together, and it will be fine. Stop. The system's fierce words made Yunwan dizzy, and she felt guilty when she looked at Lu Huai for a second. She urged the system. Say something reliable. What should we do in this situation? Host. There is no solution at present. The effect of mermaid hormones usually occurs on mermaids, and the abnormal state will be automatically cleared in 1 hour. As for what will happen to humans after being infected by hormones, there are no specific cases. The system estimates. What will happen? Yunwan anxiously waited for the system to calculate the results. If the hormones are not eliminated, both you and Lu Huai will go crazy and die. Yunwan was instantly beaten to pieces by the ups and downs of life. You mean? The way to detoxify is dual cultivation? Yunwan's eyes twitched, and a complicated expression appeared on her pretty face. The system did not forget to stab Yunwan in the heart again. To be precise, it was practicing dual cultivation with Lu Huai. Thank you so much for your reminder. Yunwan gritted her teeth. She did not give up and asked again, is there really no other way? No. Yunwan was heartbroken. Cut off the connection with the system. Turned to look at Lu Huai, who was forbearing at the moment, and did not know the seriousness of the matter. Yunwan said to Lu Huai with a serious face, now there is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Lu Huai thought Yunwan was suppressing her emotions like him during this quiet time, but he didn't expect her to say this suddenly. Hearing the good news, he reflexively thought that things had turned around. I want to hear good news. This was not Lu Huai's answer, but the mermaid who was watching the fun swam closer to the two of them, holding on to the fence that Lu Huai had bent with both hands and looking at Yunwan curiously. Lu Huai pursed his lips tightly and slapped the cage with his palm. The wind from his palm blew the mermaid away, and she slammed hard on the other side of the cage, and her head tilted and fell on the wooden barrel and fainted. After dealing with the noisy extra people, Lu Huai looked at Yunwan for a long time, moved his Adam's apple, and calmed his mind and said, what's the good news? Yunwan blinked her eyes. Although the matter was a foregone conclusion, she and Lu Huai still had to explain the cause and effect in detail. This little black dragon, who was born solo, felt hot all over. Let's talk about the bad news first. This poison has no cure for humans. Unless we... You understand? Right? Yunwan pointed at herself, and then at Lu Huai. You mean do it. Yunwan quickly stretched out 2 fingers and pressed them on his lips, blocking his unrestrained mouth. It's okay as long as you understand. Yunwan cleared her throat and glanced at Lu Huai. This is a matter of mutual consent. In order to detoxify, we should arrange it as soon as possible. Don't worry about it. Think positively. In fact, our dual cultivation can also increase our cultivation. By the way, have you had similar experiences before? Lu Huai opened his mouth, but finally chose not to speak. Just shook his head. I guess this incident must have had a great impact on him. Yunwan pretended to be mature. Neither she nor Lu Huai understood at this time. So she, who understood a little, had to take the lead. That's even better. Yuan Yang and Yuan Ying can greatly improve our cultivation. She was talking to Lu Huai as well as herself. What Yuan Yang? Lu Huai asked. Explaining this to Lu Huai had exhausted her energy. If she was asked to explain it in more detail, she couldn't open her mouth now. So what should we do now? Lu Huai skipped the question that gave Yunwan a headache and asked a more difficult question instead. However, before Yunwan could answer this question, he solved it himself. Do we need to find a suitable place? Lu Huai's voice was steady, as if he was talking about something that was very ordinary. Seeing Lu Huai so calm, Yunwan took a deep breath and told herself not to be shy. It was just a detoxification. It was normal. No need to make a fuss. Yeah, she nodded. Lu Huai quickly arranged the follow-up matters and took Yunwan to the destination. He called an unmanned flying car, and the two of them washed their faces with cold water, and their precarious rationality returned a lot. Along the way, Yunwan's heart beat faster and faster, since she knew that the two of them were going to do that thing. Yunwan could no longer deliberately ignore Lu Huai's existence. Ask yourself, if that person is Lu Huai, she actually doesn't hate him. To be honest, if you want to have a rare love in the interstellar, Lu Huai is a good choice. He looks good and is an aristocrat with extraordinary temperament. He is usually cold and cruel, but he is always available to her. She can feel the difference between Lu Huai and her. It can be said that if there is anything, the two of them can develop something. Irresponsibly think about it. It would be pretty cool. However, Lu Huai did not break the window paper, and she did not interfere. She even thought it was good to maintain this kind of relationship that was more than friendship but less than lovers, so that their relationship could fade away with time, and she could smile knowingly when she thought of it occasionally. She didn't want to deepen this bond. First, because Lu Huai was loyal to the royal family, and she didn't want to be involved in the power struggle in this world. And because the system told her that she would eventually leave this world that didn't belong to her. And third, because she believed that if she really liked him, she would definitely not be able to help but say it out. And if she didn't say it, then this kind of love was not deep enough. And since it was not deep enough, why should she make trouble for herself and let the destined passerby leave a concern in her heart? This incident broke all her plans and forced the two people to get close at a very fast speed. She didn't know what Lu Huai was thinking at the moment, and she couldn't think about anything anymore. She thought, this is not bad. Fate has made the choice for her about the things she hesitated because of her reason. Soon, the two arrived at their destination, and they entered the hotel room while keeping a distance. The door clicked, closed, and the defenses in their minds collapsed at that moment. What should I do next? Yunwan was a little at a loss. Before she could react, she was embraced and fell towards the softness behind her. The hot breath sprayed on the equally hot skin, and wet kisses fell on her neck. The clothes fell off, and a wanton arc was swung in the lingering air. Lord! Lu Huai suddenly stopped and tidied up Yunwan's messy hair strand by strand. His movements were meticulous. Along the way, he didn't even dare to look at her. Only now could he admire her face so unscrupulously. He felt ashamed of himself. At the moment when he heard the Lord say the bad news, he was in a good mood. When everything had a legitimate reason, his suppressed emotions seemed to find an outlet, and he almost lost his composure on the spot. Even God was helping him. He could vaguely sense Yunwan's ambivalence. He didn't hate him. He might even like him. But he had a feeling that she wouldn't accept him. So he shamelessly followed her around. If she didn't refuse, he would continue to stay with her, since he had plenty of time anyway. He didn't expect the accident to happen so suddenly. For a moment, he didn't want to care about Yunwan's wishes. His body's instincts overwhelmed his reason, and he wanted to possess her regardless of anything, and let all her beauty be his. If he really did that, she would definitely hate him. When his reason returned, he began to hate his beastly self. Sorry, Lord. His fingers reluctantly moved away from the beautiful face, and all the sharpness instantly retreated under the beautiful skin, as if a beast had put away its spikes for its beloved prey. Yunwan had a hard time doing psychological work, telling herself that she just had to lie down. But Lu Huai's withdrawal caught her off guard. It hasn't started yet. The poison hasn't been resolved yet. What are you doing? Yunwan quickly grabbed Lu Huai's collar and pulled it down. Want to escape? Lu Huai didn't resist Yunwan's action at all, and leaned over obediently. No. It can be heard that he is suppressing something. Yunwan stared at Lu Huai for a long time. So long that Lu Huai wanted to raise his hand to block her serious eyes. And then she said meaningfully, Lu Huai, you can't be unable to do it, right? This guess made Yunwan less nervous. She stood up, turned over, pressed Lu Huai under her, supported his strong chest with her palm, took the lead, and said in a nonchalant way, call me sister and listen, and I will teach you after that. Yunwan's sudden movement startled Lu Huai. He followed her movement and lay down, holding her waist with both hands to prevent her from falling. He had thought countless times about how he would have intimate contact with Yunwan, but never thought of this one. Her hand was on his chest, as if she was holding his heart in her hand. Lord! The evil fire that Lu Huai had just suppressed was rekindled. The more violent this fire was, the less he wanted to obey his instinct. Very uncomfortable? Yunwan leaned over. You would rather endure it than call me sister? Yunwan was disappointed. She really wanted to know what it was like for Lu Huai, who was calm in the face of adversity, to call her sister. But she couldn't do anything if the protagonist didn't cooperate. He even wanted to escape. It should be the boy who took the initiative in such things. Really? You still need me to help you? Yunwan muttered in dissatisfaction. Lord! Lu Huai held down Yunwan's busy little hands and stared at her. Yunwan didn't understand and looked back. Lu Huai, if you don't want to, just treat it as a dream. When Wuhan wakes up from the dream, the poison is also solved, and the cultivation is also improved. I swear, this matter is known to heaven, earth, you and me, and no third person will know. Yunwan didn't expect Lu Huai to be so concerned about this. Her seriousness made Lu Huai laugh. Lord! Lu Huai's thumb rubbed Yunwan's soft palm, but the latter's attention was on him, and she didn't notice his little movement. I'm not unwilling. It's my honor to spend a good night with the Lord. I just don't know if the Lord is willing. Lu Huai, it's meaningless to discuss whether you are willing or not now. Whether you are willing or not, we have to detoxify. Yunwan wanted to pull her hand away, but Lu Huai held it tightly. It seems that if I don't answer him, he will fight to the end. Yunwan is really curious whether he is not uncomfortable, why he still has the mood to think so much. Lu Huai delayed the detoxification time. Yunwan also had bad intentions. She wanted to see how long he could endure. She put her head close to Lu Huai's ear and whispered, guess whether I am willing or not. Lu Huai's breathing was obviously disordered, and the hand on his waist moved up and tightened. Yunwan looked into his pupils, which seemed to contain a beast, and there was a kind of stubbornness that would not give up until he got an answer. Does he care so much about her thoughts? Yunwan's heart skipped a beat. There's no need to be so serious. Lord? Lu Huai reminded. Yunwan lowered her eyes and opened her red lips. I am willing. Lu Huai. Because that person is you. After getting the answer he wanted, Lu Huai no longer had any scruples. The offensive and defensive positions instantly changed. The remaining rationality was still fighting desperately, but the magnetic poles of attraction had already been tightly attached together, and it was difficult to distinguish one from the other. Only the hair that moved without wind trembled in the air, making a silent roar. The spiritual power was violent in relaxation, and relaxed in violence, wandering between the two bodies, sometimes repairing wounds, sometimes widening meridians, and becoming more and more pure. Tonight, it is destined to be hard to sleep. Chapter 136. The next day, Yunwan woke up. Her limbs seemed to have been run over by a huge wheel, and then repaired by spiritual energy. The remaining numbness indicated the absurdity of last night. She raised her soft arms to block the dazzling sunlight. Everything was so ordinary, yet unusual. Lu Huai had not woken up yet. Lying beside her, sleeping calmly, Yunwan stared at his face for a long time, stretched out her fingers, and touched his long eyelashes that cast a reflection under his eyelids. It was like a small brush, and it looked pretty good, Yunwan thought. If Lu Huai suddenly opened his eyes, it would be terrifying. Although the two did the most intimate thing between men and women, they were not yet at that stage. At least not to the point where they could face each other calmly. She didn't want a beautiful day to start with embarrassment. Yun-Wan supported her waist and got up, ready to take a shower, but found that her body had been clean long ago and was very clean and refreshed. She gave Lu Hui extra points in her heart, except for a slight discomfort in the body. The rest of the experience was perfect. With the improvement of cultivation, the flower of life grew a small twin bud, and the earlier one was already in full bloom. From the curvature of the petals, it can be seen that the flower is delicate and beautiful. Last night was indeed too intense. The spiritual energy was agitated, which accelerated the growth stage of the flower of life several times. Yun-Wan picked up the clothes on the ground and put them on. While it was still early, she hurried back to Lu Mansion. Her back disappeared behind the door. When the door closed, a pair of deep eyes in the room opened, and there was a clearness in the eyes. Yun-Wan thought she could return to Lu Mansion without anyone noticing. But she didn't expect that Lu Mansion had already exploded. The reason was that the 7 little ones couldn't find her and thought they were abandoned. They all started crying. When Ah Huang cried, the energy source of the Lu family instantly broke down. This is very dangerous in the interstellar space, as all mechas and equipment require energy sources. The Lu family investigated for a long time, but could not find the problem with the energy source. They were already anxious like ants on a hot pot. Moreover, this situation was not limited to Lu Li's family. The same situation also occurred in the Lord's mansion. But the scale was not as large as that of the Lu mansion. If the Zerg invaded at this time, or a group of space pirates came, the consequences would be unimaginable. Oh my god! What went wrong? Old Master Lu wanted to cry, but had no tears. Yun-Wan walked in from the door and touched her nose guiltily. It should be fine after a while. Hey, Lord. You don't have to worry about this. Go and comfort those kids. They are very sad to see you, and have been crying for a long time. Okay. After saying hello to Mr. Lu, she hurried back to the room, took out the fruit candy she brought with her, and coaxed the 7 little ones. The lighting was restored instantly, and the energy source was revived little by little. The fuse of the whole thing asked Yun-Wan with hiccups, Sister, where did you go so early in the morning? I thought you didn't want us anymore. Whoa. Ah Huang thought and wanted to cry again. Yun-Wan quickly hugged her and smoothed her yellow feathers. Okay. Okay. Sister is here. I will tell you in advance next time. Sister, we are worried that you are lost. If you can't find the way home, we can still come to find you. Yun-Gu looked serious. Yun-Wan didn't know whether to laugh or cry at her brother's words. Yun-Gu is right. She didn't reject the pure care of the little ones. The energy source was restored, and all the mechanical equipment on Jinsha Star was running normally again. However, the Lord of Jinsha Star was very uneasy, and said people to continue to investigate the cause of the energy source failure. After investigation, it was found that the energy source failed first from Lu Mansion. So the Lord of Jinsha Star sent someone to Lu Mansion to investigate. Old Master Lu answered the questions of the investigation team one by one. The investigation team did not find out the reason, but brought back an extra message to the Lord of Jinsha Star. Are you saying that the Lord of Shenong Star is a guest at Lu Mansion? The Lord of Jinsha Star asked. The subordinate answered respectfully, Yes, Lord. Is it the Lord of Shenong Star who is very good at growing vegetables? The Lord of Shenong Star who likes to come to our planet to gamble on stones? The Lord of Jinsha Star confirmed repeatedly. That's right, Lord. Quick! Quick! Arrange a car. The Lord of Jinsha Star was not calm. He was a loyal fan of Shenong Star. He must log into the Shenong Star live broadcast room every day to watch the live broadcast. But his hand speed was too slow, and he basically couldn't grab the products in the live broadcast room. It was not until the last Jinsha Star Gambling Stone Conference that a little girl became famous. The new Jinsha Lord went to check and found out that she was the Shenong Star Lord. She seemed to like to come to Jinsha Star to gamble on stones. She had come 2 or 3 times before and after, and each time she came back with a full load. She is worthy of being his fan. The Jinsha Star Lord hurried to Lu Mansion. He had just sent off the investigation team and welcomed the Planet Lord, which frightened Mr. Lu. Lord, why are you here? I am sorry for not welcoming you in person. Old Master Lu quickly adjusted his attitude and greeted him warmly. Yes. The Lord of Jinsha Star suppressed his eagerness. Fortunately, he still remembered his identity as a lord and put on airs in time. However, he couldn't help asking old Master Lu before he had put on airs for a minute. "I heard that you have a distinguished guest here?" Old Master Lu was as shrewd as a person and immediately understood the purpose of the Lord of the planet. "Indeed, there is a guest." After he finished speaking, Yunwan happened to appear, and old Master Lu immediately introduced the Lord of Jinsha Star to her. "Lord, this is the Lord of Shenong Star." "Hello." "Hello." The Lord of Jinshan Star bowed respectfully. "Nice to meet you." Yunwan looked at the Lord of Jinsha Star with a smile on his face, and felt that he was too enthusiastic. This trip was a private trip, and she didn't want to visit the local lords. She didn't know why this lord came uninvited. However, everyone is a guest. "Hello." Yunwan responded indifferently, guessing that maybe he wanted to buy vegetables with her. Sure enough, the two of them sat and chatted about the vegetable garden. They talked very speculatively. Mainly the Lord of Jinsha Star praised. Yunwan showed off. One was satisfied with showing off, and the other was satisfied with chasing stars. It was hard not to get along. Yunwan was not willing to give these people a backdoor. But since they were so sweet, it was too pitiful that they could not even eat. So she sold some of her food to him, which moved the Lord of Jinsha Star to tears. "Lord, why don't you become the Lord of Jinsha Star?" The Lord of Jinsha Star suddenly had an idea. Yunwan almost spit out the tea she had just drunk when she thought of it. "No. You are doing a good job." She quickly declined. "I don't know why I often hear this recently. Has the Lord of a planet become so worthless?" Yunwan shook her body. She didn't want to add more work to herself. However, the Lord of Jinsha Star didn't hear Yunwan's polite words. He lowered his head in shame, and said in a low voice, "Lord, compared with you, I am far behind. Alas, to be honest, Jinsha Star is getting more and more difficult now. Probably, before long, there will be no Jinsha Star in the interstellar space." "How can it be so?" Yunwan was puzzled. Although Jinsha Star is relatively desolate, it has pillar industries and good people's livelihood. The people live and work in peace and contentment. There is no news of war recently. Why does the Lord of Jinsha Star look like Jinsha Star is about to die? These things are the top secrets of Jinsha Star. They should not be told to someone who has only met a few times. Moreover, the current occasion is not suitable for sharing such important news. However, seeing Yunwan, the Lord of Jinsha Star really wants to share. He is not doing well in the Lord Circle. Small lords are not valued. Small lords do have exchanges with each other, but every planet has its own problems. Sharing these things will only add to the troubles. He also knows that his social network can't help him, and it's useless to talk about it. But Yunwan was different. He had seen too many of Yunwan's deeds and achievements. Although the other party was nominally a small planet lord like him, he knew that there was an essential difference. He had been a small planet lord for decades, and the other party's planet had not yet been evaluated and reviewed, but it had expanded to 2 or 3 planets in just a few months. He had only one Jinsha planet for so many years. Yunwan's strength can be seen from this. He had no chance to communicate with such an excellent lord as Yunwan. So when his idol appeared in front of him, even if it was a planetary secret, he couldn't help but tell her, holding a little hope of learning from her. Jinsha Star has gathered all his efforts, and he is unwilling to give up just like that. "Lord, you don't know? Jinsha Star has too serious desertification, which has always been a big problem." As soon as the Lord of Jinsha Star said this, Yunwan guessed about it. She was also curious about this when she came to Jinsha Star earlier. A planet without any green can actually develop social civilization. She always thought that the level of interstellar technology was high, but now she knows that it is just struggling to support. "We originally had an oasis, which was the star treasure of our Jinsha Star. Now, this oasis is getting smaller and smaller. Many plants have withered and become extinct. They can no longer survive on Jinsha Star. It is indeed a problem." Yunwan tapped the table with her index finger. The Lord of Jinsha Star nodded heavily, looking at Yunwan with expectation, hoping that she could find a good way to solve the problem. Yunwan did have a way. In the past, in order to solve the pollution problem of Shenong Star, she planted some desert roses on Shenong Star. Desert roses can adapt to harsh environments and grow fast. After the pollution problem was solved, it has now become an invasive species that gives Yunwan a headache. She has set aside a piece of land to plant flowers, but the growth rate of desert roses is beyond imagination. In order to control the number of species, She could only clean them up manually. There are now countless desert roses in the system space. This method solved one problem, but brought a new one. If there is a plant that can survive in almost all environments, but its reproduction speed is amazing and will persecute native species, do you want to use it to solve land desertification? Yunwan asked. The Lord of Jinsha Star's eyes lit up. Is there such a good thing? Yunwan felt that he might have underestimated the severity of the desertification problem on Jinsha Star. He even thought that introducing invasive species was a good solution. So the desertification problem on Jinsha Star was indeed so serious that the scientific and technological power of the Interstellar could not reverse it. Or, maybe it can be reversed. But no one is willing to spend a lot of money to do such a thing without benefit. Rather than saving a dying planet, it is better to directly exchange it for a new planet full of vitality. Anyway, there is no shortage of planets in the interstellar space. Humans always like to do whatever they want irresponsibly. Lord, do you mean you have such a plant? The Lord of Jinsha Star asked cautiously. He didn't even dare to breathe, for fear that he would not be able to hear Yunwan's answer if he spoke louder. Yes. After receiving Yunwan's affirmative answer, the Lord of Jinsha Star did not even have the thought of doubt. When you think there is no way out, you will find a way out. He simply felt that Jinsha Star was the chosen one, blessed by God, and returned to such a critical moment, and happened to meet a savior, and his fate took a 180-degree turn from then on. Lord, I don't know if I should say something. Okay. As long as the Lord of Jinsha Star does not mind the side effects of desert roses, Yunwan is happy to sell some desert roses. Lord Jinsha was in tears. Although he knew that his idol was a good person, and would not deliberately embarrass others, he really did not expect her to be so straightforward. Don't be sentimental. Yunwan raised her hand to stop Lord Jinsha from saying the rest of the story. Business is business. Talking about feelings costs money. She was afraid that she would feel too sorry for Lord Jinsha, and would not be willing to accept the money. Oh, okay. Then, Lord, can I pay 500,000 star coins each for 6? I don't mean that this plant is not valuable, but I can't afford that much money at the moment. Jinsha Star is actually quite well developed among all the small planets. If it hadn't been decertified, the family assets would definitely be more than 3 million. But the key is that maintaining desertification is a money-burning thing. Yunwan stretched out her finger and shook it. Ah, is it not possible? Lord, don't be angry. I was just daydreaming. Then can I buy one for 3 million? Yunwan didn't expect the Lord of Jinsha Star to raise the price so actively, as if he was afraid that she would not sell it. Too honest. She would never let an honest person suffer a loss. It's not that expensive. Yunwan chuckled, easing the tense atmosphere created by the Lord of Jinsha Star. 10,000 star coins per rose. Yunwan still felt like a profiteer after she finished speaking. However, the desert rose was worthless to Yunwan, but it was indeed a priceless treasure to the Lord of Jinsha Star, and could solve the urgent problem. She still had to make the money she deserved. 10,000. The Lord of Jinsha Star was stunned by such a cheap price. He really met a good person. He didn't support the wrong person. He announced that the Lord was his lifelong idol. Family members. Who understands? How can an idol who actively reduces the price to sell expensive plants be so fond of her fans? The Lord of Jinsha Star looked at Yunwan with starry eyes. Can you imagine a middle-aged uncle in his 30s looking at a girl the same age as his daughter, with the eyes of a cute star-chasing girl? It's terrible. Yunwan experienced the disgusting feeling of middle-aged fans. As a fan, how can you support your idol? The Lord of Jinsha Star thinks that it must be buying. Buying? Go crazy for idols. Support idols' careers. Spend more money for idols. Originally, he would buy 100 desert roses for 10,000 star coins, and use the rest of the money to maintain the operation of the planet. But now, he is excited and thinks it is not impossible to buy 300 or 400. Lord, I want 350 plants. The Lord of Jinsha Star said proudly. Although he knew that this money was nothing to Yunwan, he just wanted to spend more money. Unfortunately, Yunwan gave up this unnecessary idea. I advise you not to do that. Desert roses reproduce faster than you think. Yunwan's friendly reminder. Finally, Yunwan bought 150 desert roses. After sending off the Lord of Jinsha Star, seeing that he had not reacted to the large-scale machine paralysis caused by Ah Huang, Yunwan felt that it was time for her to go home. By the way, take the damn mermaid back and sing for 10 days. Then study it inside and out. Otherwise it would be unfair to what this fish did to her. On the way back, Yunwan did not meet Lu Huai. As if he had suddenly disappeared from the face of the earth. She felt a little sad. It seemed that they could not go back to the comfortable mode of getting along before. However, it was okay this way, as she just hadn't figured out how to treat Lu Huai. Back on Shannon Star, Yunwan threw the mermaid rudely to Dr. Lin. Study it for me. Study it hard. Yunwan showed an evil smile like Zhou Pai, which frightened Lan so much that he trembled. After Yunwan left the sanatorium, Lan met a pair of piercing eyes. An old man looked at him like a treasure. What are you doing? Lan stuttered. He didn't use his damn charm. Besides, his ability is only useful for the opposite sex. Why is this old man looking at him like this? Could it be he is an old lady? No, he didn't use his ability. In extreme panic, Lan was released from the cage. He thought he was going to be tortured inhumanely. But he didn't expect that a table of delicious food would suddenly be placed in front of him. He looked at the attentive old man doubtfully and asked nervously, For me? That's right. You're welcome. Dr. Lin looked at the new species and liked it. For a researcher, there is nothing more exciting than discovering a new species. Sure enough, following the lore to eat meat. It's much better than treating the general diligently for more than 10 years. Can he change jobs? Yunwan didn't know that Lan had lived a wonderful life of eating, drinking, chatting and gossiping in the hands of Dr. Lin. Something happened in her self-service supermarket. And the self-service supermarket was surrounded by a group of well-trained soldiers. How could this be possible? It was against Tian Gang. How could anyone dare to act wildly in her territory? Yunwan drank milk tea and called Hu Yuanyang to inquire about the situation. If you are threatened, just blink your eyes, Yunwan said seriously. Ah? Hu Yuanyang didn't understand. He glanced at the fenced supermarket and roughly understood why Yunwan was looking for him. Lord, I didn't know you were back. Now I'm reporting to you about my work during this period. Through Hu Yuanyang's explanation, Yunwan knew why so many people appeared here. Booking the whole place? Yunwan was puzzled. You said that these people who came from nowhere booked the self-service supermarket. Yunwan checked the purchase records of the self-service supermarket. From the beginning of these people booking the whole place to today, there was no purchase record. Could it be that they booked the supermarket to visit inside? Lord, they are from Tianqi Star. But I think they are not ordinary people. And their identities may not be real. Besides, they didn't cause any trouble. So I didn't drive them away. You did the right thing. Yunwan affirmed Hu Yuanyang's approach. At this time, it is safer to have people in the open than in the dark. Yunwan observed this group of people for 2 days, and found that they always gathered in the daily necessities area. She suddenly understood. As soon as the daily necessities area appeared, she blocked it in time. The only one who knew that the daily necessities area was different was that elegant woman, the Empress of the Empire. Did they send people to buy equipment? Unfortunately, the purchase channel had been closed by her a long time ago. Every time the daily necessities area was updated, she would use the Lord's authority to buy all the equipment. There was never too much equipment. She didn't have enough for herself, let alone selling it to others. Besides, it was best to take people by surprise when equipment was used. The equipment in the daily necessities area was very effective if used well. These people obviously also know the goodness of the equipment. Yunwan is worried that if the equipment really attracts the covetousness of the royal family, these people will not be able to buy the equipment and will take extreme measures. She didn't expect that she would contact Lu Huai after that incident because of this group of mysterious people. Do you know them? The group of people surrounding the self-service supermarket. She admitted that this move was a test. Lu Huai was not the only one from the capital star. She could obviously ask Dr. Lin or Qian Zhuang, but she still chose to ask Lu Huai. The time of waiting for the news was a bit painful, but fortunately Lu Huai replied quickly. How could he be there? Yunwan knew that Lu Huai knew that group of people, but that was not so important now. She breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, it was not as awkward as she imagined. The news seemed to be the stone that broke the ice between Yunwan and Lu Huai. She thought their relationship would return to the same state, but she did not expect that when she was about to ask in detail, Lu Huai suddenly appeared in front of her and hugged her tightly. At that moment, Yunwan's mind was blank, and countless unknown symbols were mixed up in her head. The first thing he said when they met was, I thought you ignored me. His voice was trembling, as if he had suffered countless grievances. Yunwan was held so tightly that she couldn't breathe, and she struggled reflexively, too tight. Lu Huai. Lu Huai obeyed and let go. Lord. He addressed her the same way as before, and even his tone didn't change much. He kept a step away from Yunwan, and his emotions had calmed down. Yunwan rubbed his arm that was hurt by the pressure, except for the fact that his body suddenly lost a temperature that didn't belong to him. The words just now had already gone with the wind, as if they were hallucinations, as if they had never happened. For a moment, Yunwan didn't know what to say. However, after Yunwan took the first step, Lu Huai felt that it was not difficult even if he took 99 steps. He was always very sensitive to Yunwan's mood. If she felt embarrassed, he could not show up, giving her time to adjust and digest until she was willing to see him again. There was a lot of time, and he could wait for a long time. Of course, this time was also limited. If the Lord was going to keep escaping, he would have to do something annoying. Fortunately, the Lord contacted him before he had to wait too long. Now, he had already found a topic for their meeting. He is the Emperor of the Empire. The leader of the Empire? Yunwan looked solemn. Sending a leader to a remote planet to buy equipment shows how much they value these equipment. Things were more difficult than Yunwan thought. She thought that the Empire would not give up this batch of magical equipment easily. If she made up her mind not to sell it, she would be guilty of possessing a treasure even though she was innocent. She would inevitably become the target of public criticism. She has made too many enemies in the interstellar space, so there is no need to push everyone to the enemy camp. She already had an idea in her heart, but she still wanted to ask Lu Huai's opinion. Although Lu Huai worked for the royal family, she had a hunch that Lu Huai would not harm her. Do you think I should sell the equipment? She asked. Lu Huai said without thinking, Lord, will selling equipment harm your interests? Yunwan shook her head. Then I suggest selling it, Lu Huai said. With this batch of equipment, the soldiers on the front line can better resist the Zerg attack. Yunwan was surprised. The equipment is for the frontline soldiers? She thought the Empire was engaging in an arms race. If it was for the frontline soldiers, the nature would be completely different. She also enjoyed a share of the peace created by the frontline soldiers. Not to mention the equipment. Even if she was needed to go to the frontline one day, she would not hesitate. Yunwan's thoughts gradually became firm. She said to Lu Huai, Lu Huai, you are familiar with them. Invite them to the Lord's mansion. Okay. It can be heard that Lu Huai is very happy. His voice rarely fluctuates like this. Lu Huai was very efficient. And soon the Emperor of the Empire was invited to the Lord's mansion. When Yunwan arrived, Lu Huai was being criticized. Look at you. A great general of the Empire. You have been in this shitty place for a few days, and now you have learned to beg for mercy. I went on a secret visit, but you told others your identity directly. You almost sold out your underwear in front of the Emperor of the Empire. Lu Huai was like a primary school student who was caught and scolded by the teacher. He stood straight and listened attentively. When Yunwan entered the room, the Emperor stopped talking and glanced at Yunwan. Lord Shannon Star. Hello. He greeted her first, and did not look down on Yunwan because she was young. On the contrary, he felt that each generation was stronger than the previous one, and there were many talents in the interstellar space, which showed that he, as a king, was doing a very good job. Hello, Emperor Jun. Yunwan was neither humble nor arrogant, sitting in the main seat, and got straight to the point. I know why Emperor Jun came here this time. Did you use the items that Madame bought last time? The effect is good. Emperor Jun nodded. Unlike technological products, the effects of those equipment are magical, not in line with common sense, and often unexpected. But the quantity is too small. Very good, Yunwan said. So I want to buy more this time. Jun Huan continued. However, we have been waiting for a week without any restocking, and it has been sold out. Doesn't the Lord plan to sell it to the outside world? Originally, I didn't plan to sell it. Jun Huang did not move, quietly waiting for Yunwan's next words. Jun Huang, the equipment can be sold to the Empire, but I have two conditions. You say, Jun Huang said. First, the weapons and equipment can never be used on my planet. And second, they cannot be used to initiate war. The two conditions made Jun Huang ponder. He could understand the first one, and it was easy to meet it. The second one was that he could not initiate a war, which was quite restrictive. I didn't expect that the Lord of Shenong Star was a pacifist. No wonder he felt a peaceful power from her the first time he saw her. Okay. Jun Huang agreed. At worst, he would not use the equipment of Shenong Star if he initiated a war. Besides, the main purpose of his purchase of equipment was to fight against the vicious Zerg. He was not that stupid to start a war within his jurisdiction. Yunwan took out a new contract card from the system space, and the two signed the contract. Jun Huang felt the power of the oath, and was once again amazed at the strangeness of Shenong Star. He was very confident in the power of interstellar technology. But it was undeniable that this mysterious thing was beyond the scope of what technology could explain. The items provided by Shenong Star contained new rules and a new world. And these would bring great shock to the interstellar world. He was very sure of this. Fortunately, he discovered it early, and everything was under control. The head of an empire will not allow anything uncontrollable to happen in his country. After reaching a consensus on the principal issues, the next step was easy. How much equipment do you want to buy? Yunwan asked. After talking for so long, she felt a little dry in the mouth and took a sip of water. Well, let's buy one worth 1 billion first. The emperor was calm and indifferent. But Yunwan was shocked and sprayed the water in his mouth. What's wrong? You decide the price, and then give the report to my finance minister. Yunwan wiped her mouth and waved her hand. My emperor, there is not enough equipment worth 1 billion at one time, so we can only give it in batches. Okay. Yunwan asked Hu Yuanyang to draft a contract, and both parties signed it after reading it. The emperor clearly felt that it was different from the last contract. This contract was very ordinary. He was very curious about how the equipment on Shenong Star was made, and why it had such a magical effect. The first batch of equipment was 2/3 of Yunwan's inventory, and it filled a whole spaceship. The guards brought by the emperor could not sit down, so they had to sell tickets to go back. Because it was the first cooperation, Yunwan needed to go to the capital star in person to answer questions about the use of weapons. Not long after returning, Yunwan had to go out again. This time, Yunwan brought along the former troublemaker Jiang Di. After training on Shenong Star for a few months, his discipline had improved, but his words could still make people angry. Going to the capital star would encounter many monsters, so it would be a good idea to bring him along. After irritating his own family for so long, it was time to irritate others. Yunwan didn't plan to bring the 7 little ones, as they were too conspicuous. But she couldn't bear the pitiful looks they all gave her, so she only brought the human-shaped Yunge. The outside world is too dangerous. I can't protect you well for now, so I have to hide you, and don't let those people find out your differences. The little beast man knew the seriousness of the matter, and sensibly stopped pestering Yunwan. He prepared to explore the planet with the enlightenment teacher arranged by Qiaoyu. Yunge knew that his friends couldn't go with him. He was happy and sad at the same time. He and Miao Miao promised, I will buy you many gifts. Okay. Make a pinky promise. Ah Huang loves all kinds of gifts. When he heard there were gifts, he was no longer depressed. The little ones digested their emotions by themselves and came out of their depression. Yunwan breathed a sigh of relief. The most delicate Ah Huang did not cry. She was so sensible that it made people feel distressed. The Black Ram organization is really a troublesome thing. One day, she will eradicate this organization. The personnel were determined, and they were ready to board the ship soon. Because Jun Huang was traveling secretly, he only brought a small spaceship. Now the spaceship was full of equipment. It was not realistic for Jun Huang to sell tickets and take a passenger ship. Yunwan was just about to go on a starship trip, so she invited Emperor Jun to go with them. The Lord is really young and has a starship at such a young age. The last time someone so powerful was Lu Huai. After Emperor Jun finished speaking, he paused before boarding the ship. The starship in front of him looked familiar. Emperor Jun boarded the starship and stood on the deck to look around. Is this a warship made by the Empire? He asked, turning to look at Lu Huai. Yes. Yunwan didn't notice the interaction between Emperor Jun and Lu Huai. Lu Sham will come to the restaurant to eat in the future and pledge it for his VIP card. Use the money of a starship to go to a restaurant? The Emperor raised his eyebrows. His eyes did not leave Lu Huai. Lu Huai looked normal when he was stared at. The Emperor was a little confused. Lu Huai was originally the person he was most optimistic about to become the commander. But unfortunately, the heavens are jealous of talents. The more outstanding, the more hardships they have to endure than ordinary people. This child of heaven died at the peak of his career. He was very sad that the empire lost a general. And now this general was doing some extravagant things. He should have been even more sad. But the object of his extravagance was the empire's new partner, the Lord of Shenong Star. The emperor felt that Lu Huai was a good guy. Staring at the emperor's gaze from I don't understand to I understand. Lu Huai didn't know what was going on in the emperor's mind. The things were his. He could give them to whomever he wanted. Even the emperor couldn't control it. So Lu Huai didn't worry that the emperor would cause trouble for him because of this. However, he had just settled down in his room when he was summoned by the emperor. General Lu, the emperor asked you to go to his room for a private talk. Lu Huai was puzzled, thinking as he walked, until he knocked on the door of Emperor Jun. But he still couldn't guess why Emperor Jun called him over so late at night. The door opened, and Emperor Jun sat on the leather sofa. Come on, Lu Huai. Sit down. He winked at the guard who opened the door. And the guard left the room, closed the door, and stood guard at the door. What does Emperor Jun want to talk to me about? Lu Huai asked. Ha! Don't be nervous. Just chat casually, Emperor Jun said in a relaxed tone. You kid. No wonder you haven't returned to the capital star. Why? Have you fallen for that girl? Can't we be apart for even a day? The emperor's joke didn't make Lu Huai smile, but made him even colder. I thought the emperor knew why I didn't go back. The emperor choked, then laughed again. You really haven't changed. You're the same as before. If it were someone else, they would probably have used the ladder to go down. Don't blame your parents. Oh, let's not talk about those unhappy things. Answer my question first. Have you fallen for the Lord of Shenong Star? The emperor spoke casually, no longer the solemn and dignified leader in the eyes of outsiders, but a gossipy middle-aged man. Lu Huai didn't want to talk about personal matters. The emperor is busy with all kinds of affairs, so he doesn't need to be bothered by these trivial matters. How can this be a trivial matter? The emperor shouted. The emperor's attitude made Lu Huai instantly understand the main reason for today's secret talk. The emperor's intention was already very obvious. The emperor wanted to sign a red line between him and Yun Wan. Yun Wan was the new partner of the empire, and the cooperative relationship was not that strong. It happened that he knew Yun Wan, and the matter of the starship made the emperor's excellent political talent discover a glimmer of opportunity. The marriage between the general of the empire and a lord can not only strengthen the bond between the two parties, but also completely pull Yun Wan into the empire. Obviously, Lu Huai protected Shenong Star for this purpose at the beginning, but now he is rebelling. No, before the emperor proposed it, he refused. Lu Huai, do you know, as an imperial soldier, you have no right to refuse. The emperor suddenly became serious. You like her, and the marriage will not harm you. Why do you force you to do something you don't want to do? Lu Huai was silent. Heh. You've been out there for so long, and you dare to disobey me? If I didn't have so many sons, do you think it would be your turn? The emperor slammed the table, and the water cup on the table trembled and spilled a few drops, as if he couldn't bear the emperor's anger. Seeing that Lu Huai still looked like he was not angry, the emperor threatened, Lu Huai, if you don't want to do this, there are many people who want to do it. I think your cousin is not bad. Do you think he would be happy? Lu Huai looked unhappy. Okay, Lu Huai said, but even if I am willing to marry, the Lord will not agree. That's not necessarily true. The emperor leaned against the backrest. He believed in his own judgment. That girl definitely had feelings for his good general. Both of them were not innocent. You are such a blockhead. If you want others to like you, you have to take the initiative. Who would like you with a serious face? The emperor patted Lu Huai's shoulder. Come, take these materials back and study them carefully, and apply them. When the time is right, I will grant you marriage. The emperor waved his hand and sent Lu Huai more than a dozen GB of information. Lu Huai opened it and saw that it was all must-read for top 10 boyfriends. 10 ways to chase your wife. Teaching you how to become a qualified dog licker. Lu Huai, these books still exist in the interstellar? The starship sailed in the vast Milky Way, and soon, it sailed from the edge of the map to the center. The prosperous capital star will welcome their most distinguished guests. Chapter 137. Early in the morning, the equipment had arrived at the armaments department. Several senior officers in the armaments department received news that a team from a remote star system was coming to teach them how to use the new equipment. Zhao Shuryan took a quick look. There were some cloths and some miscellaneous things that looked like children's toys. These things are called new equipment. They are almost like waste. It is unknown which shameless planetary lord donated them to the capital star to get close to the royal family. But the emperor was so happy that he did not know how to refuse. So he asked the armaments department to collect the garbage. Early in the morning, several senior officers of Zhao Shuryan were unhappy with these junk. But they were ordered to wait for training. It's funny to send this kind of thing to the front line. Zhao Shuryan slammed the table. After sending away that idiot team, I will report to the emperor immediately. They don't treat our armament department as human beings. Yes, we are the armament department, not a garbage recycling station, said another senior officer Li Lianhai. When the capital star armament department was dissatisfied, Jiang Di led 25 people in the team to the armament department. Jiang Di thought that he would not be valued by the lord. When he saw Ma Yeding accompanying the lord on a trip, he was so envious. He did not expect that it would be his turn so soon. This time he must perform well and try to leave a good impression on the lord so that he can continue to take him with him next time. Although the lord arranged the time at 10 a.m., Jiang Di got up early and formed a team. He set off at 7 a.m. and soon arrived at the armaments department. He thought he could go directly to the armaments department and complete the task quickly. But he ran into a wall at the door. This is the armaments department. No outsiders are allowed to enter, said the guard at the door. Seeing Jiang Di with more than 20 people, the guard set up heavy machine guns and looked at Jiang Di defensively, as if he was a dangerous person. At this moment, Jiang Di could still understand. After all, he had not yet introduced himself. I am from the training team of Shenong Star. Jiang Di's temper changed a lot in Shenong Star. In this strange place, he didn't want to cause trouble for the lord. But the guards obviously didn't understand his good intentions and mocked. What a bullshit training team. We have never heard of it. Shenong Star training team? I say, do you know where this is? This is the capital star, the most prosperous and advanced planet in the entire galaxy. Do you think we need training from a quack planet? Let us go to your place to train you. You are so shameless, a guard whispered. Jiang Di moved his jaw. The amiability on his face faded, and his eyes became sharp. His finger bones were creaking. Are you sure you didn't receive the notice? No. The guard swore solemnly. How ridiculous. This capital star is too arrogant. Boss, they won't let us in. So let's go. It's just to save trouble. Let's go play after get off work. The guards were excited. Jiang Di raised his hand to stop them. You're right. The guards gloated over his rejection. But Jiang Di was not anxious at all. He calmly opened the smart brain and said while recording, I'll tell the lord that we have been here. But they didn't let us in. Jiang Di has been working in the market since he was a child. And he is more cunning than these guards, who were born in a poor family. He will not give anyone a chance to bite him back. Sure enough, the guards were in a commotion after watching his video. And the leader said quickly, wait a minute. I will confirm with the higher-ups first. Jiang Di smiled. It seems that he guessed right. The guards looked down on them and wanted to stop him outside. They also wanted to say that they were not punctual and put the blame on them. It was really weird. If the lord had not given him a task, he would have to teach these bastards a lesson. The guard quickly made a fake phone call and let Jiang Di enter the gate of the armament department. The guards were not satisfied with this result. Why can they come in whenever they want? What do we think? Is this their way of treating guests? If they were not eager to buy our equipment, who would be willing to make this trip? Don't talk nonsense. Just complete our mission, Jiang Di said indifferently. He had foreseen that this training trip would be very easy. The other party was arrogant and did not let him train, which was just to save trouble. He just went there to complete the mission. Why not? As for the prejudice of the capital star people against Shenong Star, he didn't need to waste his breath to change it. Anyway, they would not see each other many times in the future. They were just frogs in the well, so there was no need to pay attention to them. Gold will always shine, and they will always find the wonders of the equipment and regret what they did today. There is no need for him to take action. Time will punish them. As Jiang Di expected, the senior military officer who met them dismissed them with a few words. We know how to use these equipment, so there is no need to bother you to train them. Besides, we have recently produced a batch of new equipment, and these are not very useful for the time being. Zhao Shuryan's words showed his disdain. Jiang Di had no objection, but he wanted to avoid the possibility of taking responsibility afterwards. Okay, Then you should communicate with your superiors. You have learned how to use the equipment. After all, we have to complete the mission. Zhao Shiyan just wanted to get rid of these people he considered stupid as soon as possible. In just one sentence, he communicated with the director of the armament department. And Jiang Di left with his people in satisfaction. You don't have to do the work, but you can still get the money. This kind of good thing can come more often. When leaving, Jiang Di even hummed a little tune happily. Zhao Shiyan looked at him with a frown, turned around and reported to the emperor. Emperor Jun, I want to discuss the new equipment with you. Emperor Jun quickly replied, have you learned it? Well, I have. But I think these weapons. Before Zhao Shiyan finished speaking, Emperor Jun interrupted. It's okay if you have learned it. You should write a report now. Record the various characteristics, effects, and usage methods of the new equipment, and test the specific data later. This task stunned Zhao Shiyan. I'm afraid this batch of equipment is not necessary. Zhao Shiyan politely refused. The emperor frowned across the intelligent computer screen. Feeling bad? What do you mean? Zhao Shiyan, are you sure you have learned how to use this batch of equipment? The king's wrath was thunderous. Zhao Shiyan was frightened and sweated, and hurriedly said, I have learned it. King, so I don't think it is necessary to pay so much attention to these things. The king laughed in anger. You call this batch of equipment that I spent 10 days and half a month and spent 1 billion to buy a thing? Zhao Shiyan, what the hell are you? Let your director contact me. Zhao Shiyan felt that he had made a big mistake. So he quickly contacted the director and asked him to say a few good words in front of the emperor. What made the emperor so angry? The director of the armament department asked. It's the new equipment. Zhao Shiyan didn't understand what he did wrong. He really couldn't understand why the emperor, who was so wise, would spend a lot of money to buy such impractical things. This made the director look up to the equipment. He was not a fool like Zhao Shiyan. He really didn't know how he could sit in the position of a senior officer with such emotional intelligence. You can't even read people's expressions. Jun Huang, I heard you have something to ask me. Zhao Shiyan told me it was about the new equipment. This Zhao Shiyan is too unreliable. I asked him to learn how to use the equipment, but he was lazy and didn't learn it. And he even drove him away. I asked him to invite him back immediately. Humph. Keep a closer eye. Seeing that Jun Huang didn't pursue the matter, the director breathed a sigh of relief and sent another message to Zhao Shiyan without stopping. No matter what method you use, how to drive people away, how to invite them back. Zhao Shiyan felt wronged. He thought that the director could take back the order if he told the emperor. How could they all be so confused? What can be learned from that? Stop talking nonsense. This is the emperor's order. Military orders cannot be violated. Do you want to disobey military orders? I'll go find someone right away. Zhao Shiyan never thought that things would change, and he would have to hire a stupid trainer from a wild planet one day. Now he has no contact information, and he can't find the person. After working hard for a long time, he went to the director for help in frustration. Director, I can't find anyone. This time he really didn't do it on purpose. Zhao Shiyan, you are such a fool. What else can you do besides causing trouble? The director could only go find someone in person. But Yun Wan was on a secret trip to the capital star this time, and the emperor didn't want to expose this important transaction to the nobles. So the director searched for a long time, but couldn't find Jiang Di. With such a large training team and more than 20 people, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Finally, the director had no choice but to report the truth to the emperor. Are you tired of being the director of the armament department? The emperor was furious. 1 or 2 of them were not rookies. They couldn't even do such a small thing. And they also offended the training group. If they played tricks during the training and didn't show their true abilities, the equipment would be wasted. They really knew how to find trouble for him. The emperor didn't have the nerve to go to Yun Wan to talk about the training again. He turned around and hugged the queen and acted like a spoiled child. Madam, can you discuss it with the Lord of Shenong Star? Okay. I really owe you. It's because the people under my command are unreliable. When asking someone to do something, you need to show sincerity. And the queen is no exception. She planned to invite Yun Wan to visit the palace. Yun Shuang had helped Yun Wan before, and Yun Wan had sent food to Yun Shuang. Lu Huai was also familiar with Yun Wan. They could eat and drink together. Yun Wan would definitely not refuse such a small thing. The queen had a good plan. But unfortunately, The news of inviting Yunwan to the palace was leaked. Several nobles knew that the queen was going to entertain a distinguished guest, but they didn't know that the distinguished guest was Yunwan. So they all sent invitations to join in the fun. The queen looked at the beeping brain and pulled the corner of her mouth. This palace is really leaking like a sieve. It's time to check it out. There are spies everywhere. What's this? She wanted to. But it was impossible to exclude dissidents at once. She could only expand a small gathering into a small-scale party and invite all the 4 major families. They like to be so lively. One day they will be so lively that they will die. The banquet started soon. People from the 4 major families arrived at the palace one after another. While chatting with familiar people, they scanned the hall. They always looked at unfamiliar figures twice, for fear of missing this distinguished guest. As the host, the queen waited in the banquet hall early, and she was furious when she saw the 4 major families scheming for advantage. These people arrived early and did not miss any clues, which was really Sima Zhao's intention. Qin Yan also attended this banquet. She came with Qin's mother. She did not come to see the so-called distinguished guests, but wanted to see Lu Ran or the eldest prince. Of course, he wanted to see Lu Ran more. This new general of the Lu family has been very popular recently. How many noble girls are eager to try and intend to win this rich son-in-law? Qin Yan was no exception. She was excellent in every aspect, so she wanted the best marriage. Unfortunately, she waited and waited, but what was supposed to come never came. She couldn't help but complain to her mother beside her. People are not here yet. How long do we have to wait? Is this distinguished guest so proud? She actually made us from the 4 major families wait for her. Mother Qin was also a little impatient, and looked around and said, "Wait. Everyone is waiting." Then she saw Mrs. G appear not far away, so she smiled and went over to talk to her. "Mrs. G is here too," said Qin's mother. She was not in a bad mood at the moment, and could not wait to show the other guests her relationship with the G family. Does Mrs. G have any inside information about who this distinguished guest is? Mrs. G had already seen Qin's mother. It was within her expectation that Qin's mother would come over to talk to her. Seeing that Qin's mother did not know the identity of this distinguished guest, she felt relieved. "I don't know," she said briefly. She had been feeling uneasy since she heard that the royal family was entertaining distinguished guests. There are only a handful of people in the interstellar world who can be called honored guests by the royal family. She is worried that this is the one she least wants to see. However, if Qin's mother is not aware of this, then this honored guest must not be Yunwan. As long as it is not Yunwan, everything will be fine. Although this idea is too weird, she really thinks so in her heart. Yunwan is different from other people in the interstellar world. Then Madame G lost interest in talking to Qin's mother and turned to chat with other honored ladies. Qin's mother could only smile awkwardly on the side. Soon, the door of the banquet hall opened, and an elegant figure appeared in the backlight. The unique aura attracted everyone's attention for a moment, and the 4 nobles looked towards the door. It was a young girl. Many nobles knew this girl because they had watched the live broadcast. She had transformed from her immaturity at the beginning to maturity and stability. At this time, she stepped on high heels and slowly appeared on the stage like a queen. Her brilliance overshadowed everyone present, including the people behind her. After the door of the banquet hall was closed, others found that the girl was followed by more than 20 guards, all of whom were brave and extraordinary. She was the last to appear on stage, and everyone supported her. They knew without thinking that this was the distinguished guest that the royal family wanted to entertain. When Madame G saw Yunwan, her eyes were red with anger. The scene she least wanted to see still happened. "Why is it her?" Someone asked what Madame G was thinking. She turned around and saw that the person who spoke was Qin's mother. This made Madame G laugh. "Mrs. Qin, you hid it very well. You must have deceived us," Mrs. G said sarcastically. "Your daughter is a distinguished guest. How could you not know this?" Mother Qin was so embarrassed that she didn't know what to say. Mrs. G snorted and ignored her. Mother Qin didn't dare to say that she had a bad relationship with Yunwan. After all, indirectly speaking, she got on the big ship of the G family because of Yunwan, so she could only take the blame. Unfortunately, today was destined to be an uneasy day for Mother Qin. Mrs. G's voice was quite loud just now, and many people around heard her relationship with Yunwan. Soon, many people came up to ask her why she didn't say hello to Yunwan, or why Yunwan didn't say hello to her. Probably because she didn't see him. Mother Qin's smile was about to stop. Let's go. Yin. Let's go see my sister. After saying that, Mother Qin quickly pulled Qin Yen out of the crowd. After finally getting away, she could still feel the crowd's vague scrutiny, as if they wanted to confirm her relationship with Yunwan with their own eyes. Mother Qin's teeth were about to break. How could a noble be so gossipy? What's the difference between them and those petty people in the market? But Mother Qin had been put on the spot, so she could only bite the bullet and go forward to greet Yunwan. Before she got closer, she heard Yunwan and the queen laughing and talking happily, thinking that Yunwan should not be so rude in such an occasion, which would make everyone look bad. Walking over, she deliberately said in a brisk tone, Wan, I didn't expect you to be the distinguished guest of the royal banquet. Qin Yen, who was standing by, also agreed. Sister, why didn't you tell Mom when you came back? Mom is always worried about you. There was a questioning tone in her voice, as if Yunwan was an unfilial daughter. This operation confused Yunwan. She thought that the Qin family would at least be more sensible and not hang around in front of her. It seems that she still thinks that the Qin family is too smart. Before Yunwan spoke, Yuan Shuang had already said indignantly, Why does Madame Qin want to make trouble for herself? Why didn't Wan contact you when she came back? Don't you know it in your heart? The person who spoke was just a junior. But Mother Qin was not afraid. I was too concerned about the past. But there is no overnight hatred between mother and daughter. Shuang, please don't talk nonsense and destroy the relationship between us. Hearing this, Yunwan almost laughed out loud. Why didn't I realize that the Qin family was so thick-skinned before? Yuan Shuang wanted to say something, but Yunwan held her hand and patted her soothingly. She turned to Mother Qin and said, Madam, have you forgotten that we no longer have any relationship? Mother Qin wanted to pretend, but Yunwan interrupted her immediately. Have you forgotten? You told me not to get involved with the Qin family and have severed the mother-daughter relationship with me. Yunwan said this calmly, but Mother Qin heard a hint of sarcasm in it, as if mocking her for being blind. The first thing Mother Qin thought of was not to defend herself, but to look at the group of noble ladies who were looking at her not far away. This time she was really embarrassed in the aristocratic circle, especially Madame Ji, who was looking at her with a smile. Mother Qin didn't have time to pay attention to Yunwan, and hurriedly ran towards her golden thigh, anxiously explaining something. You really lost the watermelon to pick up sesame seeds, the queen commented. I'm used to it, Yunwan said indifferently. Let's get back to our previous topic. Compared to this episode of Mother Qin, she wanted to know more about the anecdotes of Lu Huai that the queen and Yuan Shuang told her. No one noticed Qin Yan's loneliness beside Mother Qin. Mother ran after the Ji family, and she left her alone in the crowd. Everyone gathered around Yunwan. I don't know what Yuan Shuang said, but there was a huge happy and comfortable laughter over there, which made Qin Yan feel blocked in her heart. For the first time, she felt so defeated in her life. Why did she grow up in an aristocratic family, receive so much aristocratic education, but couldn't compare to a slut who grew up in a slum? She was much more talented than her. She was healthy. She had an incurable disease. Why couldn't the proud child of heaven compare to the beginning of the collapse of the sky? Why did so many people die from genetic defects? But Yunwan didn't die. Qin Yan locked her gloomy eyes on Yunwan. She and Yuan Shuang held hands, like friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Her two enemies came together, and she felt more and more uneasy. In a flash, she thought of a good idea, and a malicious smile appeared on her lips. If your best friend steals your husband, this plot is very interesting to think about. Yunwan felt a gaze following her like a sharp sword. But when she went to look for it in the crowd, the chilly feeling quickly disappeared. She shuddered and had to be more cautious today. After chatting with Yunwan for a while, the queen felt that the groundwork was almost done, and wanted to talk to Yunwan about the training group. There were many people in the banquet hall, so she made a gesture to Yuan Shuang. The two of them pulled Yunwan to a more secluded palace, and the Shenong Star Guard followed them. The queen did not stop them. After all, her real purpose was not to entertain her, but to attract the guard. Don't you care about the guests in the banquet hall? Yunwan looked back and felt that it was a bit unfair to leave so many people in the banquet hall. Is it appropriate for the host to ignore the guests? Little did she know that for the queen, Yunwan was the guest she wanted to invite, and the others were just scraps. It's okay. They are used to it and can play by themselves. Yuan Shuang comforted. Guests, thank you so much. We came here to see the distinguished guests. And you let us play by ourselves without saying a word. Yunwan was taken by the queen to a secluded garden pavilion, where various flowers were planted and blooming. I don't know which flowers are emitting a faint fragrance that is very refreshing. This is a very quiet and elegant place, very suitable for chatting. If it were only Queen Yun Shuang and Yunwan, it would be a very beautiful and harmonious picture of flowers and beauties. But Yunwan was followed by more than 20 strong men, which was very eye-catching. As soon as they sat down, Yunwan said, "Why don't we let them go back first?" "No. No," the queen said hurriedly. The queen and Yunwan were almost talking at the same time, and her anxious attitude made her smell something different. She glanced at Jiang Di in confusion, feeling that something she didn't know was happening. And then the queen's words confirmed her guess. "Wan, I'm really sorry about something. The minister of the armament department is unreliable. He learned how to use the equipment from the training group, but he didn't learn it. Can you ask the training group to teach you again?" The queen considered her words carefully. Yunwan looked at Jiang Di. "Didn't you learn it? Did they not teach you well?" Thinking of Jiang Di's temper, Yunwan's first thought was that Jiang Di, this troublemaker, was making trouble in the capital. And then the queen came to her to complain. Jiang Di's expression remained unchanged, but the queen was shocked. She was afraid of offending Jiang Di again. "Look at me. I didn't express myself clearly. Captain Jiang trained very well. It's my subordinates who don't know how to behave. They are full every day and have nothing to do, so they just do some weird things," the queen added, observing whether Jiang Di was angry or not. The ministers behind knew they were wrong and went to find Captain Jiang, but they couldn't find him even after searching the entire capital star. So I had no choice but to ask Captain Jiang to teach them again. Don't think they are stupid. The queen had been observing Jiang Di's expression. She found that no matter what she said, Jiang Di's expression did not change. He was not surprised by praise or criticism, and acted very calmly. Although a person in a high position spoke softly to him, he did not show any pride. She dared to use her years of observation to guarantee that this kind of person must be a promising talent. Even the queen had to admire Yunwan for being able to subdue such a person. If this Captain Jiang was from the empire, then the empire would have another famous general. Although she admired Jiang Di's qualifications, she felt a little headache when she faced such a stubborn person. There was no way. The queen could only look to Yunwan for help. Yunwan was not stupid. She didn't even know what happened. Although she felt that the queen would not harm her, she did not rashly agree to the queen's request. "Jiang Di, what do you think?" she asked Jiang Di, facing Yunwan. Jiang Di's attitude was much more familiar. "Lord, this is extra work. It's considered overtime. Will you pay me for overtime?" Jiang Di asked arrogantly, with a playful smile. Yunwan chuckled. He was quite good at taking advantage of others. "If it's to help the Lord, Jiang, will have no objection. But it's different to help others," Jiang Di explained. Yunwan knew what Jiang Di meant. He just wanted to make some extra money from the royal family. He must have been bullied by the armament department, his own guard captain, and the royal family. Yunwan must help his own family. She looked at the queen in embarrassment. The queen was not ignorant of the ways of the world, and immediately promised, "The training group can go with confidence. The armament department has just produced a batch of excellent mechas. You can pick 10 of them and go to the armament department to exchange experience on equipment and weapons." When this carrot was thrown out, Jiang Di was very tempted, and the other guards wanted to accept it on behalf of their captain. The anger of being despised in their hearts was almost gone, and instead, they were excited that their team would soon have 10 new mechas. Other teams don't have this. They will make a fortune this time by following the Lord. Although he was very tempted, Jiang Di still looked at Yunwan and waited for her to speak. Yunwan thought it was okay, so she arranged, "In that case, let's go. This time we must teach the minister of the armament department completely. I obey your orders." With the temptation of the mecha, Jiang Di had no intention of continuing the banquet and immediately took a few guards with him, formed a training team, and went to the armament department. A heavy stone fell from his heart. Just then, a little palace maid came to report that the ball was about to start, and several people returned to the banquet hall. There were more people in the banquet hall, and Lu Huai also came. As soon as he saw Yunwan, he walked straight towards her. "Lord, Queen." After Lu Huai greeted her, a man who was as tall as him but slightly shorter came out from behind and said jokingly, This is the first time that my cousin has left me and run so fast. It turned out that he saw a beautiful woman. Is this the girlfriend you brought back from Shinong Star? His voice was neither loud nor soft, but it sounded a bit harsh to Yun Wan. Sister-in-law, you don't know that my brother was always busy before, and there was no girl around him. Fortunately, after a period of rest, he immediately brought back a girlfriend. The man spoke to Yun Wan in a familiar way, and she always felt that he had something else to say. She looked at Yun Shuang in confusion, and Yun Shuang immediately understood and introduced to Yun Wan. This is General Lu's cousin, also a general, named Lu Ran. Cousin? Yun Wan glanced at Lu Huai, not knowing if it was her illusion. She always felt that Lu Huai didn't like Lu Ran very much. General? Why do you feel a little rude? TSK. Is your eyesight not good? You have to take good care of your eyes when you are a general. Faced with Yun Wan's questioning, Lu Ran was not angry, but smiled and said, I was just joking. This General Lu. Yun Wan glanced at him, and then said, we are not familiar with each other. I don't like to joke with people I don't know. Lord, Lu Huai suddenly said, you haven't tried the specialties of the capital star. There are custard apples, sour and sweet. Very good. Yun Wan was attracted by the new things and took Yun Shuang to the food area. Lu Huai followed slowly and warned Lu Ran before leaving, don't talk nonsense. I'm sorry, cousin. Lu Huai left without listening to Lu Ran's explanation. Lu Ran felt a little embarrassed. He was a very strange person. The happier he laughed, the worse his mood. At this moment, the corners of his mouth were raised, but his eyes gradually became cold. He felt bad since Lu Huai returned to the capital star without saying anything. He is already a useless person. Why did he come back? Wouldn't it be better to stay in Shinong Star? As soon as he came back, the whole Lu family revolved around him. And he, Lu Ran, had obviously replaced him. But reality slapped him in the face, telling him that no one could replace or surpass Lu Huai's influence. Cousin, what should I do? I really can't bear to see you have a good time. Lu Ran smiled grimly. However, he didn't need to do it himself. He found that Qin Yin was holding the wine with added ingredients and walked towards Yun Wan. He didn't know Qin Yin's plan, but it looked like there would be something interesting to watch today. The Qin family had its own laboratory, so it was easy for Qin Yin to get some prescription drugs. She knew Yun Wan wouldn't drink the wine she gave her, so she arranged for a little sister to pretend to be a fan to toast. Yun Wan wouldn't be willing to reject her fans. Sure enough, the fish was hooked, and Yun Wan drank the wine in one gulp, while she was still thinking about how to lead others away. The people around Yun Wan all dispersed, and they didn't know what they were doing, as if God was helping her. No, maybe someone is really helping her. Qin Yin and Lu Ran met eyes, and she was sure that Lu Ran was looking at her, as if he knew all her plans. But Qin Yin smiled and gave up the idea. She knew that she had not told anyone about this matter, and there would definitely be no second person who knew about it except her. People who do bad things are always a little suspicious. After dealing with the people around Yun Wan, the next thing went very smoothly. As long as the eldest prince said that Yun Shuang was not feeling well, he would immediately stop what he was doing and come to see Yun Shuang. She sent the message early in the morning and calculated the time. It should have arrived. Qin Yin smiled only when she saw the waiter bring the drunk Yun Wan into the room with her own eyes. Everything is ready, and the show begins. Chapter 138. What do you want to talk to me about? Lu Huai crossed his arms, one heel against the table leg, his back against the edge of the table, and his fingertips shook the wine glass handed to him by Lu Ran. Lu Ran sat casually on the high stool, confirmed that Qin Yin succeeded, and turned his eyes from the crowd to Lu Huai. Cousin, can't I talk to you if there is nothing wrong? Lu Huai did not respond, and looked at Lu Ran coldly. He knew a lot of things. For the honor and rise and fall of this family, he did not care about Lu Ran. After all, he was a useless person, and Lu Ran replaced him to become the future of the Lu family. Now that he has returned from Shinong Star, the situation has changed again. Cousin, you are back. Why don't you go home to visit? Uncle and Aunt miss you very much. Is that all you said? Lu Huai interrupted Lu Ran. He looked back at Lu Ran, put the wine glass on the bar, picked up his jacket with one hand, and left without any regrets. Heh! Lu Ran chuckled and raised his wine glass to the air. I wonder if his good cousin can still maintain this disdainful expression when he sees the lord lying on the eldest prince's bed. Lu Huai only chatted with Lu Ran for a while, and then he found that Yun Wan was missing. He searched for her in the banquet hall for a long time, but to no avail. He asked Yun Shuang and the queen in every corner of the banquet hall, but they all said they didn't know. Lu Huai felt a sense of panic in his heart. Yun Wan was unfamiliar with the place, and the guards were just going to training, which was a time when the defense was weak. Coupled with Lu Ran's abnormal behavior, he felt the approach of a conspiracy. However, he couldn't connect two people he didn't know at all. Why did Lu Ran need to target Yun Wan? Lu Huai couldn't find a way in for a while, and didn't know where to find Yun Wan. There was no one in the banquet hall, so he couldn't stay in the hall. When he was leaving the door, he happened to meet the eldest prince, hurriedly walking in from outside. The two men met, and their faces were filled with the same anxiety. What happened to Shuang Shuang? The eldest prince grabbed Lu Huai and asked anxiously. Do you need to call a doctor? Yang Shuang? She's fine. She's in the banquet hall. Lu Huai replied that the arrival of the eldest prince made him feel that this matter was not simple. Why did you come here suddenly? Lu Huai grabbed the eldest prince, who was about to rush into the banquet hall, and asked. Someone told me that Shuang Shuang was injured and was resting in the guest room. Who said that? Lu Huai asked immediately. This, I don't know. The eldest prince replied awkwardly. I know. After that, Lu Huai walked towards the guest room. The eldest prince was confused by these questions. Alas, he wanted to hold Lu Huai and ask him in detail to find out what was going on. But Lu Huai walked too fast and hurriedly, and soon only his back was left. In the end, his worry about Yun Shuang prevailed, and he chose to walk towards the banquet hall. It was called a guest room, but there were countless guest rooms in the palace. Lu Huai had no clear destination, so he had to search one room at a time. Fortunately, it didn't take him much time to find the weak Yun Wan in a guest room close to the banquet hall. Who? The sound of the door opening startled Yun Wan. She looked towards the door warily, and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the familiar figure. Why is it you? Yun Wan's face was covered with abnormal blush, and she was panting softly when she spoke, as if she was sick. Lu Huai did not answer Yun Wan's question, but asked worriedly, What's wrong with you? Yun Wan did not have time to worry about why Lu Huai appeared here. She also wanted to know why she was like this. Her body seemed to be uncontrollably weak, and her chest was palpitating from time to time. This was a sign of poisoning. Who wanted to harm her? She couldn't help but think of that vicious look, and her intuition told her that it was the mastermind behind the scene. Unfortunately, she didn't know who that person was, nor did she know when she poisoned herself. However, Yun Wan was sure that this person didn't poison herself personally. Otherwise she would have sensed it. If it was someone else's fault, there was no large-scale poisoning in the banquet hall at present. So she must have eaten something that no one else had eaten. And the only suspicious item was the glass of wine handed to her by the fan. I was still careless. Every failure is a lesson for me. This story taught me not to eat anything of unknown origin, even in a high-end place like a palace banquet. Fortunately, this poison is not difficult to deal with. It is not a dangerous item that can block the throat intermittently. The toxin can be removed by using spiritual power. When Lu Huai came, she was cleaning the toxin. At this moment, her spiritual power was exhausted, and she was at her weakest. So she was so excited when she heard the movement at the door. For Yun Wan, Lu Huai came at the right time. The toxins in her body had not been cleaned up yet. Her spiritual power was exhausted and could not be replenished in the capital star. Lu Huai was a cultivator like her, and his spiritual power was abundant. So she could just let Lu Huai lend her some. Lu Huai, can you do me a favor? Yun Wan said. Her voice was normal, but somehow, once she said it, it became a soft, coquettish tone, so sweet that it made her feel sick. She didn't know if it was the toxins in her body, but when she looked at Lu Huai, who was anxious and worried, she suddenly felt that he was a little kissable. The beautiful lips were right in front of her, and she didn't know what they were saying. Yun Wan was immersed in the thoughts that kept popping up in her mind and didn't listen carefully. She reached out to hold his shoulders and slowly approached him. The breath she exhaled gently sprinkled on his face. The distance between the two was so close that she could almost feel the curvature of the hair on his face. With a breath, she said, Can you lend me some spiritual power? After that, she kissed the lips that she had been thinking about. Suddenly, Her ears were quiet, and the quiet wind outside the window slowly brushed the windowsill, and the heartbeat that rose and fell, becoming more and more obvious, constantly stirring in the small space. Lu Huai seemed to be cast a spell by a mysterious witch. He did not resist or move, but stood there in shock. His eyes drooped and met Yunwan's clear eyes, like a deer. The spiritual power spontaneously entered the other's body, and his heart and soul seemed to follow it uncontrollably. Enough. After an unknown amount of time, Yunwan pulled away and licked the corner of her lips contentedly. It was unknown which words or which actions unlocked the seal. Lu Huai's hand pressed on Yunwan's waist. Enough? There was a strong desire in his eyes, and the memories that had been suppressed and sealed in his heart appeared vividly in his mind again, and he couldn't stop them from exploding. Scenes of disordered maps emerged one after another, blending with the new scenes now, making him unable to distinguish between memories and reality. He pressed Yunwan's waist, and the waist was slender and solid, not the emptiness of dreams. As if there were invisible vines, an irresistible force brought his hand to press Yunwan back into his arms. Feeling the doubt of the person in his arms, he slowly spoke with temptation. Lord, don't you want more? The obvious hint made the person in his arms stop moving, as if she was seriously thinking about whether she wanted more spiritual power. But Lu Huai couldn't wait for her to figure out what was going on. His hand slid down her back and slid into the place he had wanted to touch countless times. The soft skin trembled under his hands. He thought with these sinful thoughts. If there was no rejection, then it would be considered as the Lord's consent. He knew it was wrong, but he could no longer control the development of the situation. Everything happened naturally. He knew that the Lord must have planted that kind of medicine. And he also knew that Lu Ran may have framed her because he treated the Lord differently. He was glad that he had destroyed the conspiracy, but he seemed to be more glad that God gave him such an opportunity. If he hadn't taken advantage of someone's misfortune, he thought, he would never be able to get close to her. Yunwan was very conflicted. He knew that she was avoiding the kind of intimacy beyond friendship, but she seemed reluctant to become a stranger with him. He didn't understand why she was like this, when there was clearly no external force between them. But if she only needed a friend named Lu Huai, he would accept his fate, as long as she didn't put him in the stranger camp forever. Although this was despicable, as long as he was by her side, there would always be some unexpected opportunities to get close. And he could also make those strange people all get out of the way. He was taking advantage of others' misfortune. It was despicable. But she didn't refuse anyway. But people are so contradictory. The tyrant who was immersed in conquering cities and territories suddenly stopped, trying to find a trace of clarity in the confused girl's eyes to prove that she was also willing. Just like the first time, even under the control of drugs or hormones, he still wanted to make sure that she didn't hate him. In the final analysis, he really hated it. He wanted to do bad things, but he didn't want others to think he was wrong. He wanted both. Maybe there was no one more annoying than him in the world. The girl under him had already given up resistance, and was completely defeated, allowing the tyrant to do whatever he wanted. She was used to the sometimes violent and sometimes gentle actions, but she never thought that all this would come to an abrupt end. The girl opened her half-closed eyes and looked at the figure in the air in confusion. Lu Huai stared at the girl's lips, reached out and touched them, and took the opportunity to ask, Lord, do you want to continue? He thought that if her answer was no, he would cover her mouth. Although he thought about it, he knew in his heart that if she didn't want to, he would stop, because he was more afraid of seeing disgust in her eyes. For Yunwan, she had already cleared up. She had already forced out most of the drugs. The remaining drugs in her body would make her feel a little uncomfortable, but it was nothing to worry about. When Lu Huai wanted to get closer, she almost didn't resist. She liked him, but she didn't want to be involved with the royal family because of personal feelings. Chinese medicine seemed to make their intimacy reasonable. All she had to do was follow her heart. She even thought belatedly that if she had known that it was Lu Huai who came, she wouldn't have wasted her spiritual power. Originally, she could just continue like this. It's not like they haven't done it before. But Lu Huai didn't know what was wrong with him and insisted that she express her position. Yunwan didn't know whether to laugh at him or feel sorry for him. He is such a nice person. Lu Huai, you talk too much nonsense. She stuck out her tongue and licked his finger on her lips. Her words seemed to be a signal. As soon as she finished speaking, all the emotions burst out. Waves crashed against the shore, one wave higher than the other, stirring up countless splashes of water. Only whispers remained in the void, whispering in her ears, gently suppressed, but containing endless power, making the waves fight more and more bravely and more fiercely. Compared to the first accident, both of them avoided it at the same time. The second time, they were much more shameless. When she woke up in the morning, Yun-Wan didn't rush to leave, but leaned sideways, with her hands under her head, quietly admiring the man's profile. Her eyes a little absent-minded. Lord, is it good-looking? Lu Huai suddenly moved closer, and his handsome face enlarged in front of her. At some point, he had woken up. Even though they had done the most intimate thing yesterday, Yun-Wan was still a little embarrassed when he suddenly got so close today. She clenched the quilt tightly in her palms, covering her face, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed, and said in a muffled voice, "It's normal." Heh. Lu Huai continued to approach. "I thought the Lord liked it. So he watched it for so long." "How did you know?" Yun-Wan continued to retreat, and was a little angry after being exposed. "You woke up a long time ago? Have you been pretending to sleep?" Yun-Wan kept moving back, and Lu Huai kept getting closer, until Yun-Wan retreated to the edge of the bed. With no room to retreat, Lu Huai reached out and hugged Yun-Wan's waist in the air. "Lord, be careful." Yun-Wan was pulled into Lu Huai's arms, and the two hugged each other without any obstacles. She hit the man's chest and said fiercely, "You are so kind. You pushed me and I fell down." The kitten's fur was in exchange for the man's sullen laughter. "It's my problem." She didn't even realize that her tone of voice was like she was acting like a spoiled child, hidden in the quilt without clothes. Although the other party couldn't see anything, Yun-Wan was still uncomfortably tense, trying to keep her face normal, and said, "Lu Huai, get up quickly. This is in someone else's guest room." She spoke in a low voice, sneaking around like a squirrel hiding nuts. "We have done what we should and shouldn't do. Why are you in such a hurry?" "Lord?" Lu Huai chuckled, and through the soft quilt, he held Yun-Wan in his arms, buried his face in her neck, and breathed her breath greedily. "Get up." Yun-Wan struggled, trying to push Lu Huai away, but found that he was clinging to her tightly, and there was no way to start. Yun-Wan's movements were cautious, and the strength was only enough to tickle Lu Huai. He leaned on her more and more stubbornly, continuing this brief moment of intimacy. Unfortunately, when the tide of passion subsided and reason returned, the two returned to their original positions. She was a small Star Lord. He was an Imperial General, and they became friends who respected each other like guests. Lu Huai was familiar with the palace, and he quickly called someone to clean up the mess. Yun-Wan changed into clean clothes, which unexpectedly fit her. Originally, she thought that what happened last night was not known to anyone, but she did not expect that when she went out, she would encounter Yin Shuang's teasing eyes in the hall, and the motherly smile on the face of the queen. "Don't be embarrassed, young man. We all know. I was even more exaggerated with that person back then. Almost missed the imperial wedding and made a fool of myself." The queen laughed. Yun-Wan pulled her clothes together uncomfortably. The queen's words did not comfort her at all, but made her even more ashamed to face others. She lowered her head, not knowing what Lu Huai's expression was now. Doing this kind of thing on someone else's territory was not right or reasonable. You have to know that she would have to deal with so many things after a night of indulgence. She must have restrained her mind that was confused by male beauty at that time, and she had to give herself 2 punches to wake up. The queen seemed very happy, and she told Yun-Wan and Lu Huai a lot of things about her and the emperor with great interest. Yun-Wan was forced to listen to some of the love scenes between the queen and the emperor. Yun-Wan didn't hear a few words. The queen also realized that Yun-Wan was feeling uneasy, and she chatted with her for a few words, and then let Yun-Wan go back to the hotel to rest. Yun-Wan was so grateful that she hurried away. She could vaguely hear the queen sighing with Yin Shuang. "Xiaowan is too thin-skinned. What's there to be embarrassed about? The rice has been cooked, and it's time to think about when to arrange the marriage." "Yes," Lu Huai replied. The queen's voice was like thunder in her ears, and Yun-Wan staggered and ran faster. This mess should be left to Lu Huai to clean up. He is better at it. The palace is no different from the market town. Gossip spreads quickly. In just one morning, the emperor knew everything. The armament department learned how to use the new equipment, and the unreliable Zhao Shiyan also wrote him a full 50 pages of equipment usage methods and future application prospects. Now that he heard the good news from Lu Huai, it seems that the marriage plan is also going very smoothly. The emperor was very happy to send a message of condolence to Lu Huai. Brat, strike while the iron is hot, and try to get the Lord of Shannon Star to set the wedding date on the capital star. Unfortunately, this message fell on deaf ears, and Lu Huai did not reply for a long time. It's not that Lu Huai didn't see it, but that Lu Huai didn't want to reply at all. The emperor's mission made Lu Huai's feelings for the Lord mixed with impurities. Everything was fine originally, but now because of this mission, it seemed that his approach to the Lord had other intentions. He didn't want to think about this damn mission at all, and he knew that this was an impossible mission. Every time the emperor urged him, he was reminding him that the Lord would not be responsible for him. An imperial general and a planetary lord with a promising future together would not be a touching love story, but only a vulgar marriage full of interests. Compared to reporting back to the emperor, Lu Huai had more important things to do. He hadn't settled accounts with Lu Ran for what happened last night. It was time for him to go back to the Lu family. When he returned to the Lu family, it was noon. The family gathered in the living room on the first floor for dinner. Seeing Lu Huai coming back, the family was stunned for a moment. And then Lu Huai's parents stopped what they were doing. Mother Lu stood up, looking excited. Huai, you're back. She seemed to have thousands of words to say to him, but after saying only this one sentence, she didn't know how to start, and could only look at the child's father helplessly. Unfortunately, the father was even less eloquent than the mother. Although Father Lu also missed his son, he did not express concern but blamed him. You are recuperating on a small planet. So happy that you even forgot about your home. You still remember to come back. Lu Huai just glanced at his parents and called out, Father, Mother. His attitude was respectful and distant, no different from before. Father Lu did not respond, but Mother Lu showed a happy expression and immediately responded. Hey! Huai. Mother Lu thought that her son was considerate of them after all. At that time, his son's genes suddenly collapsed, and he was found to have a genetic defect, which made the Lu family army unstable, as the sharp blade in the hands of the royal family. If there was a problem with the Lu family's blade, the nobles would be surrounded by wolves, and the Lu family would not have a good life. They had no choice but to choose a young talent from the side branch to replace their son. Lu Ran stood out. In order to make Lu Ran willing to serve the main family, and to comfort his father Lu Jingming, they sent their own son away. They even ignored their own son in order to make Lu Ran adapt to the life of the main family. Mother Lu thought that it seemed that her son did not suffer outside. She knew that her son and the eldest prince were good friends, and the eldest prince would not ignore him. The current ending was probably the most satisfactory. It was said that the emperor wanted to let his son marry. In this way, he could sell the royal family a good thing and find a wife for his son. It was really the best of both worlds. Mother Lu did not think at all whether Lu Huai was willing to marry. After all, a person with genetic defects was lucky not to be disliked. Seeing that Mother Lu was about to chat, Lu Huai interrupted her and said to Lu Jingming, who was sitting in the main seat, Uncle Lu, it seems that after I left, the Lu family has become more and more out of shape. They can't even distinguish between host and guest. Lu Huai had a blank expression on his face, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. Lu Jingming was quite surprised that Lu Huai would be so direct. However, Lu Jingming didn't want to quarrel with Lu Huai at this time, and said, I also said that I don't like to sit in this position, but my brother and sister-in-law are so kind, so I have to sit here. Everyone is used to it. As he spoke, he looked at Lu's father and mother. In the eyes of Lu's father and mother, the future of the Lu family still depends on Lu Jingming and Lu Ran. Even if the other party enters the house, they can only tolerate it. The Lu family prospers together and suffers together. Father Lu doesn't care who supports the Lu family. As long as the Lu family is doing well, it's enough. Lu Huai. What nonsense! Apologize to your Uncle Lu. Father Lu frowned. Lu Huai looked at his father deeply and said meaningfully, I am meddling. He glanced at Lu Jingming and Lu Ran's faces. The two of them were content as if they were at home. On the contrary, his parents were like guests. He just felt funny. Cousin, you came back so early today? Didn't you go to the capital star with your sister-in-law? Lu Ran held the chopsticks elegantly, asked while eating, seemingly casually, but provocatively mentioned Yunwan. He knew that Lu Huai could not find evidence of his involvement in what happened last night, so he was fearless. After all, he really didn't participate. He just chatted with his cousin, who he hadn't seen for a long time. What's wrong? If you want to investigate, you can only find Qin Yin. Unfortunately, he didn't know that sometimes you just need to have a reason to take it out on someone. And it doesn't matter what it is. I'm not in the mood to go shopping, Lu Huai said. Why? Cousin? The Lu family soldiers are so disappointed. Who would be in the mood to go shopping? As soon as Lu Huai finished speaking, Lu Jingming, who hadn't said anything with a serious face, took the lead to attack. What nonsense! How can the Lu family soldiers be disappointed? Lu Huai said nothing, just looked at Lu Jingming with a smile. As early as the moment he landed on the capital star, Lu Huai asked Qian Zhuang and Lu Li to go to the Lu family training headquarters to check the information. They checked Cheng Yu and Xiaoye. They were all soldiers who had retired due to illness. If only a few people were caught for experiments, Lu Huai would not think so much. But the key is that the experimental subjects are all soldiers of the Lu family. Even the dumbest people know that this is a conspiracy against the Lu family. It is easy to check the retired soldiers, especially those who have suffered from genetic defects due to long-term battles. These people have been marginalized by the army, and can only stay in the sanatorium to spend the rest of their lives. When Lu Li came to the training headquarters and said that he wanted to care about the retired soldiers with genetic defects and check their current situation, he had no obstacles along the way. No one stopped him. And even the soldiers guarding the information did not even have any questions. They all knew that one of the Lu family's generals had a genetic defect. So it was normal for the general to care about these soldiers when he just returned to the capital star. Lu Li checked the retired military records of the past 10 years, and found that the records of Cheng Yu and others showed that they lived normally in the sanatorium, and received their monthly subsidies normally. There was no problem with the records on the table, except for those who had death certificates and whose records were cancelled due to normal deaths in battle. There were no cases of missing or accidental deaths. However, the data and the actual situation obviously do not match. After all, Cheng Yu and his companions are now on Shenong Star, and it is impossible for them to be in the sanatorium. Lu Li arranged for Qian Zhuang and his companions to go to the major sanatoriums that the Lu family cooperated with to compile the actual list of veterans, while he continued to study the data. After a detailed comparative study, he really found some clues. The number of deaths in recent years has increased significantly, but the frequency and scale of Zerg invasions have not changed much. It stands to reason that the number of military deaths cannot increase exponentially. Moreover, Lu Li contacted more than 100 dead soldiers, and found that nearly 1/3 of them had not even had their bodies returned to their relatives, except for a few accidents. Generally speaking, the bodies of soldiers who died on the battlefield can be kept intact, sent back to their hometowns, buried by their relatives, and the Empire will issue a condolence payment to show the humanitarian spirit of the Empire. Unfortunately, the abnormality can be seen from the data, but the missing bodies cannot be found. So these data cannot be used as evidence. These missing soldiers may not even be corpses, but strong elite soldiers who were transferred away inexplicably. This involves too much, and Lu Li dare not think who is so bold. However, the incident happened in the Lu family, so it must be related to the Lu family. Just as he was secretly speculating, Qian Zhuang sent a message that many veterans who were in good condition did not exist in the sanatoriums where they were registered. If the dead corpses may not be well preserved, then how could these living veterans suddenly disappear and never be found? Lu Li was very confused. He told Lu Huai the information he had collected. Lu Huai did not explain, and he did not ask more. He just needs to be a sharp knife. When the data of the retired soldiers of the Lu family was projected into the void by Lu Huai, the whole Lu family was in a dead silence. Lu Jingming just read the beginning, and he couldn't hold back and wanted to push Lu Huai's hand away to disrupt the projection. It was the first time he lost his composure like this. Lu Huai would naturally not let him succeed. He quickly turned sideways and dodged Lu Jingming's action. Uncle Lu, why don't you explain where these retired soldiers went? Lu Huai was intimidating without being angry. How would I know? They all have legs, and I can't tie them up. Lu Jingming was determined not to admit it. However, Lu Huai didn't need him to admit anything. Just based on the disappearance of these veterans and the subsidies they were still receiving, Lu Jingming could be convicted of dereliction of duty. Uncle Lu, you are managing the Lu family, but you said you didn't know. I wonder if the Emperor would question the Lu family's ability when he heard about this. Lu Huai made a light threat. A crack appeared on Lu Jingming's face. What do you want? Lu Jingming asked. Lu Huai. I know you have been uncomfortable since you fell ill and Ran replaced you as the new general. But you have to understand one thing. You are still a member of the Lu family. And you are one with the Lu family. We will prosper together and suffer together. If you bring this matter to the emperor, no one will have a good life. Lu Huai can use the emperor to threaten Lu Jingming. And Lu Jingming can also use the emperor to counter Lu Huai. But Lu Jingming still underestimated Lu Huai's determination. Since he had already exposed this matter and alerted the enemy, he was ready to fight to the death. Besides, this matter has not reached that point yet. Then let the emperor see how chaotic the Lu family is under your management. Uncle Lu, even the number of casualties has doubled. I believe the emperor will carefully consider whether you can be called a general. In front of Lu Jingming, Lu Huai directly sorted out the information and sent it to the emperor. Lu Huai's actions made Lu Jingming feel a little panic. But not so panic. He knew that the emperor would not dismiss him casually. After all, there was not a single person in the Lu family who could take on the important task. But he would inevitably be questioned accordingly. Although it would not cause any serious injury, it would be enough to upset him for a while. As expected, as soon as the emperor saw the news, he immediately summoned Lu Huai to meet him in the palace. As soon as the two arrived at the reception room, the emperor smashed an expensive vase. This posture frightened Lu Jingming so much that he quickly knelt down. The emperor calmed down. Lu Jingming knelt down, and the emperor did not even look at him. Lu Jingming was very familiar with officialdom and knew that when the evidence was irrefutable, only by admitting his mistakes could he calm the anger of his superiors. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I just took over the Lu family, and I didn't understand it clearly for a while. I made such a big mistake. I will let Your Majesty handle it. I am willing to accept the punishment. Please give me a chance to redeem myself and find out the whereabouts of those missing people. In just a few words, he accepted the punishment and proposed a solution. The face of the emperor improved visibly. After all, it was impossible for him to really fall out with the Lu family. Go check it out quickly. If this continues, if the soldiers who sacrificed their lives for the empire don't even have a backing, then who will fight for the empire in the future? Lu Jingming, you are putting the empire in a difficult position. The emperor was very disappointed. If Lu Huai hadn't discovered the abnormality and the news had spread, the entire empire would have been in chaos. Yes. Yes. Lu Jingming responded repeatedly. The emperor didn't mention a word about punishment, but only arranged the next measures to make up for the loss. Lu Huai just felt funny. He felt that this was just a play performed by the emperor and Lu Jingming for him. Is that all? Lu Huai asked. The emperor didn't say anything, but glanced at Lu Huai, as if to tell him not to hold on to it. Lu Huai really laughed out loud. And for a moment the emperor and Lu Jingming didn't know whether he was really happy or crazy. The emperor and Lu Jingming wanted to put themselves on the moral high ground in a high-sounding manner, pretending to work hard to make up for their mistakes. But in fact they were just covering up that they didn't care at all. Didn't care about this group of soldiers who had long retreated behind the scenes. This group of marginalized people. A group of people who had become waste. If Lu Jingming were to investigate, what would he find out? At most, all these people would be dead. He could make the information on the surface look better and give some money to appease the families of those soldiers. Who would care about the lives of a group of useless people? They dedicated their lives to the empire, fighting against the Zerg on the battlefield, contracting diseases on the battlefield, causing genetic defects, and even not knowing when they would die. But in the end, they got such a result and disappeared silently in a corner that no one knew about. Lu Huai felt a bit sorry for his own kind. But it was also ridiculous that he could not seek justice for these people. He stopped laughing and looked at the emperor, not knowing whether he was mocking or sincere. I see that Uncle Lu is very busy and has a lot of things to do. I don't think he has enough time to manage so many departments of the Lu family. I am also a half-veteran. So why not let me manage these people? Well, it's not bad. The emperor thought for a moment and thought this method was good, seeing that Lu Huai had such a serious genetic collapse before. And now his condition has stabilized. He has experience in dealing with veterans. What are your plans? I have a primitive star, and I plan to build a sanatorium on it, which can accommodate these veterans to immigrate, he said without thinking. Immigration? Not only the emperor, but even Lu Jingming looked at him sideways. Are you sure? To be honest, these veterans are a hot potato in terms of interests. Not only can they not create benefits for the empire, But they are all a bunch of old, weak, sick and disabled people, and can only consume the wealth of the empire. The emperor didn't pay much attention to these people, but he never thought of abandoning this group of people. However, if someone foolishly wants to take over this hot potato, that's another matter. The emperor almost couldn't help but raise his lips, but he still had to persuade Lu Huai to consider it with a kind look. It takes a huge amount of money to take care of this group of people. Are you sure you want to accept them as your subjects? Lu Huai knew that this was a pie in the sky for the empire, and there was no reason for the emperor not to agree. While replying to the emperor, he sent a message to Yunwan. Lord, I found a group of military reserves for you. Do you want them? The other side replied with a cute cartoon question mark, like a picture that was too lazy to type and send. Really? Of course. How many people? Millions. Yunwan was drinking tea when she saw the news, and sprayed a mouthful of tea on Yunji's face. Sister, what are you doing? Yungu dared not to speak. Sorry. Yunwan asked Yungu to wipe her face while replying to Lu Huai. So many people? Are you going to rob? Are you launching a star war with your army? Why would the Lord think of me like this? A little sad? Yunwan was still immersed in the huge surprise of a million people, and suddenly saw. A little sad? A few big words with a hint of coquettishness. Goosebumps all over the floor. She didn't know how to respond. No matter how she looked at it, it didn't sound like Lu Huai said it. Could it be that he hacked the account? Will he ask her to transfer money, and then receive $1 million immigration? How much money do you want? Yunwan thought so, and actually typed out these words. Her hand was quick, and she clicked send. After sending it, she wanted to cry, but had no tears. This was even more embarrassing. 50,000. Yunwan looked at the messages that kept popping up, and weighed in her mind whether it was worth 50,000 to recruit a soldier. Then, she didn't have to think about it. 50,000 each. It's a loss. Yunwan felt that there was something fishy going on. How could a soldier have to pay 50,000 to immigrate? Lu Huai didn't let her wonder for too long, and explained, most of these soldiers are like me, suffering from genetic defects, and a small number are old and weak, but they can still be used after treatment. I hope the Lord will not despise them. After saying this, Lu Huai was a little absent-minded. The emperor was discussing the subsequent veterans' immigration plan with him, but he was distracted. No despise. He didn't look at the emperor again until he got the result he wanted. The Lord may not have noticed that he deliberately put himself in these soldiers. If the Lord does not dislike these soldiers, then it is equivalent to not dislike him. However, the two words drew his thoughts over again. Shinong Star is planned to be a tourist star, which cannot accommodate so many people. They may only go to Berry Star to squeeze in with the natives. No, Lord. We still have a primitive star that we don't use. Lu Huai's words made Yunwan doubt her memory a little. She thought for a long time before she remembered the primitive star that Ji Wei auctioned at that time. That was the planet for Lu Huai. But he said, we. Yunwan felt weird. That's yours. A straight woman's words killed the ambiguity in the cradle. Well, now it belongs to the Lord. Yunwan was shocked. She didn't want to develop a relationship with Lu Huai to the point of giving such expensive gifts. Their medical expenses. Yunwan looked at the words. Medical expenses. And realized that she was being too sentimental. This bastard is very calculating. People are really contradictory. When things develop as they want, they still can't be happy. Okay, smiley face. The immigration plan was finalized between the two of them. Immigration is based on the principle of voluntariness. For veterans who want to immigrate, the empire will subsidize 50,000 immigration funds. After immigrating to the original star, all benefits are the same as those of the empire. Although for immigrants, it is just a change of place to live. But most people do not want to immigrate. Since immigration and non-immigration are the same, why bother to add unnecessary details? Lu Huai had expected this result long ago. He went directly to various sanatoriums to tell his own story and show his physical condition to other soldiers. After going deep into the front line, he found that these veterans had a very bad life. It was not that the material conditions were bad, but that their souls had lost their luster and were in a state of confusion. It seemed that they all knew that they were abandoned and would not live long. Their spirits were very bad. At first, few people listened to what Lu Huai said, until they heard his identity later. Some people whispered, "Did you hear that? This seems to be that Admiral Lu, the one with a genetic defect." The one whose genetic collapse could blow up a building. You must have heard it wrong. Look at that inspection instrument. The fluctuations are normal. How can it be sick? If it was that admiral, the dashboard would have exploded. I can see you didn't listen carefully just now. It's true. He is Admiral Liu. It is said that after recuperating on Shenong Star for a period of time, his condition has stabilized. Shenong Star? Sound familiar? I know. Isn't this the vegetable-selling star? After eating their food, my body seems to feel much better. Liuzi, do you remember? I even gave you a bite of the dish my mom cooked. You said it was so delicious that your tongue was about to fall off. Oh, don't just talk about eating. What does it mean that the dish made the body feel better? It means that the gene collapse was not so painful. I got through those times easily. But it seemed that the effect wore off afterwards, and I still felt very uncomfortable. Oh my God. Why didn't you say such an important thing earlier? The speaker was speechless. He wanted to say it earlier, but the vegetables on Shenong Star were so hard to get. It would be useless to say it. Who can eat it every day? Not to mention that it can be used as a medicine to treat genetic defects. However, with the immigration plan, it seems that it is not impossible. Almost at the same time, the audience around the speaker thought of this. So when they knew that there was no limit on the number of immigrants, the news spread from 1 person to 10, and then to 100, and almost spread throughout the sanatorium, including the sanatoriums on the entire planet. They all learned the news and initiated immigration applications online. Due to the large number of applicants, the Shenong Star network was directly paralyzed. Hu Yuanyang looked at the sudden addition of a subsidiary star in the background. And before he could react, there was another pile of immigration applications, like a small mountain. He felt dizzy and dizzy in the middle of the night. And his head was still a little dizzy. Without a doubt, the Lord must have done something big outside. He didn't know how he could create a planet and a lot of people. Looking at the information of the immigration applicants, most of them were suffering from genetic diseases. Hu Yuanyang felt that his Lord was crazy. Why did he get a group of patients to immigrate? Why did he choose so many patients when there were so many normal people? Looking at it again, the government subsidized 50,000 yuan. Oh, that's fine. No, there is still something wrong. Let's say that the cost of treating genetic defects is far more than 50,000 yuan. Has the Lord been kidnapped? How can you do a loss-making business? Hurry up and approve the immigration application. Looking at the message sent by the Lord, Hu Yuanyang worked hard and approved the application overnight. His hands and body were numb. How much money would it take to support these patients? Even if Shenong Star makes money, it can't afford the Lord's money. Hu Yuanyang couldn't help but worry about the Lord's future. The Lord is still too young. Look, once he goes to the prosperous capital Star, he will be cheated out of his pants. Originally, immigrants only included veterans. But as more and more people immigrated, a sanatorium not only housed sick soldiers, but also other patients. Most people follow the crowd. And seeing so many people immigrating to a primitive planet for recuperation, they are inevitably eager to move. What are the benefits of immigration? A woman in her 30s with thin lips asked. Lu Zi, who was packing up, was pulled by her and hurriedly answered, "It can cure diseases." What benefits do you want? Cure diseases? The woman seemed to have heard a big joke. You must have been deceived. The best sanatorium in the interstellar space doesn't dare to say that it can cure this disease. Besides, immigrants like you don't even have to pay a fee to get in. If it can cure the disease, how can it be free of charge? Yes, of course. Our admiral said that we are the people of Shenong Star from now on. We must protect Shenong Star well. The woman felt even more absurd. Let a bunch of you sickos defend the planet. This made Liuzi unhappy. No one wanted to be called a sicko. He shook off the woman's hand and said rudely, "Believe it or not." The woman stared at his back as he left. Lost in thought. There must be something wrong with the abnormal situation. No one is stupid. She doesn't believe that so many people are brainless and jump into the fire pit one by one. The hesitation in her heart always makes the scale swing back and forth. In the end, should she take a gamble or continue her previous life? Funner. If you ask me, you will die anyway. Instead of taking medicine every day for the rest of your life, you can see the end at a glance. Why not try a new life? What if? Funner calmed down the woman. Yes. What if? What if it works? If she doesn't go, she will regret it for the rest of her life. Many other patients from all walks of life also submitted applications. When the number of immigrants came out, Yunwan was shocked. 10 million? Yunwan asked Hu Yuanong. Didn't Lu Huai say millions? How did he jump directly to the next level? Ah! Lord. Some of them don't seem to be soldiers. They are self-funded immigrants. And there is no subsidy. It's okay. Accept them all. I will take as many as you want. Yunwan made her own calculations. Those who can afford to treat genetic defects are not ordinary people. Otherwise they don't have so much money. These people are likely to be the talents she needs. To put it bluntly, these people rely on Shenong Star for treatment. Their lives will be in the hands of Shenong Star in the future. And their loyalty is absolutely guaranteed. Thus, the immigration wave of patients that shocked the interstellar began. A large number of half-dead patients immigrated to a primitive star for recuperation. The Interstellar Times commented on this. These people are crazy and are completely looking for death. But patients like Fenner and Liozzi no longer want to care so much. And they officially arrived at the primitive star. Chapter 139. After arriving at the primitive star, the sight was a barren and simple scene. And the settlers, who were already worried, became even more worried. Originally, they thought that the primitive star might just be the name of a planet that had not yet been named. But they did not expect that this primitive star was a real primitive star, surrounded by tall trees and vines, weeds everywhere, and few people, with no signs of human life. At this moment, these settlers finally felt that they were here to die. It's over. It's over. They really tricked us into coming here to mine. Someone cried out in a sobbing voice. And this cry was like a fuse, setting off the silent crowd. As more and more people disembarked, the immigrants became more and more restless, and some even wanted to go back to the ship against the flow of people, causing a commotion. However, it was impossible to reboard the ship, as this was a one-way ticket, and the original planet, as an undeveloped planet, had neither a ticket office nor an internet. Oh my God! Why are we so miserable? This bad news was like a heavy punch, beating everyone to a pulp. I'm sick again. I've spent all my money on medical treatment, and now I've been cheated and forced to come here to mine. Who in the world is more miserable than us? Can God open his eyes? There must be an end to people's bad luck. Not necessarily. Although there are still a few stubborn people who don't believe they have been cheated among the voices of the crowd. Their voices are too small and completely drowned out. At this moment, the immigrants are already panicking and the morale of the army is in chaos. Who cares? Anyway, this is how my life is. I have to die sooner or later. I can't mind. A man standing next to Fenner said in a sloppy manner. The nurse's lips turned pale. Her palms were tightly pinched. Her back teeth were tightly bitten. And her eyes were wide open looking at the bottomless and slightly cool primeval forest. As if she wanted to see a hole in these trees. She wanted to tell herself that she was not deceived. But this kind of shitty scene really couldn't let her continue to deceive herself. Sure enough, people can't have a fluke mentality. Isn't it better to stay in the sanatorium for recuperation? I have to believe it. Fenner was now filled with regret. TSK. When Fenner stood there at a loss, like most people, secretly regretting, she heard a disdainful sneer. She turned around and saw that it was Liozzi. When she saw the young boy again, she was still a little angry. If the boy hadn't kept nagging in her ear, saying that Yuanxixing was good, she might not have made the decision to go to Yuanxixing. What are you yelling about? Fenner found a way to vent her anger, put her hands on her hips, and asked angrily. Liozzi didn't hear Fenner's bad tone, and thought it was because of the noise at the scene that Fenner's voice was a little loud. Seeing that it was an acquaintance, the disdainful expression on his face was restrained a little, and explained, Sister Fenner, these people are stupid. They don't even look at their own situation. They are still mining, and they don't even want to sweep the garbage for others. We are all a bunch of sickly people. If we are really deceived to come here to mine, one of the genes will collapse, and we will blow up the other people's mining area. Who dares to act like this in a mining area? It would be more reliable to say that they wanted to cheat us out of 50,000 yuan per head fee than to say that we were deceived into mining. Fenner didn't know whether to say that this kid was smart or stupid. After careful consideration, he felt that what he said made sense. You are right. They are just cheating us out of money and leaving us here to fend for ourselves. Fenner gritted her teeth. Now we can't get any help from heaven or earth. Someone heard the conversation between the two and felt even more desperate. One of them couldn't stand steadily and fell to the ground. crying with his head raised. I don't want to die yet. Although I'm dying of illness. I don't want to die so soon. The noise in his ears was even louder. And Liozzi was so annoyed that he wanted to plug his ears. Oh! Stop arguing. It's so annoying. No one will die. We are veterans. Who is so bold to play tricks in front of the Empire? Use your brains. This made many people calm down. Rationalize. And not so excited. But Thaner was not comforted at all. And said unhappily, then no one will take care of patients like us who pay for themselves. Right. Are we finished? Liozzi rolled his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that he knew this elder sister, he really didn't want to say a word. If we are to be deceived, we will be deceived together. If we are not to be deceived, we will not be deceived. We are all grasshoppers on the same rope. Sister, don't shake the morale of the army. Just like the staff said when we got off the ship. We will wait here for the contact person to come. Everything will be clear. What's the point of guessing here now? Anyway, I think they don't need to go to great lengths to deceive us. Not only is there Admiral Lu in person, but they are not sneaky or hiding anything. The whole galaxy knows about this. Even if the Empire has no time to take care of us. Who dares to do bad things under the eyes of the whole galaxy? Liozzi's words enlightened everyone. And the immigrants gradually calmed down. The future was unknown. And they were very nervous. But they also had a glimmer of hope. Hoping that the arrival of the contact person would bring a turnaround in their lives. The waiting time is often long. When the immigrants were feeling like years, Hu Yuanong drove a car and came slowly from the shadows of the trees. The car stopped in an open space. And after it stopped steadily, the door slowly opened. Hu Yuanong appeared in a well-tailored black suit. More cars stopped behind him one after another. And many guards got off. Lined up neatly. With upright postures and imposing manners. Welcome all the immigrants who have come from afar. This is a satellite planet of our Shenong star. And I am the planet agent of Shenong star. Now I will introduce the general situation of the planet to you. As you can see, this planet is a primitive planet. Undeveloped. And the facilities are not perfect. But the planet has prepared temporary residences. And the sanatorium is under construction. It is expected to take 15 days to complete. During this period, we have prepared very interesting sanatorium projects for everyone, open up wasteland and plant crops, and provide free meals for everyone. If you are willing to join the infrastructure department to help build houses, you can also enjoy more benefits. You can experience the specific situation yourself. Now, let's go to the temporary residence together. There were too many immigrants, so Hu Yuanong led them on foot. They had already cleared the harmful organisms in this area in advance, so there would be no danger if they walked. For the immigrants, this new scenery passed quickly, and soon they arrived at the temporary residence. It's really good to say that it's a temporary residence. Although these temporary residences have the prototype of a house. They are made of some simple materials at a glance. They are very light, but they have no defensive properties. The immigrants looked at each other, not knowing what they were feeling. They just wondered, are they going to live in a place like this in the future? This thought made everyone's face darken. This is far worse than the sanatorium they used to have, which had complete medical equipment and was full of advanced facilities. It's really a waste of money, Fenner said. If they didn't forget, they still need to participate in that damn sanatorium project here. What kind of sanatorium project is to open up wasteland and cultivate land? She had never heard of it before, and had never seen it before. The immigrants were filled with only one thought at the moment. That is, they must have been dragged here to do hard labor. The lord of this planet was really vicious, and he wanted to squeeze out even the last bit of their surplus value before letting them die in pain. They thought about it. But looking at these well-equipped guards, they did not dare to make any complaints. The closer people are to death, the more they can feel the preciousness of being alive. Even if they were destined to be a group of dying people, they did not want to die in vain. Forget it. Let's just farm. Think about it. It's better than mining. Most people have already prepared themselves mentally, and have learned self-attack strategies. When Hu Yuanong turned around, he saw a group of immigrants with sad faces, as if they had a deep hatred for him and wanted to cut him into pieces with their eyes. He was full of questions. He didn't do anything unforgivable. I think these people are not satisfied with the simple conditions here. But the time is so short. From the Lord notifying him that there are immigrants coming to him building the temporary residence. It has only been 5 days. He has done his best to achieve this. Hu Yuanyang felt that even if he explained, these people might not listen. For the new group of immigrants, he was actually the weaker party. It was not easy to manage a new group. In this group, he needed to cultivate his own arms to help him do some things. He had already selected the candidate, and it had to be Liuzi. It was not his dereliction of duty that he had just left the immigrants in the wasteland, but he did it on purpose. When everyone was complaining, only Liuzi was calm and analyzed his situation calmly. Not only that, but he immediately calmed the hearts of all the immigrants with just a few words. Such a person will sooner or later become the pillar of the settlers. Such a person must be his. Hu Yuanyang looked at the settlers, scanned them, and said, I have to manage multiple planets. And I am busy with affairs. I can't take care of this side all the time. Therefore, I need to select someone to convey messages and organize activities on my behalf. I am not familiar with everyone. So, you? Hu Yuanyang pointed at Liuzi. Me? Liuzi pointed at his nose in shock. And the eyes of the people around him were also focused on him. They found that this young boy was the person who had just analyzed it clearly. And they had nothing to say. It is still unknown whether this place is good or bad. So there is no need for them to fight for such an illusory identity. Yes. Hu Yuanyang made the final decision and decided that Liuzi would be the administrator. Liuzi was very happy. After retiring from the army, he had not been assigned such a position for a long time. I will do my best. Liuzi. Liuzi. Thinner leaned in and whispered. Don't forget me when you become rich. If you have any inside information, you must tell me as soon as possible. Sister, you said that too early? Liuzi was embarrassed and blushed. But if there is any benefit, I will definitely help you fight for it. The immigrants smiled when they heard Liuzi say this. Although this was just a blank check, they always had a thought in mind. After the arrangement, Hu Yuanyang did not care whether Liuzi could handle the task, and directly became a hands-off manager. He was very similar to Yunwan in this regard. The first thing Liuzi did after taking over the immigrants was to distribute houses. Fortunately, there was not much difference between the temporary residences, and they could be directly distributed according to the order of priority. And the immigrants also obeyed the arrangement. On the one hand, they have nothing to choose from. And on the other hand, it is not their turn to choose. If they have no place to live after carrying all the things they want, how can they live on this primitive planet? The most difficult thing is to open up wasteland and cultivate the land. Liuzi himself was trained as a soldier since he was a child, and he has only seen farming on TV. Although the planet agent left him a few farming experts, he still doesn't know where to start. Moreover, everyone traveled through mountains and rivers, found a primitive planet, and walked a long way. Just after settling down, they were assigned tasks without even having time to drink water. I guess these people will explode. Liuzi looked at the pretty girl from the planting team and hesitated. Why don't we start this recuperation project tomorrow? Let everyone have a good rest so that they will have the strength to work tomorrow. It was about the interests of the immigrants themselves. So everyone pricked up their ears, listening to the reply from the planting team. Sure. We are here to deliver food to you today and get to know you. You can go over there to get food. When they heard that there was food, all the immigrants rushed to the direction pointed by the planting team. Come over here for dinner. There's a lunch box and a bowl of soup. Take it. Line up. Don't rush. When everyone had their lunch boxes and were enjoying their meals, Jiang Jiayu, who was out on the field, said slowly, Dear people, the food you are eating now is what we will grow in the future. You can take a look at what you like. The red one is a tomato. The green one is a spicy pepper. And the crispy one is potato chips. Once you've decided, you can come to me tomorrow as a family to get the seeds. After the harvest, you can make a living from this. I want to grow this. Is that okay? A man picked up a piece of chicken and said. After that, he stuffed the chicken into his mouth and chewed it with the bones. His proposal attracted many people to echo. I want to do that too. That smells good. What is that? I don't think I introduced it just now. A woman also said. Jiang Jiayu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is not grown. It's chicken. The meat of an animal. We don't have the conditions to raise chickens now. But if we work hard, we will have it in the future. Jiang Jiayu's words, along with the delicious food, soaked the hearts of the immigrants. The delicious taste in their mouths made their thoughts spin rapidly. For a moment, they felt that such a life was not bad. To be honest, Brother, I used to have good food and drink in the sanatorium. But I don't know why. I always feel that eating here is more delicious. And I feel very comfortable. Do you think I am a slut? A young man in his 20s ate with big mouthfuls. And couldn't help but want to share his feelings. You're right. Although I'm a little tired after walking such a long distance today. You know what? I feel quite comfortable after exercising. Especially after taking a bite of food. My whole body and mind are opened up. Hey! I feel the same way. I used to be in a sanatorium. I took medicine every day. My mouth was full of taste. Today I didn't take medicine and I was tired all day. I feel that my condition has not worsened. I don't feel uncomfortable at all. This primitive star is really a bit magical. I say, although the food here is indeed delicious. But the disease can be cured without injections or medicine. Now we are in the interstellar society. Ask yourself if you believe what you say? Why not believe it? These dishes are from Shinong Star. The dishes of Shinong Star are not ordinary. Not only are they delicious, but they are also very good for the body. It is hard to find such dishes in the interstellar world. Oh my God! Do you mean that our current life has surpassed that of most people in the interstellar world? That's not true. Some immigrants were skeptical. However, the rumors might be exaggerated, but their body's reactions would not deceive them. Today, they did not feel dizzy or have any signs of illness. Moreover, they realized later that the people of Shinong Star did not seem to be afraid of their gene collapse and bombing this place upside down. I've decided I must plant a lot of special species tomorrow. The nurse listened to these people's declarations and was a little disapproving. These people are really optimistic. She still felt that she was deceived into doing hard labor here. If she had known, she would have stayed in the sanatorium. She really didn't know how to appreciate the blessing she has. While the immigrants were imagining the future, Yun Wan and Lu Huai were investigating the drugging incident in the capital star. Lu Huai told Yun Wan that the breakthrough was in Lu Ran. But Lu Ran and Lu Huai didn't get along and didn't easily reveal any information. Yun Wan had no choice but to use some tricks and let Jiang Di, who had just finished the training, invite the person over. Jiang Di's method of inviting people was a bit rude. When Yun Wan looked at Lu Ran, he had a bruised face. But his face was still clean. It should be that Jiang Di asked him to clean the blood on his face before coming. General Lu, I invite you here today because I want to talk to you about what happened that day. Yun Wan waved her hand and asked someone to prepare tea. The woman looked calm, which made Lu Ren hate her so much that he gritted his teeth and said, "You call this an invitation?" Chapter 140. Why not? Yun Wan took a sip of tea and looked at the other person leisurely. Lu Ren unhappily adjusted his collar, leaned back, leaned against the back of the chair, crossed his legs, glanced at Jiang Di unkindly, and looked at Yun Wan again. Why are you looking for me? The Lord and I don't have any friendship. Hee. The Admiral may have poor hearing. I just said that I want to ask you about what happened at night. What happened? I haven't heard about it. Lu Ran raised his eyebrows and pretended to be stupid in front of Yun Wan. Yun Wan looked at him calmly, and he looked back without fear, as if he was sure that Yun Wan could do nothing to him. Yun Wan's hands were on the armrests of the chair, her palms supporting her face, and her fingers tapped on her face, as if she was in deep thought. After a moment of silence, she spoke again. Do you remember? Lord, what are you talking about here? Tell me what it is. Lu Ran's feet bounced up and down, and he was in a good mood seeing Yun Wan's frustration. Well, it seems that the general has amnesia. I am the most kind-hearted person, and I can't bear to see others suffer. Since I have encountered this, I have to cure the general. Yun Wan kept her posture unchanged and looked up at Jiang Di, who immediately understood and walked to Lu Ran and held his shoulder. Before Lu Ran could react, he raised his leg to hold down his other hand and slapped him in the face. The crisp sound of the slap made Lu Ran's ears buzz. Lu Ran's body defense mechanism was activated when he was attacked. But at this moment his hands and feet had already been tied up by Jiang Di, and his struggle was fruitless. He stared at Jiang Di with wide eyes and could only say harsh words. You dare? Get out. Do you know who I am? After arguing with Jiang Di for a long time, Jiang Di was like a robot that could not recognize commands. He was completely indifferent and continued to slap him. Lu Ran felt his face was swollen and the recoil shattered his brain. People's edges will always be smooth when they are beaten by society. Lu Ran is not a particularly strong-willed person. After a while, he lost his pride and confidence. Yun Wan, Aren't you afraid that I will tell the emperor about this? You are so bold that you dare to use lynching on the imperial general. You will go to jail. General. Yunwan stood up slowly and admired Lu Ran's miserable condition from a close distance. How can this be considered lynching? I'm helping you get well. Why don't you realize my good intentions? There were only 3 of them here. Lu Ran couldn't beat Jiang Di and had no one to turn to for help. His face hurt so much that tears came out of his eyes. Yunwan was fearless and not afraid of his threats at all. The only way was to bow to Yunwan. Stop. 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 I said. Ah. Didn't I say stop? Why did you hit me again? Lu Ran felt wronged. With Yunwan's tacit consent, Jiang Di let go of Lu Ran. Sorry. It's a habit. He didn't say that he just couldn't stand Lu Ran, and took the opportunity to slap Lu Ran a few more times. Go ahead. Yunwan sat back in the chair, and the two returned to the place where they first met. But now Lu Ran's face was swollen. His figure was embarrassed, and his tone was much less respectful. I'm really wronged. Lord, I didn't participate in this matter. If you want to find someone to vent your anger, you should find your fake sister. It's all her fault. Lu Ran couldn't wait to distance himself from the matter. Really? The girl's eyes turned, and although she didn't mean to threaten him, Lu Ran shuddered. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? What's the point of involving me in your sister's affairs? Lu Ran felt more and more wronged after being beaten for nothing. The mastermind behind the scenes was expected and reasonable. Yunwan had a very faint impression of Qin Yin. Qin Yin was the original owner's not. But since she came, she had never paid attention to this fake daughter. Originally, the two of them had nothing to do with each other. But Qin Yin didn't know if she had a brain what or something, and actually designed to harm her. Yunwan really couldn't understand how these humans operated. If Qin Yin dared to harm her, she could also cause trouble for Qin Yin. Qin Yin plotted against her, obviously treating her as an imaginary enemy, thinking that she would compete with her, or be jealous that she lived better than her. To deal with such a person, nothing is more heartbreaking than living better than her. But if this is true, it's too easy for her. Lord, Lu Hui came in from outside the door, loosened the cuffs of his coat, stood in front of Yunwan and asked, Did Lu Ran bully you? This question shocked Lu Ran. I bullied her? Cousin, you are too biased. Lu Ran was so angry that his face was still swollen. How could he tell that this woman was bullied? Lu Ran looked at Yunwan. Was it because of her short and small figure? Or her innocent face? Or her mouth that was full of gossip? No, he didn't bully me. He just spoke a little harshly. But he doesn't get along with you. So it's normal that he doesn't like me. Lu Ran, ? Is he fierce? Before Lu Ran could defend himself, he was kicked in the calf and suddenly lifted up by the collar. Who is the mastermind behind this? Lu Hui asked. Lu Ran tried to resist, but he didn't expect that all his moves were resolved by Lu Hui one by one. Is this the strength a patient with a genetic defect should have? Isn't it a genetic defect? Isn't it that he can't use his mental strength? Why is Lu Hui still so strong? He can't beat the sick Lu Hui? This made Lu Ran feel very upset. How could it be possible? Lu Ran had no desire to live, and could not break free of Lu Hui's hand. He could only let him do what he wanted. And said half dead, I have said everything I should say. Lu Hui did not believe Lu Ran, and confirmed with Yunwan. Yunwan did not feel any remorse, but did not continue to torture Lu Hui, and confirmed, he said it. Yes. Lu Hui let go and moved his fingertips. It was obvious that he had just used a lot of force. Lu Ran, who was no longer restrained, ran away from Lu Hui and Jiang Di. Lu Ran felt that his face had been crushed to pieces today. Fortunately, there were no outsiders here. If people knew that he couldn't even beat a sickly person, his reputation would be ruined. He felt that he must have been too careless just now. Otherwise it would be impossible for him to be inferior to Lu Hui. No matter how inferior he was to Lu Hui, he couldn't be inferior to the sick Lu Hui. Lu Ran regained his confidence. No matter how disadvantaged he was just now, he was better than Lu Hui in general. Now he had the final say in the Lu family. Cousin, your way of greeting your cousin is really rude. But I am a big man and I won't bother with you. Lu Ran pretended to be generous, and then said with a sly smile, It's my birthday in 2 days, and my uncle and aunt are going to give me a big party. It's just right that you are back. Come and have fun together. Lu Hui didn't say anything. Yunwan's eyes swept between the two of them. and she felt that the atmosphere had changed a little. Look at me. How could I forget? I did it many times. And that day happened to be my cousin's birthday. And my uncle and aunt should have told you a long time ago. Lu Ran directed and acted by himself. And he thought he had regained his face. Although Lu Huai's face showed no emotion. He must have been furious. There is no way. Some people just don't have a father to love them. And no mother to love them. Yunwan pondered for a long time, and finally figured out why Lu Ran suddenly talked about his birthday. She thought it was strange in her heart. How could someone celebrate his nephew's birthday, but ignore his own son? Seeing Lu Ran's complacency, Yunwan was a little unhappy. Clenched her fist and raised her hand, punching Lu Ran on the head. Lu Ran's eyes were full of stars. He dodged Jiang Di and Lu Huai. He didn't expect that this seemingly vulnerable lord would have such a high fighting power. He gritted his teeth. Lu Ran, never hit a woman. But today he would make an exception. Then, his swung arm was firmly grasped, gently twisted, and dangled freely at his side. It was actually broken. Lu Ran took 2 steps back unconsciously. Villains die because of talking too much. Get out if you have nothing to do. You? Lu Ran stretched out his good hand and pointed it at Yunwan's nose. Seeing that she seemed to raise her hand, he took it back like lightning. You wait. Lu Ran wanted to do something to add more force to his words, but he couldn't move his hands. So he kicked the chair and broke it apart. He was about to leave after saying these harsh words, but was blocked by Jiang Di at the door. He said coldly, "Pay me money." Lu Ran didn't dare to approach Jiang Di at the door. He couldn't beat him in the first place. And now he had a broken hand. So he was even less of a match. He said aggressively, "How much?" Lu Ran paid the money, and was so angry that he walked a little unsteadily. And Yunwan laughed so hard behind him that he fell forward and backward. Your cousin is quite interesting. Really? Lu Huai was unhappy. He didn't feel that Lu Ran was implying something to him. But he was a little bothered by the Lord's evaluation of Lu Ran. It was because he led away the people around the Lord that the person behind the scenes had the opportunity to drug him. Lu Huai said indifferently. Ah? Yunwan stamped her feet. Oh. He got away. He got lucky. Didn't I beat him up just now? He got lucky too. When Yunwan was angry, a few strands of her hair blew up, and her appearance made Lu Huai's heart melt into a ball of water. He couldn't help but raise his hand to rub her furry head. Forget it. The mastermind is even more annoying. Yunwan turned to look at Lu Huai, who slowly raised his hand and dropped it back. Lu Huai, I'm going to the Qin family. Do you want to go? I'll take you there to vent your anger. Before Lu Huai nodded, Yunwan had already grabbed Lu Huai's arm and rushed out. Lu Huai looked at the girl's fluttering hair, but he wasn't that angry. The Qin family's main home was on the capital star, and it was very quick to drive there. Yunwan entered the Qin family almost unimpeded. When she heard that Yunwan was coming, Qin's mother, who was still doing beauty treatment outside, took off the mask on her face and rushed back, and asked the servants to stand in 2 lines to welcome her. The noise woke up Qin Yin, who was taking a nap. She came late and saw Yunwan standing next to Qin's mother at the corner of the stairs. Before her brain could process the information that Yunwan appeared in Qin's house, she had already gone downstairs and walked to Qin's mother and shouted, "Mom! Sister! Why are you back? Hey! I don't remember when I had a sister." Lu Huai, do you know I have a sister? Yunwan turned around and asked, her voice crisp. Lu Huai shook his head with a smile. Yunwan turned around and looked at Qin's mother. Mrs. Qin, do you know? Mother Qin looked at Qin Yin hesitantly, and said with some embarrassment, "Wan Wan." Qin Yin heard that the topic was not right, and asked Mother Qin to continue. She was worried that she would be very embarrassed. So she interrupted immediately, "Sister. No. Lord. Don't make it difficult for Mom. If you don't like me calling you sister, I won't call you sister anymore. Welcome back, Lord." Qin Yan's retreat made Mother Qin feel very guilty. "Wan Wan. You are a 1-star lord after all. You should have the demeanor of a lord. Why bother with Yin Yin?" "Oh. Then I'll leave?" Yunwan didn't indulge Qin's mother at all. She didn't come here to reminisce with Qin's mother today. No. That's not what I meant. Qin's mother was really stumped. On one side was her adopted daughter whom she had raised for more than 10 years and had feelings for. And on the other side was her biological daughter who she needed to build a good relationship with. It would be very uncomfortable for her to hurt either side. But if she had to stand on one side, Yunwan absolutely couldn't offend her now. She could only let Yin suffer. She looked at Qin Yin with a guilty look on her face, hoping that she could understand what she meant. If she left now, Yunwan would not be able to find anyone to target her. Unfortunately, Qin Yin didn't know the purpose of Yunwan's return to the Qin family at the moment, and didn't want to hide away in disgrace at all. In fact, she had a vague guess in her heart. She thought Yunwan came because of the drugging. She was a little looking forward to Yunwan's accusation. She was sure that she did not leave any clues. Yunwan had absolutely no evidence. At that time, Yunwan would not get any good. Things did not go as Qin Yin expected. Qin's mother took Yunwan around the Qin family. Yunwan was leisurely, and did not refuse. After walking for a while, she glanced at Qin Yin and deliberately said, "So this is where I should have lived more than 20 years ago." This sentence made Qin's mother feel pity. And Qin Yin felt very bad. On the poor star. Our family is only this big. We have to make money every day. Otherwise we will starve. After my parents died, it became even more difficult. Later, I was taken to the capital star and found myself sick. Yunwan sold her hand so badly. Hearing Qin's mother constantly condemning herself, she thought that she must be wrong. She was blinded by lard, and actually sent her own daughter away to raise a child for others. If it weren't for what happened back then, the relationship with Yunwan wouldn't be so awkward now. And Yunwan would become the pillar of the Qin family. Although Yin Yin is good, she is not as good as Yunwan after all. If she was a noble from the beginning and had unique conditions, Qin's mother felt that Yunwan's achievements would be greater than now, and the Qin family might have become the leader of the four nobles. Unfortunately, there is no early knowledge in the world. Although she didn't know Yunwan's intention, Qin's mother felt that she should seize this opportunity, and maybe she could repair her relationship with Yunwan. For the Qin family, Yin Yin would not mind if she suffered a little. Wan, you still have your parents. Come back. Don't suffer outside. Qin's mother sighed and said. Yunwan looked puzzled. She didn't expect that someone would take her acting seriously. She did suffer in the past, but now she is the lord of Shenong Star, and the vegetables she grows are popular in the interstellar space. It is too far-fetched to say that she suffered. Mother Qin was a bit too into the play. It's hard, but it's okay. Yunwan chuckled. Come back. She glanced at Qin Yin with evil intentions. The dove is still here. How can the sparrow return to the nest? The Riddler made Mother Qin confused. What doves and magpies? Yunwan walked away, and Mother Qin had to ask the people around her. Qin Yin bit her lip, like a mute, and Lu Huai was very considerate at this moment, and explained to Mother Qin, the dove occupies the magpie's nest. If the Lord wants to come back, he needs to make room for the Lord. After that, Lu Huai followed Yunwan into the living room. Ah! Mother Qin was in a trance. She glanced at Qin Yin, but didn't say anything. But she was constantly weighing the pros and cons in her heart. Yin, don't mind what your sister said. Let's go to the living room to rest. It's better to let your sister stay today. Our Qin family needs her. You know? Everyone left one after another, leaving Qin Yin biting her lip in the bright corridor. For a moment, she felt that the light around her had left her with that woman, leaving a thick and cold darkness, which made her breathless. Why? She couldn't understand why Yunwan, who was living such a good life, wanted to compete with her for the worthless identity of the eldest daughter of the Qin family. At this moment, she really regretted it. She shouldn't have appeared in front of Yunwan. She should have let Yunwan forget her, so that she would be busy and would not remember that there was such a person in the Qin family. She knew that Yunwan would never go back to the Qin family. If she wanted to go back, she would have gone back a long time ago. Besides, it was obvious that the Qin family wanted to suck Yunwan's blood. Yunwan couldn't be so stupid. Qin Yin found it funny that Yunwan avoided her, but she treated her as a treasure. She knew that Yunwan was trying to intimidate her. She had drugged Yunwan and angered her. This was her revenge, her counterattack. Yunwan knew what was most important to her. Her appearance really scared her. It turned out that everything she had was so illusory. As long as Yunwan wanted it, someone would give it to her with just one word. Qin Yin didn't dare to gamble on the Qin family's feelings for her and the huge interests represented by Yunwan. She didn't need to think about which side to choose. However, now she had no way out. She could only approach the living room where her predetermined future emerged. I wish Yunwan was just here to ask for accusations, so that she would not say a word and would lose so thoroughly with one move without any chance of fighting back. Are you really not going to stay to rest? We have many rooms here. The conversation between Qin's mother and Yunwan was coming to an end. One coldly refused. The other earnestly tried to keep her. No. I have a place to stay. And, maybe Madame Qin doesn't know, I don't like staying in the guest room. Yunwan was in a good mood after leaving the Qin family. So happy? Lu Huai followed her shadow. Yes. Evil will be punished. Think about Qin Yan's face, which is as black as the bottom of a pot. Are you unhappy? Lu Huai and Yunwan stood side by side. Does the Lord mind at night so much? The irrelevant words made Yunwan's mind tense. After thinking for a while, she said, not really. I just hate someone plotting against me. But now she has paid the price. Are you sure about this? Lord? Hee. The charm of power is so great that you can't imagine it. Not to mention the Qin family. They value interests themselves. Since she was sure of her strength, the Qin family has always been smiling in front of her. No matter how she doesn't give them face, they will stick to her. In their eyes, exchanging an adopted daughter for a biological daughter with a promising future should be a good deal. Lord, aren't you afraid that they will really rely on you? That's something they have to see me first. After Yunwan left, the mother and daughter fell into a long and oppressive silence. In the end, it was Qin's mother who spoke first. Yan, you heard what your sister said. Why don't you move out first and come back when your sister calms down? Qin Yan smiled sadly and asked with a last hope, what if she doesn't calm down? How could that be? Wan is not such a petty person. As long as you treat her well, she will definitely tolerate you. After all, what happened at the beginning had nothing to do with you. It was just that you were taken away by mistake. You have no grudges or hatred. She is not an unreasonable person. Mother Qin explained. What if we have hatred? Qin Yan said. What? Mother Qin looked at Qin Yan suspiciously. Yan, don't talk nonsense. I don't know if she was too angry, or she didn't want Mother Qin to use beautiful words to cover up her disgusting intentions to outline a beautiful picture. She got excited and told the whole story of drugging. You drugged Wan and made the eldest prince you. Mother Qin was too shocked to react, and a slap had already hit Qin Yan's face. How dare you do such a thing? If the royal family knew, are you planning a rebellion? Ha. No one knows. Mother. Oh. No. Madame Qin doesn't have to worry. Even if someone knows, I'm not a member of the Qin family anyway, and it won't implicate you. You can rest assured. Yan, what are you talking about? Mother Qin was shocked and upset. She didn't expect that the daughter she had raised for decades would say such words. Mrs. Qin, why are you pretending? Didn't you just want to kick me out? What? You want to kick me out and make me grateful to you? Every word Qin Yan said was heartbreaking. Mother Qin covered her aching heart. Qin Yan, why are you crazy? You were not like this before. Letting you live out is just a delaying tactic. When did I kick you out? Mother Qin couldn't figure out what had stimulated Qin Yan. She had obviously lived a comfortable life for more than 20 years. What's wrong with being wronged? Wan has lived through more than 20 years of hardship and never had such a big fight. Oh, do you believe this? Yuan and I can't tolerate each other. You can only choose one. Who do you choose? Qin Yan asked. What responded to her was the silence of Qin's mother. I understand. Finally, Qin Yan said with a crying voice. I will call you mother for the last time. And I will leave. But even if I leave, Yunwan will not return to the Qin family. Don't be silly. Qin Yan left. And Qin's mother did not stop her. She could still hear Qin Yan's self-deprecating laugh when she left. Although she knew that what Qin Yan said was probably true, she still didn't want to miss any opportunity to repair her relationship with Yunwan. Tomorrow she will go and ask Yunwan to come back in person. She will definitely come back. Qin Yan, who had left, found Lu Ran. There were bruises on his face, and his handsomeness had diminished a lot. Did you tell her? Qin Yan got straight to the point. It seems you are also in a miserable situation. Lu Ran was hit in the sore spot and instantly got angry. Better than you. At least I won't be kicked out of the house. Yes. I have no home. Qin Yan hung her head. Lu Ran didn't know if she was crying, but he never had the mood to comfort the losers. Do you hate Yunwan? Lu Ran suddenly asked. Qin Yin looked up, her face wet. Why? Do you have a solution? Yes. But it depends on how determined you are. Lu Ran said. Determination? A person who has reached a dead end will naturally burn himself to death. No matter what. Why do you hate her so much? You don't have any deep hatred? Lu Ran was puzzled. To be honest, he really felt that Qin Yin was so miserable now because she asked for it. And it was not Yunwan's fault. If she was angry, she would definitely vent her anger. But she would never hate her so thoroughly. But he was not in the mood to explore these. Then I can help you. Become stronger. Lu Ran took Qin Yin back to his villa and took out a potion and handed it to her. Facing Qin Yin's puzzled eyes, he said, Gene Improvement Potion. Use it with confidence. With Lu Ran's encouragement, she injected the potion into her body, and a powerful force almost overwhelmed her. The potion was given to Lu Ran by Lu Jingming. With this potion, Lu Ran led the army and fought many beautiful battles. However, the potion also gave Lu Ran a headache. Every once in a while, someone would suddenly feel unwell. At this time, his father would take these people for examination. Some people could come back and become stronger, while others just died. The people who came back were not completely without problems. In addition to becoming stronger, their tempers became more irritable, which increased the difficulty of military management. However, for the army, this was nothing, as long as they could win on the battlefield. The other things were just minor flaws, and could be tolerated. Now, he and Qin Yin had a common enemy, and he didn't mind helping her. He just hoped that with the improvement of the medicine, she could survive and become stronger. Soon, it was time to hand over the soldiers who had unwell reactions to his father. Lu Ran took Qin Yin with him, and his father didn't ask much. For Lu Jingming, after Lu Huai took the retired soldiers away, the number of experimental subjects decreased significantly. Now he would take as many as he could. As for whether the experimental subject was the eldest daughter of the Qin family or someone else, he didn't care. In the Tianzi laboratory, Qin Yin met a person who surprised her. Qin Xiao, a person who disappeared in the Qin family due to his physical disability. Do you know me? Qin Xiao had already discovered that there was a woman among the experimental subjects, and she kept looking at him. I've heard of it, Qin Yin said, watching Qin Xiao take a blood sample for her. She asked, Can I still live? Her tone was very calm. Unlike the other people who came here, she had no fear of death, as if she could accept both life and death. It depends on luck. Normally, at this time, hearing this answer, the patient would probably pull his collar and question him loudly, calling him a quack. But this woman was still calm. Okay. Qin Xiao glanced at her name. Qin Yin. The same surname as him. He smelled a similar scent on her. When Lu Ran held his birthday party, Yunwan and Lu Huai had not left the capital star yet. Lu's father and mother seemed to have forgotten their son Lu Huai. There was no news from them in the past few days. The moment she stepped on the spaceship, Yunwan asked Lu Huai, Are you really not going? The live broadcasts on the capital star were all about Lu Ran, the most promising and youngest general of the Lu family. This banquet was very grand and celebrities from all walks of life were invited. No need. After getting on the spaceship and closing the cabin, Yunwan heard someone using the smart brain to play the live broadcast of the Lu family's birthday banquet. Thank you all for coming. I am very grateful to my uncle and aunt for holding such a grand birthday banquet for me. They are really good to me. Ahem. Yunwan felt it was too quiet, and glanced at Lu Huai. There was no emotion on his face, and it was hard to tell whether he was in a good or bad mood. Ordinary people probably need comfort at this time. Although he didn't have parents to help him celebrate his birthday, and his father didn't love him. But if he knew there were people who were worse off than him, he would feel much better. Actually, it's good to celebrate your birthday alone. Unlike me. Really. The Lord doesn't have anyone to celebrate his birthday with. When is the Lord's birthday? Lu Huai asked. I don't know my birthday at all, Yunwan said. The Lord was not taken away by mistake. Logically, his birthday should be the same as the eldest daughter of the Qin family. How could he not know? Lu Huai was curious. You just don't know? My birthday is still your birthday. Do you know as much as I do? Yunwan said angrily. She was kind enough to comfort him, but he was only concerned with finding logical loopholes in her words. Lu Huai was too perceptive. Well, if the Lord says he doesn't know, Then he doesn't know. His tone was very doting. With infinite tolerance. Yeah. So you don't have to be sad. There are many people like you in the world. Yunwan took the opportunity to comfort him. Well, I have the Lord to accompany me. So I won't be sad. Lu Huai said. Yunwan realized something was wrong. I've said it before. I'm different from you. It's not that no one celebrates my birthday. I don't even know my birthday. So what? I'm more miserable than you. Yunwan felt that Lu Huai was not smart enough again. Lu Huai understood what Yunwan meant. It turned out that she wanted to use her own misery to compare his non-misery. Her eyes were clear. And she really thought that he could find a sense of superiority in her misery, and no longer feel sad. It's really a bit cute. The Lord is indeed more miserable than me. Lu Huai said. Since the Lord doesn't know his birthday, then celebrate his birthday with me. What? Yunwan's eyes widened. What I mean is, if the Lord also celebrates his birthday today, I will have someone to celebrate his birthday with. And the Lord will also know when to celebrate his birthday. And we won't be miserable anymore. Lu Huai's words seemed to have magic, making Yunwan think his proposal was simply wonderful. You are so smart. Can I really have a birthday on the same day as you? Yunwan's eyes were dark, like two grape gems. I wish for it. Yunwan's nose was sour. She also had a birthday. Originally, she wanted to comfort Lu Huai. But the situation seemed to be the opposite. And Lu Huai comforted her. He was so good. She couldn't bear to leave him. Chapter 141. Arriving at Shenong Star, Yunwan was not tired at all, and pulled Lu Huai to plan her first birthday. She searched for other people's birthday images in her mind, trying to refer to other people's birthday activities. We can go to see the desert rose sea. Let the black rock bees and icebergs dance for us. And let Chef Wang make us a birthday cake. What about you? Lu Huai. What do you want to do? Yunwan arranged a long list of activities. The Lord arranged it very well. Lu Huai followed Yunwan to see the sea of flowers. The crimson desert roses echoed the slowly setting sun. The flowers were surging. The sunlight was golden. And the black rock bees danced happily on the golden sky, forming patterns of love or words of blessing. The icebergs kept circling over their heads. And beautiful hexagonal snowflakes flew and fell all over Yunwan's head, as if she was wearing stars and moon. Chef Wang, wearing a tuxedo, personally set the table for Yunwan. A beautiful Shenong planet cake was served on the table. On the cake stood two cute Q-version figures, a man and a woman, echoing the corresponding male and female protagonists. Yunwan had a birthday that most people would consider a good birthday, and it was also a birthday in her heart. She thought that today would end with sweet cream. But she didn't expect Lu Huai to prepare an after-dinner program. Lord, do you want to see fireworks? Lu Huai asked. Sure, but I haven't prepared anything. It was her birthday. So Yunwan wanted to do all the good things. It's okay. I have a way. Do you have a freezing gun? Lu Huai looked very reliable. Yunwan took the freezing gun from her waist and handed it to Lu Huai. How do I do it? Lu Huai took the freezing gun, opened the energy slot, took out the obsidian energy, and took out an energy stone from somewhere and put it in. Are you ready? He asked. Yes. As Yunwan finished speaking, Lu Huai pressed the wrench, and a huge energy burst out of the freezing gun, with a cold breath, shooting straight into the sky, bursting out with a heat more terrifying than magma, and an energy source more beautiful than fireworks, rubbing out colorful energy flocks. Following Lu Huai, Lu Li, who had just got off the spaceship, Qian Zhuang stepped out of the spaceship with 1 foot, Feng Feng, who was in a hurry. That's the only 2 glass crystals in the world. A new energy source that has not yet been released. Is the boss squandering money again? When he arrived at the scene, he found that his boss was with the Lord. Feng Feng, I'm used to it. Qian Zhuang asked worriedly if the eldest prince knew that the brotherhood token between him and the boss was used by the boss to amuse girls. He would not blow up Shenong Star. Right? Feng Feng, what nonsense. This originally belonged to the boss. What kind of brotherly token? The boss's things. He can use them however he wants. Things are meant to be used. Using them for mechas or blowing them up as energy sources are almost the same. Lu Li looked at Feng Feng, sighing that he was indeed a loyal fan of the boss. The boss was right. Right. Wrong. And always right. Today is the boss' birthday. Maybe the boss wants to see it? Lu Li said. Lioli crystal, a very special energy source, can burst out extremely strong energy no matter how it is treated. And after reacting with the air, it can quickly cool down and rub out a gorgeous cold flame. This was obtained by chance when the boss was on a mission, and he didn't expect to use it in this situation. If that's the case, why didn't the boss use it last year, the year before, and the year before? But this year? Qian Zhuang asked stupidly. Lu Li, I've given you a way out. Don't be so tactful. Save some face for the boss. Oh! Well, the boss is definitely not stupid. Definitely not tempted by beauty. And definitely can pass the beauty test. 3 absolutes in a row, leaving the other 2 speechless. Well said. You can stop talking now. Lu Li slapped Qian Zhuang. After pumping out several rounds of energy, Yun Wan was still immersed in the beautiful energy fireworks until the energy was exhausted. It turns out that this can also shoot energy forms other than ice? Yun Wan was curious. Is it beautiful? Lu Hui asked. It's beautiful. Are there any more? Yun Wan was in a very good mood. Beautiful things are always unique. Yun Wan looked regretful. If I had known, I would have saved some for next time. That's good. This way, whenever the Lord thinks of this unique fireworks show, she can remember the person who celebrated her birthday with her while watching fireworks. Every time she celebrates her birthday, she will think of him. This is his selfish desire. Wan, you must remember that you have a birthday now, and you can celebrate your birthday every year. What did you call me? Yun Wan asked in a daze. Lord. Great. If you are still on Shenong Star next year, we can celebrate your birthday together, and I will prepare an extraordinary gift for you by then. A few days after Yun Wan promised, Che Xilon brought her good news. Lord, we succeeded? When he said this, Che Xilon was not so excited that he could not help himself, but more of a sense of relief that he had lived up to everyone's expectations. God knows how nervous he was when he was researching the new mecha with the new material. A brand new material. A material that is expected to allow all of their patients with genetic defects to drive mechas again. A material that can make up for the defects and drive mechas at the same time. He was really afraid that he would have such a good material, but could not do anything. In the process of researching new mechas, he encountered many difficulties and obstacles. He wanted to give up countless times, and blamed himself countless times. But he still gritted his teeth and persevered. Fortunately, he was not alone along the way. Che Xilon was very grateful to Yun Wan. She seemed to have anticipated the difficulty of manufacturing mechas. When recruiting teachers for Shenxing Primary School, she secretly recruited a large number of mecha research professionals. Among these talents, there were professors with more experience than him. And there were also young outstanding talents who were better than him. However, the Lord still let him be in charge of mecha research. Therefore, Che Xilon was under great pressure. He was afraid of disappointing the Lord's expectations, and such a high-profile team. God will not let down those who work hard. And they have finally developed a new generation of mechas. They gave this mecha an impressive name. Dragon Tooth Mecha. The Dragon Tooth Mecha fully adopts new mecha materials. Dragon Tooth Jade and new energy purple crystal fruit. It can not only take into account both mental power and spiritual power, but also has super long endurance and high explosive power under the blessing of new energy. The strength is 6.8 times that of the strongest existing mecha, and it can even be comparable to the first generation of mechas. Its cost performance is more than a little better than the first generation of mechas. The materials of the first generation of mechas are non-renewable. Since the first generation of mechas were manufactured, no one has developed such a mecha, nor have they found materials similar to the first generation of mechas. The Dragon Tooth Mecha is different. The material of the Dragon Tooth Mecha is a plant material. Not only that, even the amethyst fruit can be continuously regenerated. After the first batch of Dragon Tooth Jade and amethyst fruit were harvested, the trees grew new Dragon Tooth Jade and amethyst fruit. Che Xilon used the first batch of materials to make 9 mechas. The experimental team happily told Yun Wan the good news and surrounded Yun Wan to inspect the laboratory. Entering the laboratory, Yun Wan found that the current laboratory had changed a lot. It was no longer the small workshop when she left Shenong Star. Instead, it was replaced by batches of sophisticated experimental equipment and professional experimental instruments. She clearly remembered that Hu Yuanyang did not apply for funding from her to purchase these high-precision instruments. Facing Yun Wan's doubts, Che Xilon explained to her, These are instruments that several professors moved from their own laboratories and donated to Shinong Star for free. Yunwan suddenly realized and looked at the professors who provided the experimental equipment. They were beaming and waiting for Yunwan to praise them. But their focused gazes only made Yunwan blush. She was so incompetent that she even asked the experimental team to provide the experimental equipment and build a mecha for her. It was like a galactic skinning, which made people sad in tears. However, it was obvious that the members of the experimental team did not think so. 9 mechas slowly appeared in front of Yunwan, each of which shone with the unique luster of metal and the clarity of jade, looking beautiful and cool. Some of them even used the durian shell design, which was not only attractive in appearance, but also very guaranteed in hardness. Lord, these mechas have their own characteristics. Which one do you like? Che Xylon said. In his opinion, the Lord of One Star must be the first to choose a mecha that suits his heart. This one is pretty good, Yunwan said to one of them. The black and gold mecha nodded repeatedly. Che Xylon was about to speak when Yunwan continued. It's very suitable for Lu Huai. Che Xylon was silent for a moment. Lord, what do you mean? Should we send this mecha to General Lu first? No need. Yunwan's reply put Che Xylon at ease. He said that the Dragon Fang mecha was the latest mecha of their Shinong Star, and it could only be used by the most loyal warriors of Shinong Star. How could it be leaked to an imperial general? His heart had just settled down for a short while, and Yunwan's next words lifted it up again. I'll give it to him. This almost made Che Xylon fall flat on his face. Lord, this... Che Xylon hesitated to speak. Yunwan looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Could it be that someone has already reserved this mecha? How could that be? Lord, you must have chosen first, Che Xylon said hurriedly. He winked at the other members of the experimental group. But no one dared to offend the Lord. He didn't want to teach the Lord at this time. So he could only say, Lord, you see, you are busy choosing for others, and you haven't chosen one for yourself. Oh, these mechas are all pretty good. Just leave one for me. Yunwan thought something big happened, but it turned out to be her mecha. She didn't have much obsession with mechas, and just had one to play with. But Lu Huai should be very happy to see the new mecha. He was full of energy when he used the mecha before, but he was a little depressed when he couldn't drive the mecha. How happy he would be if he knew he could be with the mecha again. Che Xylon put the black and gold mecha that Yunwan had requested into the space button, and then chose a mecha that was the most suitable for Yunwan, and handed it to her. Then he stopped Yunwan, who was about to leave. Lord, don't worry. What should we do with the remaining 7 mechas? Yunwan thought for a while holding the 2 space buttons, and said, keep one in the laboratory first, and supply the other 6 to the guard captain and the captain first. Don't worry. Wait for the next batch of mechas to come out, and we will equip each of us with one. Okay, everyone said in unison. The volume of this okay was so loud that it made Yunwan's ears buzz. Yunwan didn't know the value of the sentence 1 mecha per person. This sentence was as tempting to them as giving an oasis to people in the desert and a lifebuoy to drowning people. Although Yunwan had promised to give them mechas before, countless people changed their minds. They knew in their hearts that the Dragon Fang mecha was a huge fortune, and the Lord had no intention of breaking his promise. He just allocated the mechas to them without setting any threshold. As long as there are enough. Owning a dragon tooth mecha is not a dream. The members of the experimental group almost cried with joy. According to Yunwan's arrangement, the mecha was sent out. Several people immediately took care of the sky-high trees that provided them with mecha materials and energy. The captains who received the mecha felt that happiness came too suddenly. Dragon tooth mecha? For us? Jiangdi is not only the boss in his own team, but also one of the best among the guard captains, second only to Ma Yeding. When he came out, several captains did not speak. After he looked at the 6 mechas, he said, I want this one. Others dared not speak due to Jiangdi's pressure and strength. But there were always people who were not afraid of his tyranny and said, the captain should choose first. Captain Jiang, you are too anxious. Jiangdi raised his eyebrows, crossed his arms and said nothing. Ma Yeding glanced at Jiangdi and thanked the person who spoke. The mechas provided by the Lord are all very good. Captains choose first, and leave one for me. Several captains received the order from the captain and chose their favorite mechas. But they all tacitly did not choose the one chosen by Jiangdi. After the selection was completed, the other captains couldn't wait to find a good place to try out the mecha with the space button, and show off to their respective team members. God knows how envious they were when Jiangdi's team brought back 7 mechas. Now that they finally have their own mechas, they must observe them for 3 days and 3 nights. The captain of the third team took his team members to try out the mecha. He drove the mecha for half an hour, until the team members urged him to take turns one by one. And then he reluctantly came out of the cockpit and warned the next team member, "Don't break it. Be gentle. Understand? Okay. Godfather, I will definitely treat this mecha as my ancestor. It will never be bumped or scratched." The captain of Team 3 felt something was wrong, but couldn't put his finger on it. Okay. When all the team members had a turn and looked at him with unsatisfied eyes, he realized that they all called him Godfather, but treated the mecha as their ancestor, which meant that his status was even lower than the mecha. Everyone drove the mecha around, but they didn't want to leave, hoping that their captain would show mercy and come again. But the captain of Team 3 didn't want to be magnanimous, so he directly extinguished their delusions. Don't dream. Just drive it for a while to satisfy your desire. It's annoying to push it too far. Besides, your captain, have a mecha. How far can you be? You must believe in the strength of the Lord. This mecha has just been shipped out of the factory, and it's already tired after 1 day. I can't do it anymore. I won't talk nonsense with you. I'm going to the experimental group to maintain it. The captain of the third team immediately said goodbye to his wolf-like team members. They are at the prime age, but these guys don't think about how to improve their own strength. They are always envious of other people's mechas. It's not decent at all. He said he wanted to go to the experimental group to maintain the mecha. He was not just talking, but really wanted to maintain it, fearing that these rough guys would scratch the mecha. When he arrived at the laboratory, Che Zilon knew that someone was here to maintain the mecha, and thought that the mecha he had just used had a problem. He was so scared that he ran out without taking off his laboratory glasses. He took the new mecha and checked it over and over for half an hour. In the end, he really didn't find any problems. So he asked the captain of the third team in confusion, "I think this mecha is good. What problem did you encounter?" "Oh, I'm glad you're fine. The mech worked a little long today, and I was worried that something might go wrong." The captain of the third team patted his chest. Che Zilon was speechless. If he remembered correctly, it was only 5 hours since he sent the mech out and back. How could he call it a long time? "Captain 3, this is a mech, not a crystal. It won't break if you touch it." Che Zilon was a little angry. This was purely a waste of his time. Captain 3 also felt that he had made a big fuss and was a little embarrassed. "Captain Che, thank you very much. If you need to pull materials in the future, just call me and I will definitely not hesitate." Okay. Che Zilon devoted himself to the research of new weapons. A new material and new energy have appeared. In addition to mechas, many weapons and tools can have breakthroughs to varying degrees, and their experimental group is working towards these directions. After the crowd dispersed, there were still 2 mechas left in the training ground. Jiangdi looked at Ma Yeding, who was smiling steadily. The other party was waiting for him to choose, and looked good-tempered. Jiangdi sneered. "The good ones have been picked. You are quite generous." Ma Yeding said nonchalantly, "It's given by the Lord. There's no difference." "That makes a difference," Jiangdi retorted. "Why do you always portray yourself as a good person? I don't believe you really don't mind." Ma Yeding's mouth twitched. She didn't know why Jiangdi was mad in front of her. Why didn't he just leave after choosing? Why did he have to chat with her here? She really wanted to say get out to him, but that didn't fit her identity as the captain. Ma Yeding repeatedly warned herself in her heart that she had won him in the competition and became the captain. So it was reasonable for him to be dissatisfied and to be quick to talk. It was nothing to let him have a break. "You just said you wanted that mech. Right? Then I will." Ma Yeding was about to take another space button, but Jiangdi got there first and took the mech she was supposed to take. Ma Yeding looked at Jiangdi in shock. "You? What?" Before she finished asking, she saw Jiangdi holding the space button between his index and middle fingers and turning around, then waving at her and saying, "You're welcome. Ma Yeding, ? Who wants to thank him? God of Gold." Jiangdi gave up the mech he had originally designated. Ma Yeding felt strange. She didn't know if it was her illusion. She felt that Jiangdi gave up his favorite mech for her. He wanted to leave the good things for her? Ma Yeding was shocked by her own thoughts. Opening the space button to summon the mecha, Ma Yeding tried to drive it for a few minutes. It felt very good, and the operation was smooth. The mecha that Jiangdi liked was really good. If he regretted it now, she would never give up the mecha again. Ma Yeding had been on guard for a few days, and had been avoiding Jiangdi. When she found that Jiangdi was fine, she felt relieved to meet him. The two met in the cafeteria. But Ma Yeding had just finished her meal and Jiangdi had already finished it. Meeting Jiangdi again, Ma Yeding still felt strange. She glanced at Jiangdi, who was sitting not far to her upper left. After eating 2 mouthfuls of food, she saw that Jiangdi had already walked in front of her and looked at her with hesitation. Ma Yeding hurriedly swallowed the food in her mouth and said, "No change. No way. The mecha is mine." Jiangdi was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "Okay. It's yours. I won't take it away. You said it. Don't regret it." Yunwan took the black gold mecha to the sanatorium to find Lu Huai, but was told that Lu Huai had gone to visit new immigrants on the primitive star. The timing was not right, and she was really looking forward to Lu Huai's reaction when he saw the new mecha. So she decided to go to the primitive star in person. Anyway, she should go there to inspect the new people. They left as soon as they said they would, and everything went smoothly all the way. When they arrived at the primitive star, Yunwan saw Lu Huai's figure among the people who were reclaiming the land. His figure was particularly tall and familiar. Yunwan approached, and Lu Huai, who was busy plowing the land, seemed to have sensed something and tilted his head to look at Yunwan. He was quite surprised, put down the hoe in his hand, patted the dirt on his body, and walked towards her. "Why is the Lord here?" he asked. Yunwan excitedly pulled him to a secluded place, took out the black gold mecha like a treasure, and blurted out her surprise. "Dang dang. This is a newly developed mecha. We can drive it. So powerful." Lu Huai was very polite and acted surprised. "Lord, you can drive it for fun. And you can ask me if you don't understand anything. Hey, this is for you." Yunwan patted Lu Huai on the shoulder. "Do you want to try it?" Her palm was facing upwards, and the black and gold space button was lying in the middle of her palm, forming a sharp contrast with her fair skin. Lu Huai could see it as soon as he lowered his head. "Give it to me," he said, without moving. "Yes." Yunwan kept urging Lu Huai to take it with her eyes, as if it was a matter of course. "Is it okay?" he confirmed again. Yunwan stretched her palm closer, and her fingertips almost poked Lu Huai's chest. "Hurry up. My hand is sore." Lu Huai stretched out his hand to take the space button off. The space button was warm, with a temperature that did not belong to him, as if it had been held for a long time. He looked at Yunwan deeply, and then he opened the space button and released the black and gold mecha. Under the sun, the mecha reflected a clear light and shone brightly. With a little trepidation, he entered the cockpit and tried to resonate with the mecha. The spiritual power and mental power were transmitted to various areas of the mecha through the transmitter without any violation. In an instant, a cold machine was injected with vitality and moved flexibly. This fluency is even better than Lu Huai's first-generation mecha. He clearly felt that with the blessing of mental power and spiritual power, his control over the mecha was greatly improved. And mental power and spiritual power complemented each other. The mental power itself faced the risk of exhaustion in the mecha battle. There was no other way to replenish mental power, and he could only rest for a while. However, the existence of spiritual power solved this drawback. On the original star, Lu Huai could feel the thin spiritual energy, which slowly flowed into his body as his spiritual power was consumed, continuously providing him with new spiritual power, allowing his spiritual power to be replenished in time. Theoretically, as long as the spiritual energy is sufficient, the spiritual power will not be exhausted, and he can always drive and fight, comparable to a humanoid combat perpetual motion machine. The new mecha is too amazing. Lu Huai came out of the cockpit, and his cheeks were a little red, probably because he stayed in the confined space for too long. He pursed his lips and asked Yunwan seriously, "Lord, are you really going to let me use the mecha?" "Of course. I never lie." Yunwan almost raised 3 fingers to swear, but Lu Huai held her hand in time. Her wrist was thin, but the force was not small. Lu Huai took some effort to pull her hand down. "Thank you," he said. "I won't tell anyone," he continued. After saying that, he didn't know what to say, and unconsciously pinched Yunwan's wrist. Yunwan lowered her head and watched her wrist being held by Lu Huai, allowing him to move. "Yes, It's your exclusive right to use only. Yun Wan added a supplementary agreement. Lu Huai found it funny. It was too late to say it now. He thought that the Lord was really generous. He actually gave such a good thing to an outsider. Thank you for your trust, Lord. The nurse stayed in the original star for 2 days. She thought she would not get used to it. Unexpectedly, after just a few days, not only did her genetic defect not relapse, but her appetite was also very good. She gained at least 5 pounds and became much rounder. When her bestie called, Fenol was wearing a $2 million haute couture dress and carrying a hoe to dig the ground. She wiped the sweat from her forehead casually and pressed the answer button. Shao Si. Why are you calling? Shao Si is Fener's childhood friend. They have always had a good relationship. They both worked in the Capital Star and often got together. After Fen got a genetic defect, they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Shao Si is a reporter and often travels for reports. She has been in a sanatorium for treatment all year round. The two often don't meet, and their phone calls have gradually become less and less. Fener, where have you been? Why aren't you in the sanatorium? Shao Si's voice was noisy and flustered. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I've moved to a new place. I'm recuperating on the original star. Fener rested with her hoe. Original star? Which star? Why haven't I heard of it? Shao Si was puzzled. As a reporter, she was more informed than the average person. But she had never heard of a new sanatorium opening anywhere. Did you get cheated? Shao Si was puzzled. No. I'm fine. At first I thought I was cheated. But I participated in the recuperation program these 2 days. And I feel much better. More energetic than before. And I'm in a good mood. If this is considered a scam, it's worth it to cheat me for a lifetime and cure my illness. Fener joked. What kind of recuperation project? Shao Si asked. Well, that's what I'm doing now. Clearing the land and planting. Clearing the land? Planting? Shao Si exclaimed, looking at her bestie's dusty haute couture. She felt that the world was magical. I know this sounds a bit weird and a bit far-fetched. But it's true. Fenoi tried to explain. This isn't a bit far-fetched. This is a far-fetched. Fener, don't worry. Wait for me. Shao Si went home and packed her luggage. Don't. Shao Si. Don't be anxious. I really wasn't deceived. The Lord asked us to cultivate the land and provided us with food every day. I wasn't deceived into mining on the deserted planet. This is fundamentally different. Fener explained for a long time. But it was getting worse and worse. Shao Si didn't believe it at all. It's not me who's anxious. Fener, it's you who shouldn't be anxious. Wait for me to save you. I will definitely expose this black-hearted lord. Wait for me. After that, no matter how Fener shouted, Shao Si decisively hung up the phone. Fener sighed, thinking sadly while digging the soil. She was really living a good life. Why didn't her best friend believe it? Forget it. When she comes, the misunderstanding will be solved naturally. When it comes to her best friend, Shao Si is very active. She took a camera and some common clothes and went to the Star Network to buy a ticket. Unexpectedly, there is no such planet. Shao Si felt that it was as expected. Look! Look! There is no ticket to buy. Shao Si is very sure that her poor best friend must have been deceived to go to the deserted planet to mine. Now there is no way to escape. It is very dangerous. So she comforted her and didn't let her take risks. As for why they didn't call the police, the planet has autonomy, and the interstellar world generally doesn't care about such things. Unable to buy a boat ticket, Shao Si spent a lot of money to rent a spaceship and asked the driver to drive to the original star. The driver was curious. Is there a planet called the original star? After searching the navigation, the two looked at each other and fell silent. The icon of the original star suddenly appeared on the map. The driver complained, You said that this lord. If you don't want to name it, just use a number. If you want to name it, you can give it a better name. Why give it the original star? It's really weird. Ha ha. Shao Si laughed strangely. She thought to herself, it's time to do something bad. The original star is some distance away from the capital star. The driver followed the navigation and drove for a whole day and night to reach the destination. Boss, where do we dock? The driver looked around blankly and didn't see the port sign. Just find a secret place. Shao Si was fully armed and waiting to get off the ship. The driver was silent for a moment. Is this considered an illegal landing? Shao Si gave the driver a soothing look. Illegal? What illegal? We are punishing evil and promoting good. And acting on behalf of heaven. Put your heart back in your stomach. Don't be afraid. I will take care of anything. Okay. The driver found a secret place to stop the boat with his years of driving experience. When they arrived at the original star, Chelsea contacted Fenner secretly, and she lowered her voice for fear of attracting other people's attention. Fenner. I'm here. You come out quietly. What? You've arrived? Fenner howled. The voice was so loud that it scared Chelsea. Don't scream. Don't scream. Auntie! We've been discovered. And none of us can leave. I think I heard your voice, Fenner said to herself. After a while, there was no sound on the other end of the phone. Chelsea was wondering, and found something approaching behind her. She turned around quickly, and it turned out to be Fenner. Why are you here? Chelsea was surprised. Fenner pointed to the ground under her feet. This is the land I reclaimed and planted tomatoes. You stepped on it. Chelsea realized that her best friend did not have the joy of reuniting after a long time. Instead, she frowned and looked unhappy. Chelsea felt wronged. You mean to me? You mean to me when we just met? Because of this piece of broken land? Seeing that Chelsea was about to make a scene, Fenner took out the small tomato that she had treasured for 2 days and was reluctant to eat, and stuffed one into Chelsea's mouth. As Chelsea talked, she began to chew, and the sweet and sour juice overflowed in her mouth, making her drool. After swallowing the food, she smacked her lips with satisfaction. Fenner. Another one. Chelsea pulled her best friend's hand, expecting her to take out another delicious fruit from her pocket. Fenner spread her hands. It's gone. You can't say it's gone. But there are some. Where is it? Chelsea was disappointed and surprised at the same time because her best friend kept her in suspense. When she heard that there were tomatoes, she looked at Fenner eagerly. You're stepping on it, Fenner said unhappily. Ah? Chelsea jumped up and quickly moved her feet away. It's still stepping on it. Ah? Chelsea continued to move in small steps in panic. Okay. Right there. Stand there. Don't move. Fenner pointed at the palm-sized patch where Chelsea was standing and said, Ah? Chelsea stood in the cramped space and dared not move. She looked around and found that the ground she had just stepped on was indeed different. It had just been turned over, was wet, and had been watered. Is there fruit in this soil? Chelsea was puzzled. She could not see that the red and beautiful fruit was buried in the dirty soil. Yes, but we have to wait for it to grow, Fenner said. Chelsea hesitated. Can the interstellar space be used to grow crops? No. Can this land be used to grow crops casually? No. It's just, this land can be used to grow crops casually. No. Chelsea was incoherent and felt that she was a little speechless. Okay. Calm down. Our seeds are provided by Shenong Star, so you can plant them at will, Fenner said proudly. Shenong Star. You have heard of it, right? Fenner asked. Chelsea had not only heard of it, but also heard of its name for a long time. She even wanted to go to Shenong Star for an interview. However, this job was a hot commodity, and it was not her turn. Is it true? Could a primitive star be related to the famous Shenong Star? It seems that she had heard that Shenong Star had launched a seed plan to sell plant seeds, but she had not seen it with her own eyes, so she was still skeptical. Of course. Look at that man. He is said to be an imperial general, and he is personally leading us to farm. Chelsea followed Fenner's gaze and saw a man who was a little different, working with a hoe. If there was any difference, it was probably that he was surrounded by many people, and his every move was much more pleasing to the eye than others. Chelsea stared at the man for a while, and felt that he looked familiar. With her professional intuition, she opened her smart brain and pressed the shutter. Not long after, she saw another girl running over. She recognized that the girl was the Lord of Shenong Star. It seemed that her bestie was not deceived and was lucky. Seeing the two leave, Chelsea couldn't help but gossiping and said to her bestie, You farm first. I'll go over there and take a look. Chelsea followed the Lord of Shenong Star to an open space, and saw that the two of them summoned a mecha without knowing what they said and practiced on the spot. Chelsea, shock. The mecha's movements were not as slow as those she had seen before. Instead, it was as smooth as flowing water, as if the man and the machine were one. Compared with those mechas, this mecha was simply a moon in the sky. Chelsea, big news. She got something big. Chelsea covered her heart. which was beating very fast, and filmed the mecha carefully. She had a hunch that if this video was released, it would definitely trigger interstellar public opinion. Chapter 142. Shao Si, who had filmed the shocking plot, quickly evacuated and ran back to the vegetable garden in a jubilant mood. When she saw her best friend, she burst out with amazing strength and directly picked her up and spun her around. "Funner! We are going to get rich." Funner's feet had just landed on the ground, and her head was still a little dizzy, when her best friend pinched her shoulders and shook her several times. She didn't listen to what her best friend said at all. She held up her heavy head and used all her strength to keep herself standing. "Shao Si, what are you doing?" Funner patted her chest to stop the urge to vomit. Shao Si told Funner about seeing the Lord and the Admiral of Shenong Star using mechas. She was very excited when she told the story, not feeling uncomfortable at all for just arriving here. And she didn't even care that her expensive boots were covered with thick mud. "Are you saying that you took a picture of the Lord trying out the new mecha?" Funner was not happy after hearing this. "Yes. This is big news. If I report it, I will definitely become famous. By then, all the major news headlines for the whole week will be my name and my report." Shao Si became more and more excited as she spoke, and even imagined in her mind the scene where her report was published on major newspaper platforms, and she became the most popular reporter. Funner frowned at Shao Si, shook her head, and poured cold water on her. "No." Shao Si froze in place, retorting in confusion, "Why? Since it is a new type of mecha, it means that this type of mecha has not yet been released. Maybe it is a weapon secretly developed by the Lord. If we announce it in advance and leak military secrets, it will be bad." "What military secrets? Besides, even if it is a military secret, what does it have to do with us? I took this photo based on my own strength." "Why?" Shao Si said, and suddenly realized something. Paused for a moment, and then said, "Funner, you didn't immigrate?" Funner nodded. "So, the Lord of Shenong Star is now your lord, and you are her subject?" Funner continued to nod. "Ah?" Shao Si raised his hand and touched Funner's forehead. "Immigrate to Shenong Star?" Funner shook her head. "Original star?" Shao Si's eyes widened. "Oh my god. Crazy. Crazy. Really crazy. Who gave you the courage to come to this godforsaken place?" "Funner." Shao Si felt that no matter who it was, even if it was the imperial family's request to immigrate to the original star, she would not believe that there was anything good. "You forgot the cherry tomatoes," Funner said to make amends. Although she only knew about the delicious fruit of cherry tomatoes later, Shao Si did not need to know about this matter. "That's right. But the risk is still too great," Shao Si said in fear. "The Lord of Shenong Star doesn't have any dark history." As she said that, she felt a little sorry. It seemed that she had to give up the big news she had finally filmed. If it was sent out and something really went wrong, if the Lord of Shenong Star held her accountable, her bestie would definitely have a hard time. "Then, I won't send it out for now. Just know that you're okay." Shao Si laughed again. Anyway, she didn't lose anything. She just thought it was a beautiful dream. Funner felt a little sorry. She saw Shusi's excitement just now. For so many years, Shusi has been working hard on her own, but has never been very successful. Her lifelong dream is to make a big news. Unfortunately, she has no connections and lacks luck, so she always misses some good opportunities. Now that luck has come, she has to give up because of her. "Actually, we don't have to give up," Funner said. "We can try. Maybe the Lord doesn't mind the video being sent out." Funner's words rekindled Shao Si's heart. Although generally speaking, such secrets would be required to be deleted. If they were lucky, they would get a hush money. And if they were unlucky, they would have to pay money. But what if they encountered that 1 in 10,000 possibility? What if the Lord of Shenong Star didn't mind the mecha being exposed? "Funner!" Shao Si looked at Funner eagerly. "Don't worry. Leave it to me." Yunwan and Lu Huai returned to their temporary residence on the original star. The new residents were busy opening up the wasteland. Many people didn't know Yunwan yet. When they saw a strange girl coming, they stopped from time to time to look at her. And some took the opportunity to talk to Yunwan while taking a breath. "Little girl, are you a new immigrant here too? Why didn't I see you a few days ago?" A man in his 30s said. The man smiled kindly, and his voice was loud. After his shout, everyone around him noticed Yunwan's presence and pricked up their ears to listen to gossip. On the primitive planet with scarce entertainment resources, a little bit of new things can make them happy for a long time. Yunwan just smiled and said nothing. So the man assumed that Yunwan was a new immigrant like them and became more enthusiastic. Why didn't I see you a few days ago? Are you not feeling well? Have you been recuperating for a few days? He knew that some people were in the period of illness when they first immigrated. They were so uncomfortable that they couldn't even sit up, let alone dig the ground. Big sister, you are lucky to immigrate here. I tell you, this land recuperation method is really effective. When I first came here, I was a few days before the onset of illness. After a set of recuperation programs, there was no sign of illness at all. So, don't be afraid. Farming and recuperating well is very beneficial to our illness. By the way, where is your land? Yunwan was very happy to hear her elder brother's recognition of land reclamation and farming. It's nearby. She wanted to hear more from the immigrants, so she continued to chat with her elder brother. This place is good for health. That's it. She dragged out her voice, waiting for the enthusiastic elder brother to take over. The elder brother took over the conversation. Yes. It's just that the basic facilities are relatively scarce, and there is no way to connect to the internet, which is really uncomfortable. Yunwan nodded and sent a message to Hu Yuanong, asking him to build the network next to the temporary residence according to the degree of urgency, so that these immigrants can enrich their spare time. In this way, they can have everything from food, drink and entertainment, and live a fulfilling life. As for the quality of the residence and the types of entertainment, they will gradually improve in the future. The elder brother and Yunwan chatted for a while, and then Yunwan left on the pretext of farming. The next day, the elder brother found that the network he had been dreaming about had been built, and he could start surfing the internet. He had a vague feeling that his wish had come true. Thinking of that girl, he suddenly felt that she was extraordinary. Logically speaking, the network project was not that important, and it would not affect anything if it was built a year or two later. It was impossible that the network was built immediately after he finished his PSI. What kind of efficiency is this government? That girl was definitely not an ordinary person. After the eldest brother shared his guess with others, everyone agreed that the girl should be someone at Hu Yuanyang's level. Only when she specifically passed on their ideas, the network was built so quickly. It feels good to have your voice heard and your needs taken seriously. They feel closer to this primitive star, especially the eldest brother, who thinks that the primitive star is a very good place to belong. No wonder the admiral asked us to immigrate here. Isn't this better than letting them fend for themselves in a nursing home? Fend for themselves is not the conventional sense, but a feeling of being ignored. Their families will spend money on them, and the royal family will also give them funding. But no one has ever asked them what they really need, whether they are comfortable in the nursing home. And no one has ever been able to realize their needs so promptly and improve their lives so quickly. It can be said that this feeling of being cared for has never been experienced when they were still normal people and not sick. But on the primitive planet, although it looks desolate, the food is very delicious. The daily exercise is easy to reach. The recuperation program can also cultivate sentiment. And the days of farming are the most relaxing days they have ever had. In the past, they had to race against the disease, and were always on the operating table or intubated in the ward every time they faced a serious doctor, and relatives who knew that their condition was not optimistic and forced to smile. Here, all of these are gone. Even the people who are sick together have a relieved smile on their faces, as if they are either here to treat the disease, or to travel here, to experience life here, regardless of whether the disease is good or bad. In terms of mentality, they have undergone earth-shaking changes, not to mention that their current disease has stabilized. Many people used to have frequent attacks, but now they have not had an attack for a long time. In short, the 50,000 yuan is really worth it. This immigration is also a good move. This is the real state of being alive. They haven't experienced this feeling of being alive for a long time. Now, there is light in their eyes again, and they have expectations for the future. I wonder when my sweet potatoes will be ripe. Cabbage. Delicious cabbage. Grow up quickly, and let me eat it. Not long after returning to the temporary residence, the guard sent a message that a female new immigrant wanted to see Yunwan. She thought the other party had encountered difficulties on the original star and came to her for help. But she didn't expect that the other party asked her if she could send the video of the mecha. Mecha? Yunwan unconsciously glanced at Lu Huai. Did you see him driving a mecha just now? Yes, Fenner said. My friend took the photo. She's a reporter. Thinner pointed at Xiaoxi behind her. Is she an immigrant from the original star? Yunwan asked. She felt that she was very strange and didn't look introverted. She didn't know why she needed a friend to pass on the message. Thinner was impressed by the Lord's sharpness and told the truth. No. She came to see me. But, as far as I know, the original star has not opened access rights yet. Yunwan looked at Xiaoxi up and down, making her feel embarrassed. Xiaoxi clenched her right fist, put it to her lips, coughed twice, and explained, Sorry, Lord. I was actually worried that Thinner would be deceived. So, risk yourself to sneak into the original star to expose me? Yunwan continued to finish what Xiaoxi thought. Xiaoxi was a little embarrassed to be guessed, but she still confessed everything truthfully. She didn't want to hide anything. She felt very lucky to meet the Lord of Shenong Star. If you can't release the mecha video, it would be nice to have an interview with the Lord of Shenong Star. When her colleague went to interview the Lord of Shenong Star, she was told that the Lord of Shenong Star was on a business trip and they didn't even meet him. If she could complete the interview, the editor-in-chief would have to call her aunt. I'm sorry, Lord. Xiaoxi bowed 90 degrees. It's okay. Yunwan gladly accepted Xiaoxi's apology. It's okay to announce the mecha. But this is good news. And I just want to do it for my people. Oh. So that's it. Then. Sorry to bother the Lord. Xiaoxi was about to turn around in disappointment. But Fenner pulled her back and gave her a slap. Lord. I'm sorry. My friend is a little silly. Lord. Don't worry. She can immigrate today. Fenner spoke very quickly. Before Xiaoxi could react, the two of them had finalized Xiaoxi's immigration and the exclusive right to publish the video. The manuscript needed to be reviewed by Yunwan. Xiaoxi was still confused when she walked out of the temporary residence. Is it done? Yes. Xiaoxi, you are going to be rich. But why does the Lord want me to immigrate? What's the benefit for her? Xiaoxi was puzzled. Thinner guessed, is it possible that the Lord wants some journalists? After all of us immigrants are soldiers. Thinner's guess was exactly what Yunwan thought. She needed a spokesperson and professional journalists. Yunwan had already experienced the power of public opinion. The power of public opinion war should not be underestimated. She happened to meet a reporter. How could she miss it? She doesn't mind using a piece of news to help the other party become famous. And the other party will also be bound to Shenong Star because of this news. So why not? This kind of bond is much closer than hiring a few people and binding them with contracts. Recently, a video on the Star Network went viral, showing a man, a woman and a mecha. The mecha is the protagonist that has set off the entire network. The black and gold shell looks very charming in the sun. And judging by its appearance, it will be considered extraordinary when netizens are surfing the internet to see what's new today. This video cover comes into view. Mechas are the life of interstellar people. And owning a cool mecha is the dream of every interstellar person. Therefore, when seeing such a beautiful mecha, an interstellar person can't help but click in to see what it is. And once you see it, you will be fascinated. The mental journey of everyone who watched the video was, I want to see what kind of mecha this is. So handsome. So fast. So fast. Whose new product is this? I haven't heard that which company held a press conference. Desperately searched the source of the mecha on the Interstellar website. But to no avail. Returned to the video comment area and commented, Blogger, I'll give you 3 days to know all the information about this mecha. I'll pay 50. And I'll search for it on the internet. I'll pay 100. And I'll search on the internet. To be honest, this is my long-lost dream mecha. I'll pay a lot of money to find it. Those who provide clues will get 10,000 star coins. Fuck. It's a big guy. However, no matter how many netizens talk about it, no one has revealed the news about the mecha. Adhering to the idea of doing it yourself to make a living. Some netizens with a spirit of inquiry began to rely on themselves and analyze the information based on the video. This environment has many trees and looks quite desolate. It is obviously not a special mecha test site. Excluding the 4 nobles and the royal family. They can't be so shabby. Besides, the trees in the background of the video mostly grow in humid and hot areas. Excluding the capital star. I checked. Although the people in the video are blurry. After comparison, it seems to be the Lord of Shenong Star and her followers. Nonsense. The girl is the Lord of Shenong Star. But the man is not a follower. He is her husband. Huh? I haven't heard that she is married. They got married. And I even attended their wedding. Ah, isn't the key the Mecca? So the Mecca is from Shenong Star. It's farming in Mecca. Shenong Star usually doesn't say anything. But when it comes to it, it's a big deal. When will it be sold? Please. Please. The interstellar people's desire for Mecca is so strong that they even directly poured into Jiang Jiayu's vegetable live broadcast room. Seeing the Mecca information on the screen, Jiang Jiayu was confused. What Mecca? There's no such vegetable? Seeing that she didn't know, netizens expressed pity. But after a while, they adjusted their mood and encouraged Jiang Jiayu to send a message to Yunwan to ask when the Mecca would be sold. This, if you want to sell it, the Lord should announce the pre-sale time. Jiang Jiayu tried to bring the topic back to vegetables. But at this time more and more people were attracted by the new Mecca. And they found the Mecca video and discussed it crazily in the live broadcast room. She couldn't stand the pressure. So she had to end the broadcast early and sent a message to Yunwan to cry. Lord, netizens are asking about the Mecca. So I can only end the broadcast early today, okay? You go to bed early. Yunwan replied and went to Star Network to check the effect of the video. The video was much more popular than she had imagined. And with the original traffic of the vegetable live broadcast room, in just 1 hour, the popularity of the Mecca was almost known to everyone. What surprised Yunwan was that Shenong Star actually accounted for 2 of the hot searches on the Star Network. One was, when will the new Mecca of Shenong Star be sold? And the other was, the Lord of Shenong Star and her man. Yunwan, ? What man? Don't accuse her casually. After clicking on the hot search entry and reading the comments, Yunwan found that she was too early to complain. She was not wronged. The man was referring to Lu Huai. Where did she reveal the truth? Who would talk about her love life on the Star Network? Besides, not many people knew about her relationship with Lu Huai. They were all very familiar with each other, and it was impossible for them to disclose the information. Yunwan couldn't figure it out. She turned the comments upside down and finally saw the source of the rumor. Someone actually spread the rumor on the internet that she was married. It is true that they are in a relationship, but it is wrong to say that they are married. But the rumor spreader said it very clearly. Even the scale of the wedding banquet, the guests invited, and the time of the banquet were clearly stated, making Yunwan wonder when she secretly married Lu Huai. I can't imagine how embarrassed Lu Huai would be when he saw this. What made Yunwan so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in was the Lord of Shenong Star and her man. This trending search was closely attached to the Mecca trending search, making it impossible to ignore it. No one should take it seriously. Right? Yunwan still had a fluke mentality. And then the intelligent brain popped up a series of messages, which made her completely collapse. Roger, congratulations to the Lord on his wedding. Yun Shuang, Lord. Are you and General Lu together? Queen, Lu Huai is a very fast guy. I just asked him to prepare for the wedding a few days ago. And he got married so soon? Why didn't you invite us to join in the fun? Emperor, we will be a family from now on. Yunwan, ? Yunwan, the sky is falling. Yunwan, who is your family? No one with a brain would believe it. Yunwan bit the bullet and sent messages to explain to several people. Several people did not reply, probably still digesting it. Watching the news spread more and more on the internet, Yunwan found Lu Huai and showed him the news. What should we do? If this continues, our 2 children will be 1 year old. Lu Huai glanced at Yunwan's intelligence brain, not panicking at all. Don't pay attention to it. Lord, the innocent will be innocent. Lu Huai's calmness made Yunwan even more panicked. The key is, are we innocent? They did what they should and shouldn't do, so they can't really be innocent. Yunwan's question stumped Lu Huai, and he didn't answer, only saying, the popularity of the Star Network is dropping quickly. If you ignore it, it will soon be gone. Really? Yunwan was delighted. Lu Huai didn't blush, and he looked at the words husband written on the Star Network again. 2 words. Yes. Don't worry about it. Yunwan believed Lu Huai and ignored the news. In order to avoid being bothered by the rumors on the Star Network, she directly disconnected from the internet and went to supervise the manufacturing of Chezai Land's Mecca. Yunwan was out of sight and out of mind. But Lu Huai was upset. He was not upset by the hot search the Lord of Shenong Star and her man, but by the question from Jun Huang. Lu Huai, what are you doing? Are you married to the Lord of Shenong Star? What's the situation with that Mecca? Are you cured? Can you drive a mecha? In response, Lu Huai's reply was concise and clear. No. It's a gift. I'm not cured yet. So it's okay. The emperor, who was anxiously waiting for news, felt his eyes go dark when he saw Lu Huai's reply. It took him a long time to match the answer with the question. What would happen if I said 2 more words? The emperor couldn't help but complain. Is this the new mecha developed by Shinong Star? You're willing to give you one before it's even released? The emperor saw with his own eyes that Lu Huai put away the mecha in the video and put it in his pocket. Yes. You send the mecha back, and I will let the armament department study it. The emperor was very excited. The armament department studied the equipment purchased last time. But in the end, they still didn't come up with anything. That can be said to be because the weapons are too new and they don't understand the principles. But mecha is the strength of StarCraft, and they can definitely research something. However, Lu Huai's answer was, no. The emperor frowned and felt uneasy. When a general does not listen to his orders, he will also feel a sense of crisis. Besides, the matter is of great importance and cannot be passed lightly. This is an order. When a general is away from home, he is not subject to military orders. Emperor, do you like that lord so much? The emperor suddenly asked. The emperor waited for this message for a long time, but did not receive Lu Huai's reply. He sighed. At the beginning, he assigned Lu Huai the task of marrying the Lord of Shinong Star in order to let the Lord of Shinong Star join the imperial family camp. Now it seems that his plan may not work. Not only is there no hope for the Lord of Shinong Star to join the imperial family camp, but he is also about to lose a general. Lu Huai, who once led the army to suppress the Zerg outside the country with his own strength, became famous in one battle, but suddenly died of illness. He should have been a famous god of war in the entire galaxy. But now all these reputations have been taken by Lu Ran. Now that Lu Huai can drive a mecha again, who dares to say that he will not return to the peak? The emperor is really curious about what happened to Lu Huai. But unfortunately, Lu Huai's heart has been deviated now. If he is forced to return to the capital star, he will definitely disobey the military order. The emperor pondered for a moment, but couldn't think of a good reason. After all, Lu Huai and Yunwan had just returned from the capital star a few days ago. Just when he was at a loss, the guard rushed to report to the emperor. The Zerg suddenly went crazy, came out in full force, invaded the border, and the front line can no longer resist. Good, the emperor shouted, startling the guard. The guard thought there was something wrong with his ears, and asked unconfidently, what did you say? The emperor smiled but did not say anything, only sighing in his heart. Someone sent a pillow when he was sleepy. I know. Send reinforcements. And we must hold on. While making arrangements, the emperor sent the ready-made reasons to Lu Huai. Come back quickly. The Zerg riot. Lu Huai may be disappointed with his family, and his loyalty to the royal family may be shaken. But his heart for the Interstellar, and his sense of responsibility to the people of the Interstellar will never change. The emperor does not believe that Lu Huai can watch the interstellar chaos and the Zerg invasion. This is exactly the same as the Zerg riot 4 years ago. Only Lu Huai has successfully repelled the Zerg riot. He will definitely come back. Chapter 143. Lu Huai had thought that once the mecha in his hand was exposed, it would cause a lot of trouble. He was prepared to deal with it coldly. But things did not go as he wished. Once he went back, he would have to respond to the mecha. He thought it was the Emperor's strategy to deliberately trick him back. But after verification, the Zerg was indeed restless recently, making a comeback with great momentum. And the Imperial army was retreating step by step, and seemed to be defeated. Lu Huai didn't want to go back. He didn't believe that the Empire couldn't do without him. But looking at the huge death toll, he felt bad. If he were here, the number of casualties would be greatly reduced. He is not a cold-blooded person, and he cannot be so indifferent. Okay. He began to type the word that he hesitated for a long time. The short word seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Lu Huai ordered Qian Zhuang, Lu Li and others to pack their bags and prepare to return. Before leaving, he was ready to say goodbye to Yunwan. He did not expect to separate so soon. Lord, the Zerg riots have been going on recently. Shinong Star is in the border area. If the Zerg attack, it is easy to be attacked. We need to prepare early, Lu Huai said. Zerg riot? So suddenly, Yunwan's heart skipped a beat when she heard the news. And she had a bad feeling. It's the news from the Empire. I will go back soon to fight the enemy together. Lu Huai continued. He opened his mouth and wanted to make a presumptuous request, asking the Lord to go back with him. But he knew it was impossible. She was the Lord of a star, and had her own responsibilities. It was impossible for her to give up everything and leave with him. Even if she was reluctant, she had to let go when it was time. Yun Wan was a little puzzled. Didn't the Zerg invade from the border? You stayed on Shenong Star, which is very close to the border. Isn't it very convenient? Where are you going back to? Back to the capital star. Lu Huai didn't want to say more. But Yun Wan had seen some clues from his ugly face. The emperor probably summoned Lu Huai back to protect the royal family, not the civilians. This behavior made Yun Wan ashamed. The situation was not serious enough to need to abandon the car to save the king. At least Shenong Star was very close to the border, and nothing unusual was found. The soldiers on the front line were still fighting desperately against the enemy. But the royal family couldn't wait to gather troops to protect themselves, not caring about the life and death of the entire galaxy. It was simply a blatant backstab. If these troops were allowed to fight on the front line, perhaps they could win the Zerg War. Then be careful on the road, and have a good trip. Yun Wan smiled and waved to him. Yeah. Lu Huai responded softly, but did not move. After a moment of silence, he said in a hoarse voice, Lord, can you give me a hug? Hey! Yun Wan was surprised. Lu Huai didn't wait for her to answer, and embraced her with both hands. She only saw his broad and warm chest getting closer and closer. It was not until her face was pressed against his chest, and she felt the endless heat coming from his body, that she felt the firmness of this hug. It was so tight that she couldn't breathe. Fortunately, Lu Huai didn't stir up trouble for long. They hadn't seen each other for several days before. But this time, Lu Huai did this, which made Yun Wan a little sad, as if they would never have the chance to meet again. No chance to meet. This thought made Yun Wan panic. She seemed to have a premonition of something unfortunate, which made her chest a little dull. Lu Huai's arm suddenly loosened, and she felt empty in her heart. Lu Huai! Wait a minute. Yun Wan called the man who was about to walk out of the door. Lu Huai turned around. Against the light, Yun Wan looked at his figure unclearly. Perhaps it was the sunshine. Perhaps his shadow was very beautiful. Or perhaps the wind was particularly gentle that day. Yun Wan rushed towards Lu Huai and made a very impulsive decision. Yun Wan crashed into Lu Huai's arms, and he let her crash into him, hugging her with his backhand. I just remembered that on my birthday, you gave me a beautiful fireworks display, and I haven't given you a gift in return, she said against Lu Huai's chest. Lu Huai could clearly feel the vibration of Yun Wan's words, which passed from his bones to his heart little by little, much louder than usual. Lord, you're welcome. Lu Huai couldn't help laughing for a long time. No, I want to give you a gift, Yun Wan said forcefully. Lu Huai lightly wrapped his arms around her waist and said lovingly, okay, you give it to me. Yun Wan took a deep breath, licked the corner of her lips, grabbed Lu Huai's collar, stood on tiptoes, and kissed Lu Huai's lips fiercely. I just ate lychees. Don't be disgusted. With the freshness of lychees, Yun Wan gave Lu Huai a slightly sweet kiss. After the kiss, she stopped moving, and was talking to the system in her mind. Host, are you sure you want to share the flower of life with Interstellar Admiral Lu Huai? Confirmed. A life is very precious. You have worked hard to nourish the flower of life to bloom. Once it is shared, the flower of life will change from a double flower to a single flower, and you will only have an extra life. Enough. Bonds are being generated. Please do not move. Lu Huai was stunned for a long time. This kiss without any desire gave him a better feeling than any kiss before. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he even felt a warm current flowing into his body, sliding into his throat little by little. After the kiss, Yun Wan took a deep breath. She had been breathing carefully just now, and held it for too long. She glanced at Lu Huai, widened her eyes and screamed, ah! What's wrong? Lu Huai saw Yun Wan staring at his face, and he touched his chin unconsciously. There was no difference there. Yun Wan didn't dare to look directly at Lu Huai. After sharing the flower of life, the flower that originally grew on her waist actually covered the left side of Lu Huai's neck, and the petals spread all the way to the edge of his face, which looked very seductive and strange. Yun Wan gently stroked Lu Huai's neck. It can protect you from a death calamity. You can't think it's ugly. The light feather-like touch on the neck made Lu Huai no longer want to think about what was added to his face. He held Yun Wan's hand, and his voice became more and more magnetic. I like everything given by the Lord. Okay. Goodbye. Yunwan pushed Lu Hui roughly and slammed the door shut. Through the door, Lu Hui recalled Yunwan's blushing face and intoxicating posture, and really didn't want to leave. TSK. Meeting with Lu Li and others. Several subordinates looked at Lu Hui with strange eyes. Lu Hui turned his head and looked at his reflection on the window glass of the spacecraft. In the dark black and white world, his outline was very clear, including the lotus flower that stretched freely at his neck. It was quite good-looking. Not long after Lu Hui left, Yunwan returned to Shannon Star and distributed all the supplies and weapons purchased from the self-service supermarket to the 3 planets under her command. She also arranged for Che Zailan to build a batch of safe houses with the strongest materials. When necessary, they all hid in the safe houses to keep their last chance of survival. When it comes to the strongest material, Che Zailan first thought of durian shells. This material is extremely hard and has thorns. It has both offensive and defensive capabilities. It is the best material for making safe houses. In addition, durian has only been harvested for a few seasons, and there is not much of anything except shells. Che Zailan also wants to hoard durian shells, which are just right for emergency use now. Although there seemed to be a lot of durian shells left, they were actually not enough to supply 3 planets. Yunwan had people urgently harvest the latest batch of durians, and then allocated a piece of land to plant more durians. She also planted a lot of plants that she thought would be very useful in the war, such as Angelica, and then used the greening value and the system to exchange a lot of growth agents to accelerate plant growth. In just 1 week, 3 seasons of plants were harvested, and the supplies reached an unprecedented state. After supplying Shannon Star, Original Star, and Berry Star with safe houses made of durian shells, there were still a lot of surplus. Yunwan asked Jinsha Star and her ally Luhong Star, which were both border stars, if they needed them. The 2 friendly planets also ordered a batch. In the end, Yunwan still had more than 400 safe houses of 50 square meters. She kept 100 in the system space for emergency use, and the remaining 300 were all sold during the live broadcast of selling vegetables. The durian house is quite cute. What is this house for? Safe house? Is the end of the world coming? What is the whole safe house for? If I remember correctly, Shannon Star is a border star. Maybe the Lord is worried about the recent Zerg unrest. Zerg unrest is normal. It's too much of a fuss. For years ago, the Zerg was already seriously injured, and it was impossible to break through the border. I also feel that this durian house is not necessary. If you don't think it's necessary, don't buy it. The Lord didn't force you. The 4 nobles were also paying attention to the news of Shannon Star. They were worried and looking forward to the Zerg invasion. The location of their family's main star was very close to the capital star and far away from the border. If the Zerg invaded, they would not be able to hurt them for a while. However, Shannon Star was different. Shannon Star would be the first to be attacked by the Zerg. In addition to the Lu family and the Yun family, the Ji family and the Qin family were happy to see Yunwan's predicament. The Ji family had long been dissatisfied with Yunwan. The last time Ji Wei invited Yunwan to the auction, he spent a lot of money to please her. But it didn't work at all. Yunwan took all the advantages she should have, and didn't give any good face. Ji Wei was already a veteran in the business world, so how could he not understand that he was being tricked? It's a matter of fate. If Yunwan came to him for help during the Zerg invasion, he would never send a single troop to support her. It would be best if Shannon Star was destroyed. If she lived, it would only cause trouble for him. If she died, the fresh food and food industry would be dominated by his Ji family. When he thought of this, Ji Wei couldn't help but smile. Mother Qin's thoughts coincided with Ji Wei's. For Yunwan, she gave up her daughter who she had raised for more than 10 years. But she couldn't even see Yunwan. Since she couldn't hold on to Shannon Star, she would just destroy it. If she couldn't get it, no one would have a good life. Mother Qin watched Yunwan selling safe houses in the Shannon Star live broadcast room and sneered. Safe houses? Do you think the Zerg invasion is a joke? What's the use of safe houses if you can't drive away the Zerg? Just wait to die. My dear daughter, this world doesn't need you. In the year 1315 of the star Interstellar, the second Zerg uprising broke out. The Imperial army collapsed. Countless planets fell, and the Zerg invaded the star Interstellar in an all-round way. It was impossible to prevent it. The star Interstellar was on full alert, and people stayed at home. The guards worked in 3 shifts in the city. Star people lost all their entertainment activities and could only stay at home and surf the internet, paying attention to the Zerg-related news released by various regions on the internet to understand the changes on the battlefield. This time, the Zerg tide is more fierce than 4 years ago. The Zerg is smarter and omnipresent than 4 years ago. It is impossible to completely resist it outside the defense line. The news on the internet is mostly negative. Some people ask for help due to shortage of supplies, and some are indignant because of the death and injury of their relatives. There are also videos of Zerg rampaging in the city, which are shocking and frightening. It is said that the Empire has been defeated repeatedly and has retreated several light years away from the border. We can't tell when our planet will fall. The capital planet should be fine. I really envy the people of the capital planet. The army is currently stationed on our planet. I can hear the sounds from the battlefield every day. I feel that the army will not be able to resist for long. These Zergs are too smart. They invade at least 5 or 6 times a day. They seem to be tireless and keep harassing the army. Now the soldiers are very tired. In the atmosphere of sighing on the internet, a mediocre video has suddenly become popular. The protagonists of the video are an ordinary couple, a man and a woman. According to the travel ban issued by the Empire, they sealed the doors and windows, lived at home, and occasionally looked out the window at the empty streets. The video was taken by the surveillance camera facing the living room. When they got up and washed, a black shadow rushed past the camera. The couple heard the noise and cautiously looked out of the bathroom. The black shadow had already hidden. They saw nothing. Only a cup on the coffee table fell to the ground. The couple checked the doors and windows and relaxed only after finding everything intact. At this moment, the netizens watching the video were already nervous. That must be the Zerg hiding in there before they sealed the windows. They were all fine after living in close proximity with the Zerg for so many days. They were really lucky. As the video continued, the couple found more and more strange things, such as the refrigerator that suddenly opened, the food that disappeared, and the feces that smelled bad in the corner of the living room. At this time, the two remembered to check the surveillance. They didn't know until they saw it. They were shocked to find the existence of the black shadow. They packed up the food at lightning speed, hid in the smaller and safer bedroom, and observed the situation in the living room through the surveillance. They saw a furry, gray and white striped animal with small pointed ears jump onto the refrigerator with ease, use its claws to open the refrigerator door, jump into the refrigerator from top to bottom, and turn around in the refrigerator, making a continuous meow roar. "It seems to be looking for food," said the hostess. The refrigerator was originally full, but because they took emergency shelter in the bedroom, they took all the food out of the refrigerator and piled it in the bedroom. Unable to find food, the animal turned around in the living room anxiously, and finally jumped back into the refrigerator to eat the rotten leaves left behind. It followed the smell and walked slowly to the bedroom door and began to scratch the door with its claws. The sharp nails rubbed against the wooden door, making a harsh sound, which made the two people in the house miserable. The video ends with the couple's video, asking for help from netizens. The male owner sat on the bed and said to the camera, "The small animals outside don't seem to be as violent as the Zerg, but they are just hungry. We want to go out and see if we can bribe them with food. What do you think?" Waiting online. Urgent. Many enthusiastic netizens below the video are giving advice to the couple. Go out and take a look. I think this Zerg is different from the others. This Zerg looks quite gentle. Maybe it is an exception among the Zerg. If it wanted to attack, it would have done so long ago. Judging from the surveillance video, this Zerg has already sneaked into your home. It has no intention of hurting anyone and should not attack anyone casually. There are also many netizens who hold opposing views and post proof videos or pictures in the comment area. Don't go out. This thing is very fierce. The video is proof. It can bite your aorta directly with one bite. Don't bet on that exception. Life is the most important. Call the police and ask the army to send someone to deal with it. Both sides have their reasons. The couple hesitated for a long time and finally decided to go out and take a look. They were fully armed, holding a cabbage in their hands, and tentatively walked into the living room. At this moment, the little beast with stripes was curled up on the sofa, treating it as its own territory. When it felt a stranger approaching, it immediately pricked up its ears and looked up. "Don't be angry, little beast. What do you see here? Do you want to eat it? This cabbage is delicious." The hostess shook the cabbage in her hand and said temptingly, Seeing that the little beast did not respond, she tentatively put the cabbage in front of the little beast. The little beast looked at it cautiously, sniffed the fragrance of the vegetables, and ate the leaves into his mouth with his tongue. Many netizens were still waiting for the follow-up of the couple and the Zerg under the video. After a while, the couple released the video again. This time, they released the whole process of taming the Zerg. The proud little beast was nestling in the arms of the hostess. This little cute beast brought a few of its kind over and even chiseled a hole in our gate. These insects were quite aggressive and kept people away at first. But after Xiaoguai comforted them, they accepted our food and were successfully tamed. The video camera switched to the little beasts rolling on the ground and licking their paws. The voice of the hostess continued, "Now we have encountered a new dilemma. Is there anyone who wants to adopt an insect? We don't have enough food, and we really can't afford to feed them. These Zergs are very useful. They can guard the house. You see, if other Zergs want to come in through this hole, they will be scared away by them." The netizens looked at the little beast baring its teeth and breathing out of the gate in the video, and felt that it was handsome and eager to make a move. Have you been kidnapped by the Zerg? If you are kidnapped, just blink and we will call the police to rescue you immediately. The turn of events in the video is too dramatic, even magical. For interstellar people, meeting the Zerg means a life and death battle, and there will never be a happy scene like the one shown in the video. Am I the only one who is curious about what they fed the Zerg? Some sharp netizens immediately discovered the key point of the matter. The couple did not hesitate to reply to the netizen. It was the Chinese cabbage bot from Shenong Star. I will try it. I will try it too. Squat down. Lightly raise the buttocks. Wait, buddy. Don't forget to come back and say hello if you succeed. Not long after, some netizens who tried also showed off the video with the title, "Successfully Domesticated Zerg." In the video, a hand obviously belonging to a boy is holding an iron rod and sticking it out of the window. On the other side of the iron rod are small tomatoes on the rod. A big bird flapping its wings is pecking at the food on the rod. After eating, it politely knocks on the window with its beak, as if it is not full and wants more food. Then, pictures of successfully taming Zergs spread one after another on the Starnet. Many people got a small pet of unknown species, which attracted the envy of a large number of netizens. Oh my god! I didn't get the vegetables from Shenong Star this time. I just tried other food, but it didn't work. I almost got a big cunt. Missed it. I would have gone to grab vegetables if I had known. I didn't get the vegetables, but I got a durian safe house. Now the Zerg army is dancing on my head. Compared with netizens who tamed Zergs with vegetables and maintained a small peace in the war-torn environment, Yunwan suffered heavy losses. The army was defeated, and the defense line was moved back. Their small planets did not receive any news at all. It was unknown whether they were really too busy or were happy to see it happen. No one from the royal family or the nobles sent a message to Yunwan. At this time, she felt a little disappointed. Fortunately, Lu Huai had reminded her early on, and she had made sufficient preparations. When the Zerg invaded in an overwhelming manner, although the situation was terrifying and covered the sky, she did not panic and called on the people to enter the safe house in an orderly manner. The people entered the safe house. The space was not large, and it was almost crowded. As the Lord, Yunwan stayed in the safe house provided by the system. But there were also ministers and employees of the planet standing there, so the space was not spacious. A group of people sat behind Yunwan, watching the outside world through the surveillance. They saw a huge army of Zerg descending from the sky. They were not completely without intelligence. Those with wings knew how to lead those without wings to fly, and they looked very united. Yunwan was in no mood to praise them, and stared at the surveillance screen with a serious face. The sharp claws and feathers, scarlet eyes, and terrifying sharp teeth of the Zerg made Yunwan feel that she was facing a huge crisis. Her sense of crisis was correct. As soon as the Zerg landed, they fought because you bumped into me, and I stepped on your foot, biting each other until blood was dripping. And the fight was endless. The guards have already started discussing how to deal with each type of Zerg. Some Zerg have hard feathers, but only a weak abdomen. And some Zerg have high attack power, but seem to have poor eyesight. Through observation, they roughly understand the habits of various Zerg. However, the total military strength of Shenong Star is only a few hundred people. Even if the Zerg are weak, they have an overwhelming advantage in numbers. They will be injured in a fight. Not to mention that the Zerg are thick-skinned and not easy to deal with. No matter how well-equipped Shenong Star is, it cannot take care of itself under the human wave tactics. Being attacked from both sides is not pleasant, so they must not face the enemy head-on. Yunwan considered using the mountain gate array, but unfortunately, the illusion of the mountain gate array was useless against the Zerg, who did not have much rationality. Otherwise, the Zerg could be trapped inside. For a while, they could not think of a good way to minimize the losses, so they could only continue to watch the surveillance in silence. As soon as the Zerg landed on Shenong Star, they scattered. Yunwan chose a Zerg to track. This Zerg looked very similar to Meow Meow, and was also a cat of unknown breed. Its fur was longer than Meow Meow's, like a long-haired lion cat. The lion cat had good jumping ability. It jumped onto the residential building in a few jumps. It slapped the glass with one paw, and the whole glass cracked. The kitten flicked its tail, and entered the residential building gracefully. The scene in the room was in the blind spot of the surveillance camera. Yunwan didn't know what the lion cat did when it entered the room. She only saw it come to the room for several days in a row, and then leave leisurely, and find a place covered with soft grass to bask in the sun. If it weren't for its paws flashing with a chill in the sun, she would think this cat was quite nice to touch. For several days, the Zerg wandered around Shenong Star without doing anything. On the fourth day, things changed. They began to attack the planting area in groups. It was strange. What could attract the Zerg in the vegetable field? There was nothing there except vegetables. Yunwan was very confused. Moreover, since the Zerg arrived at Shenong Star, they turned a blind eye to the safe house made of durian, and entered the residential area with a clear purpose to plunder. As if telling them, we only seek wealth and not life. The Zerg gathered towards the planting area. Yunwan adjusted the surveillance camera and pointed the camera directly at the planting area, in order to prevent them from damaging the expensive protective cover. Yunwan directly opened the protective cover to see what these animals were looking for. Following the surveillance camera, they saw that the Zerg swam between the vegetable plots like fish in water as soon as they entered the vegetable plot, occasionally lowering their heads to sniff. Most of the Zerg stopped in the tomato field before Yunwan entered the safe house. The vegetable plot had been harvested cleanly. However, in the past 3 or 4 days, new plants have grown in the vegetable plot. The tomato field did not fall over. At this moment, the tomatoes were hanging red on the branches. The Zerg lowered their heads and bit a delicious little tomato into their mouths. Yunwan and all the planetary employees, What is it like to be forced to watch a food show before the battle? Yunwan and all the planetary employees. I got hungry after watching it, so I took out the supplies I prepared and ate one by one. Some Zergs have strange tastes, and actually like to eat chili peppers. They spit fire while eating, burning a lot of seedlings, which made the planting team look very painful. Jiang Jiayu almost rushed out to stop these abominable Zergs. Those were the plants she had planted little by little, watered and fertilized little by little, and carefully cared for and grown. They were destroyed just like that. They were all destroyed by these damn Zergs. Jiang Jiayu was heartbroken and couldn't bear to watch. The Zergs that accidentally sprayed flames were also quite confused, and the flames even accidentally injured their teammates. As a result, the fire-breathing vegetable field destroyers were beaten up by their own kind, and were excluded by their own kind. They couldn't eat any vegetables, and could only eat weeds that no one liked to eat. They looked at the Zergs who could choose the food they liked with envy. Jiang Jiayu, I feel relieved. If you don't obey, you should be beaten. Yunwan switched the camera in the vegetable garden, and the same situation was played out without exception. Lord, have you noticed? The Zerg seem to be less violent after eating the vegetables from our planet? Xiaoyu said. Yes. Jiang Jiayu recalled that when he first saw the Zerg, they were bloodthirsty and killed each other. Just now in the vegetable garden, facing those Zerg who made mistakes, he did not kill them. This is already a very obvious change. Yunwan also discovered this. They continued to observe for a few days, and found that the state of the Zerg was much more stable. Not only did their aggressiveness decrease greatly, but they also formed new territories and kept to themselves, creating a peaceful scene of animals and nature living in harmony. I'll go out and take a look, Yunwan said. Her proposal was refuted by everyone. No, Lord. What if their peaceful coexistence is just an illusion? Hu Yuanan was the first to disagree. Yes, Lord. You can't take risks? Xiaoyu looked worried. Ma Yeding agreed with them, and tried to dissuade them. Lord, if you are gone, we will have no backbone. How about I go out and explore the way? I know you are worried. Yunwan smiled. She was very happy that a group of people cared about her so much. But there is no need to worry. I can summon the safe house at any time. I am less likely to get hurt than any of you. Yunwan was determined to leave. They could not persuade her. They could only watch Yunwan walk out of the safe house. Then, they looked at the surveillance camera and summoned the mecha. If they found Yunwan in danger, they would be ready to rush out to support her at any time. However, the dangerous situation they imagined did not happen. As soon as Yunwan went out, the Zerg swarmed towards her. However, they did not want to attack her, but circled around her as if they were worshipping. As if she was the Zerg Mother. Zerg Mother. A legendary existence. It is said that all Zergs come from a Zerg Mother, and they will protect the Zerg Mother's safety. Otherwise the mother will be injured. However, no one has ever confirmed this concept. Everyone couldn't understand it. Compared with this matter, the fact that the Zerg did not attack humans was not as difficult to accept. Come out. It's safe now. Yunwan chatted with others through the surveillance. Everyone came out of the safe house one after another. Yunwan, who came out first, had completely figured out the reason why the Zerg became gentle. In short, they were purified. Yunwan explained to everyone. The plants on Shenong Star contain Shenong essence, which is spiritual energy. After the Zerg eat the plants, the spiritual energy constantly washes away the impurities in their bodies, allowing them to regain their sanity. This gentle appearance is their original appearance. Yunwan was also surprised by this. It turns out that the so-called Zerg is a group of ordinary animals that they often see in modern times. Yunwan had just tried to use her spiritual power to help the lion cat clean up the remaining impurities in its body. The effect was better than directly eating plants containing spiritual energy. And the impurities were removed more thoroughly. Seeing that the Lord and the planetary management had gone out, the people of Shenong Star also came out of the Durian safe house. There was no smoke and war in the outside world. But it was a mess. The vegetables in the vegetable garden were in a mess. Some fell down. Some collapsed. And even some fruit trees were crushed by the naughty Zerg during the fight. It would take a long time to restore the prosperity of the vegetable garden. In the homes of the people, the windows were broken. The rooms were full of footprints. The paintings on the wall. The dishes in the kitchen fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. This group of Zergs was different from the ones they had seen before. The Zergs in the past were killing gods, only engaged in meaningless killings. But this time the Zergs were gluttons, robbing food everywhere, as if they hadn't eaten for 800 years. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that these Zergs have really never eaten bran. Lord, what should I do if I have a Zerg that looks like a little orc in my house? A female citizen ran out of the residential building in a panic. Did it hurt anyone? Yunwan asked. No. The female citizen shook her head and asked shyly, Actually, I want to ask if these Zerg can be kept? Her idea shocked the other citizens. And someone shouted immediately, You are crazy. That is a Zerg. I know. But they are different. Very well behaved. And they are close to me. The female citizen exuded a kind of loving glow. It's too dangerous. You can't tell when it will hurt someone. The Lord still objected. I will discipline it, and won't let it bite anyone. Okay. Lord? The Lords didn't know why the Zerg went crazy. Some of them must have doubts about the safety of the Zerg. Yunwan herself didn't dare to guarantee that the Zerg would never hurt humans. But the Zerg were running around on Shenong Star, and it was not easy to deal with them. She thought about it and replied, You can adopt the Zerg, but you need to put a leash on it when you take it out. This principle is just like putting a leash on a dog when walking it. It can prevent the Zerg from hurting people outside. And it can also allow people who want to keep pets to keep them, which is the best of both worlds. The Lord's Majesty, and this method made them unable to find any unfairness. For a time, many people were eager to raise a cute Zerg, while others who did not want to raise one and were still afraid of Zerg jumped away immediately. The Lords digested some of the Zerg, and Yunwan gave them a separate area to raise the rest, treating it as a nature reserve. For those who raised Zerg, she kindly reminded, Zergs have regained consciousness and have their own ideas. After you adopt a Zerg, you need to be patient and loving, and cultivate feelings with them little by little. Don't be too impatient. Okay. The Zerg adopter left contentedly, holding his ideal type. Hey, little Zerg, you smashed my window, so pay it back with your body. He. Although Yunwan suffered heavy losses, the situation was not tragic. Lu Huai's side was much more cruel. The Zerg not only attacked frantically on the front line, but many of them had even migrated to the inner planets. The capital planet was inevitably invaded by the Zerg. This batch of Zerg that came from afar was several times stronger than other Zerg, and was difficult to deal with. Even the Imperial Guards could not find any trace of the Zerg. All the armies of the Empire gathered in the palace, and took turns patrolling the capital planet. The four nobles saw this, and knew that the royal family was too busy to care about their lives. So they returned to their own family's main planet, and used their own troops to resist the Zerg. The nobles and the royal family were independent, and there was no chaos for a while. Facts have proved that the nobles' decision to return to their own planet was correct. Not long after they left, the Zerg that invaded the capital planet began to slaughter civilians wantonly. Under the desperate resistance of the Imperial Guards, the situation was slightly controlled, and the Zerg were blocked in the suburbs. However, the Zerg did not know what was going on, and learned to be smart. They no longer carried out large-scale invasions, but continued to invade the boundary between the suburbs and towns. Once the guards were dispatched, they immediately returned to their own territory. After a long time, the guards were overwhelmed and very tired. They couldn't stand it, and they couldn't beat them. So the two sides were in a stalemate. The situation didn't change until Lu Huai appeared. Lu Huai drove a new mecha and fought back and forth with the Zerg. 1 man against 10 men. Lu Ran looked at Lu Huai's agile figure with bloodshot eyes. No wonder he couldn't beat Lu Huai before. It seems that Lu Huai had a great adventure, and had recovered his previous strength. No! Even stronger than before. Lu Huai was in the limelight, and Lu Ran felt uncomfortable. Although no one compared him with Lu Huai, the whispers in the army, and the admiration and worship of Lu Huai made Lu Ran see him as a thorn in his side. One day, they will find that he is no match for Lu Huai. A wave of anger surged in Lu Ran's heart. Since he was born in the Lu family, he was not as good as Lu Huai in terms of background or strength. But these people did not think that Lu Huai was cultivated by the whole family with all their efforts, while he could only carefully develop by picking up the scraps that the other party did not want. How could he be better than Lu Huai? Why do we always compare two different people? He did not know. He only knew that he wanted to surpass Lu Huai and live a better life than Lu Huai. During the time when Lu Huai was ill, he felt the benefits of cultivating the power of the whole clan, and his strength was greatly improved. He also had a first-generation mecha. Now it is still unknown who is stronger between Lu Huai and him. Cousin, do you dare to compete? Lu Ran summoned the mecha and fought side by side with Lu Huai. This time, he wanted to compete with Lu Huai in an upright manner. If he still lost, he would be convinced. He wanted to compete, but Lu Huai didn't even give him a glance. His moves against the Zerg were smooth, and he got rid of him in a short while. Lu Ran didn't care whether he answered or not, and said to himself, if you don't say anything, I will take it as your consent. The two admirals killed in the Zerg pile. Gradually, the others only needed to follow the two to finish off the enemy. Basically, Lu Huai killed one, and Lu Ran followed closely to kill one. The two were like a race. Neither of them lost. The two killers bombarded all the way, and even the irrational Zerg felt a sense of fear, gradually shrinking back and retreating to their own territory. This time, they didn't have such good luck. The Imperial army became more and more courageous, and killed the Zerg in one go. When they reached the bottom of the suburbs occupied by the Zerg, they found that the Zerg they thought were difficult to deal with were still just a group of minions, and the truly powerful Zerg were hiding in the innermost Zerg army. At this moment, seeing all his men die tragically, the Zerg leader burst into a rage, and with a ground-shaking skill, the airflow knocked the two mechas away. Between the red and black mechas, it chose to attack the bright red one, which was Lu Ran's mecha. The Zerg leader raised his sickle-like hand clamp and raised it high, pretending to pierce the red mecha into a sieve. At this moment, Lu Ran was shocked, and his mental power was severely damaged. In addition, he had almost used up most of his mental power when competing with Lu Huai for the number of Zerg kills. At this moment, he had no time to replenish it. The remaining mental power was not enough for him to move the mecha. Just when Lu Ran thought he would die today, a strong force came from his waist, causing him to roll to the right uncontrollably, avoiding the Zerg leader's hand pincers. The hand pincers smashed to the ground. Smoke and dust rose, leaving a deep pit of several dozen centimeters. Lu Ran was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. If Lu Huai hadn't kicked him in time, he would have been blown into a meat pie along with the random armor. After saving him, Lu Huai didn't stop and continued to attack the Zerg. His strength seemed inexhaustible, and his explosive power was no different from the beginning. Lu Ran was really ashamed of himself in front of Lu Huai at this moment. Compared with his embarrassment, Lu Huai was still smooth and much better than him. He couldn't help but think how arrogant he was when he just proposed to compete with Lu Huai. No wonder Lu Huai didn't bother to pay attention to him. But this made him angry. Why did Lu Huai always look so superior? Is it genius that is amazing? Well, Lu Ran had to admit that genius is amazing. Lu Ran couldn't move. Not only could he not help on the battlefield, but he also forced Lu Huai to help him resist the Zerg's attack, gradually switching from offense to defense. Seeing this, other guards quickly forced Lu Ran out of the mecha and helped him to the safe area behind to watch the battle. At this time, Lu Ran realized that the Emperor had walked out of his tortoiseshell-like palace at some point, standing behind the guards and watching the battle. Emperor Jun. Lu Ran greeted him, and coughed twice because of the pain in his chest. So, did the Emperor see all his ugly behavior just now? You are worthy of being the Admiral of the Empire. I said that the Zerg are not to be feared. If Lu Huai can defeat them once, he can defeat them a second time. I really didn't let you down, the Emperor exclaimed. Lu Ran felt very uncomfortable after hearing this. It turned out that the Emperor had never placed his hope of winning on them from the beginning. The Emperor watched the battle for a long time, and the more he watched, the more he understood Lu Huai's strength. After returning from Shenong Star, Lu Huai was more powerful than before, and the Emperor also felt the strength of the new mecha. The new mecha was faster, more energy efficient, and used a lot of new materials, and its offensive power was unexpectedly high. The Emperor came to watch the battle and brought the Minister of Armaments with him. He asked, "What materials do you think this mecha is made of?" "I haven't seen it." The Minister of Armaments couldn't explain it. The Emperor sighed. This question was probably only Yunwan could answer. Such a powerful person. I wonder if he is still alive after the fall of Shenong Star. The Emperor opened his brain and tried to send a message to Yunwan. "Lord of Shenong Star, if you can sell me the mecha together with the mecha design, I can consider sending troops to support Shenong Star. If you are still alive, please reply at any time. My words are always valid." What surprised him was that Yunwan responded very quickly. "I don't think I need support that much. Please send the reinforcements to those who need it more." This sentence was followed by a picture, in which Yunwan was surrounded by a group of Zerg, but her face was full of smiles. Without any panic. On the street, many people were traveling with Zerg, and the Zerg were willing to be chained by humans, as if the Zerg and humans had always coexisted peacefully. Emperor? His subjects were still fighting hard on the front line. But Yunwan had already started to coexist peacefully with the Zerg? If he didn't think Yunwan's jokes were useless at this time, he would have thought that this picture was photoshopped to fool him. "How did you do it?" The Emperor couldn't help asking. "These Zergs especially like the vegetables I grow." Yunwan didn't hide anything. The Emperor looked at her reply and knew that things must not be that simple. But no matter what, he never thought that the vegetables from Shenong Star could influence the violent Zerg. Yunwan was really outrageous. Whatever she did, they would have never seen before. The vegetables she grew were also very popular in the galaxy. Now even the disaster that threatened the survival of the entire galaxy was easily resolved by her without any effort. The Emperor couldn't understand why there were such people in the world. He felt that he had lived in vain for decades. Yunwan should rule the interstellar world, and would do a much better job than him. After seeing Yunwan's operation and comparing it with his own situation, the Emperor's attitude changed from being arrogant to being humble. "Lord Shenong Star, do you have any extra vegetables?" the Emperor asked shamelessly. His biggest characteristic is that he is thick-skinned, as if the person who just took advantage of the fire was not him. "Yes. Do you want it?" Yunwan was more straightforward than the Emperor thought. "I really need it. I want as many as I can," the Emperor replied in a hurry. "Oh, if you need my support, you have to agree to one of my requests." Yunwan put forward her request, and the Emperor realized that things were not so simple. He didn't know if the other party would hate him for taking advantage of the situation just now, and he would turn the tables. "You say, I can give you this batch of vegetables for free, but I want one of your people." The Emperor knew what Yunwan wanted to do in an instant. He glanced at Lu Huai. To be honest, it was not worthwhile to exchange a promising Imperial Admiral for a batch of vegetables. Moreover, although these vegetables were not easy to buy on the Star Network, It was easier than training an imperial admiral. But the key is that if he doesn't agree to Yun Wan can also blacklist him and never sell vegetables to the royal family. Therefore, it seems that this is an unfair deal. But in fact it is really unfair. He doesn't even have the power to refuse. The emperor pursed his lips tightly, and did not choose to reply immediately. At this moment, something unexpected happened. The sickle insects that were originally fighting with Lu Huai teleported in front of the emperor, and seemed to understand that this person was the leader of mankind. As long as he was killed, mankind would be in chaos. The long clamps cut the emperor's throat. The sudden disappearance of the Zerg made Lu Huai feel bad. He turned around and found that the Zerg went straight to the back, and the emperor was in the middle of the crowd. The guards were crushed into meat paste by the Zerg. Its target was the emperor behind the crowd. At this moment, it was too late for him to drive the mecha to rush over. Lu Huai chose to eject directly from the mecha cabin, and his body directly blocked the emperor, blocking the fatal blow for him. In front of the emperor, Lu Huai's neck was cut off by a sharp sickle, and he fell to one side powerlessly. The lotus on his neck was divided into 2 parts, and blood splattered, dyeing the lotus red, which looked very strange. The emperor's face was splattered with a lot of blood. He was very moved that Lu Huai could block the knife for him. He held Lu Huai's gradually cold body with his hands, but he couldn't help thinking of the deal with Yun Wan in his heart. She said she wanted someone, but she didn't say whether it was a living person or a dead person. Chapter 144. Lu Huai died. Lu Ran's mental strength has not recovered, and the 2 people who can fight the Zerg leader cannot go on the field. The emperor ordered other guards to drive the mecha and use high-intensity firepower to cover the evacuation of several people. Lu Huai's body was carried by a special person. Rushing back to the palace, the emperor was sweating all over, and drank a few gulps of water before collapsing in the chair. Emperor Jun, the Zerg of the capital star is doomed, and there is no need to be afraid. Lu Ran has been following the emperor. There are only the 2 of them in the quiet space. He didn't speak, and the emperor didn't speak either. Who was speaking? Looking up, Lu Ran saw an unexpected person. He opened his mouth, but could not speak. The emperor thought Lu Ran was talking to him, and replied, "Indeed. The remaining Zerg can be killed by the guards. The difficulty lies in saving the occupied areas." Lu Ran did not pay attention to the emperor's words. His finger trembled as he pointed at the person who was walking towards the door. "You? Aren't you dead?" The abrupt words made the emperor sit up and look sideways. Lu Huai was standing in the middle of the hall. A living Lu Huai. "You?" The emperor didn't know what to say for a moment. He thought carefully, and was sure that Lu Huai couldn't be alive. His throat was cut, and his head was about to fall to the ground. With such a deep cut, there was no sign of life. Who is Lu Huai in front of him? Is he a ghost? Or does Lu Huai have a twin brother who has never appeared? Emperor Jun. "I am Lu Huai." The emperor stood up in disbelief and walked to Lu Huai to check his condition. Lu Huai's face was splattered with blood. His neck was intact, without even a scar, and his complexion was very good. He didn't look like he had died once. Resurrection from the dead. Such a fantastic thing actually happened before his eyes. It's amazing. A trace of greed flashed in the emperor's eyes. Lu Huai keenly noticed this and was silent. "Are there any sequelae?" the emperor asked. Lu Huai didn't know if there were any sequelae, but it didn't stop him from making up a story. Some resurrection from the dead can't live as long as a normal person. Probably 10 years. Hearing that there is only 10 years to live, the emperor stopped thinking. There is no difference between dying now and dying 10 years later. He still has to cherish his life and not let himself fall into a life and death crisis. The emperor nodded, indicating that he understood, and then asked Lu Huai, "Lu Huai, you have made great contributions in protecting the emperor, and now the Zerg has been dealt with. What reward do you want? How about giving you a general?" Lu Ran on the side was jealous with red eyes, who told him that he had the strength to exchange his life for the emperor's life. It seems that there is nothing to envy in exchange for a general for saving a life. Anyway, Lu Huai only has 10 years to live. When he dies, won't he be the strongest in the galaxy? Lu Ran tried hard to comfort himself that he was not envious, but he still felt very sad. "No need," Lu Huai said. "Your Majesty, I have a request." Lu Huai didn't say it directly, but the emperor had a hunch about his request. "You say." "I want to resign from the position of General of the Empire," Lu Huai said solemnly. Lu Ran looked at Lu Huai in confusion. This man's brain was not normal after his neck was sewn. Not only did he not want to be a general, he even gave up the position of admiral and ran to be a civilian. What's the logic? Is Lu Huai so selfless? If he doesn't want to be, he can be one. He was going crazy thinking about it. Are you sure? The emperor asked again, and got a positive answer from Lu Huai. Although he guessed who Lu Huai was doing it for, he still asked, is it because of the Lord of Shenong Star? Lu Huai did not hide it. Yes. In fact, if you are a general, no one will stop you from being together. Isn't it better than now? If you are a commoner, you are not so suitable to be with a lord, the emperor said. He still didn't want to miss the opportunity to establish a relationship with Shenong Star. It's okay. The lord won't mind. Lu Huai vowed. Did she ask you to do this? Lu Huai shook his head. For the past 10 years, I just want to be with her. The emperor wanted to ask again. Do you like the Lord of Shenong Star so much? But he didn't ask any more. He had no reason not to agree to the conditions proposed by Lu Huai. Okay. Anyway, he is just a person who can only live for 10 years. The empire is not without outstanding talents. And there is no shortage of this one. The goal was achieved. And Lu Huai breathed a sigh of relief. At Lu Huai's insistence, the emperor immediately wrote a resignation document, officially confirming Lu Huai as a civilian. Seeing Lu Huai holding the document with a happy face, the emperor was very confused. Is the position of the imperial general so disliked now? By the way, Jun Huang, where is my mecha? Mecha? What mecha? The emperor jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Seeing Lu Huai staring at him without blinking, he knew that there was no way to get away with it. He hoped that the armament department had developed something during this period. Oh, mecha. It's in the armament department. Go get it. Thank you, Emperor Jun. Lu Huai turned around and went straight to the armament department without any regrets. He saw a group of people hammering around his mecha and assembling its legs. It must have been disassembled once. Lu Huai curled his lips. These people were so fast. He had a cold face and a terribly gloomy expression. Well, we just check if there is any problem with the mecha. So is there a problem? Lu Huai said coldly. No. We will assemble it right away. The ministers of the armament department worked together and quickly completed the assembly. After Lu Huai put the mecha back into the space button and turned around, he didn't know what he thought of. His face immediately became as bright as spring breeze and rain. The Lu Huai trained by the empire is dead, and now his life is given by the Lord. Now, can he call her Wan Wan? After saying goodbye to Lu Li and Feng Feng who were still busy, Lu Huai boarded the spaceship to Shenong Star. Shenong Star has fallen, and the traffic has long been paralyzed. Lu Huai is driving his own private spaceship. At this time, no one cares about speeding, and his spaceship is speeding very fast. Wait for me, Lord. After Lu Huai left, the emperor hummed a little tune and agreed to Yun Wan's request. I agree to the proposal of exchanging people for dishes. The emperor thought sadly. One wants to leave. The other wants to be taken back. They are both running in two directions. Coincidentally, both of them made the same request. So it wouldn't be too much for him to change some dishes while repaying his life-saving grace? Yun Wan thought that the emperor would not let him go. But he didn't expect that the other party would send a message of agreement before a day had passed. While she was happy, she was a little worried. She did this without asking Lu Huai's opinion at all. After tossing and turning for a long time, Yun Wan felt that she couldn't be so selfish. So she sent a message to the emperor late at night. If he doesn't agree, forget it. I'll give him the food. The emperor, who was half asleep, was awakened by the reminder sound of the smart brain. Which living father is still sending messages at this time? The emperor opened the smart brain and felt jealous. Look at what the Lord of Shenong Star said. I'll give him the food. How rich he is. No wonder he coaxed his imperial general into giving up everything. Such a smart person was coaxed into a love brain. The queen also woke up in a daze. And after seeing the news, she couldn't help asking, is it really okay to let Lu Huai go? It's not good or bad. Madam, a forced melon is not sweet. The emperor saw through it clearly. There was no point in keeping Lu Huai, and keeping him would only make him an enemy. So it would be better to sell him to the Lord of Shenong Star. What he wanted was to have one more friend for the royal family. Not one more enemy. Even if he couldn't have one more friend, He definitely couldn't have one more enemy, let alone such a powerful enemy. He was willing. The emperor replied like this. After Shenong Star returned to normal, Jiang Jiayu was working hard to rebuild the planting area. Hu Yuanyang was concerned about the planetary affairs, and there was no major chaos in the two subsidiary stars. So Yunwan focused on the education of Shenong Star. You don't know until you see it, and you will be shocked when you see it. Except for Yao Shila, who graduated from the normal college and taught the children to write seriously. The other teachers were not doing their jobs. They ran to the laboratory every day, or taught the children to do experiments and assemble mechas. The life of college students is not so rich. When Yunwan went to school, a group of short-legged little carrots were taking a physical education class on the playground. The teacher was a retired soldier, and he turned the physical education class into a military training. Seeing a group of cute babies standing upright, with serious faces, and shouting "Bring glory to Shenong Star" under the guidance of the teacher, Yunwan wanted to laugh. This unique way of education can only be encountered on Shenong Star. Yunwan wanted to see the situation of the little orcs and Yungu. She did not go to find them one by one, but asked the principal, Professor Luo, directly. They are in the Shenong class. Shenong class? Is it different from other classes? Yunwan asked. If a special class was set up specifically for the little orcs. She didn't really want to see this happen. She hoped that the little orcs could make more friends and integrate into human life. Yes, Lord. Don't get me wrong. There is no other way to open this class. Professor Luo shook his beard helplessly. Yunwan's face became serious. Could it be that the little orcs were excluded by ordinary students in school because of their appearance? Seeing Yunwan's increasingly worried expression, Professor Luo was afraid that he could not explain it clearly. So he said directly, You will understand if you go and see it with your own eyes. Yunwan followed Professor Luo to the back door of the Shenong class and watched quietly for a while before she realized the reason why the little beast men were in a separate class. It was because they learned too fast. Many times, before the teacher finished, several little beast men had already understood and spoke out the answers at once. Yungu was among them, and although he was much smarter than normal children, he was still laughed at by Ah Huang. So stupid. Silly. Choose a for this question. If they are not in a separate class, they will basically be bored and fall asleep in class. What a waste of talent, Professor Luo explained. Yunwan nodded and expressed her understanding of the setting up of special classes. After a while, the class was over. During the break, many children ran to Shenong's class. Some came to ask questions, and some brought snacks to bribe the little beast man to be petted. Ah Huang and his friends adapted to this kind of life very well. Yunwan was still worried about them in vain. As a result, these children were almost popular in the school. Yunwan was completely relieved and said to Professor Luo, I want to see their class schedule. The Shenong class has a very complex schedule, including mecha classes, planting classes, physical training classes, and individual combat classes. It is almost like training students to be all-around hexagonal warriors. Even adults cannot accept such high-intensity training. For children, is it too advanced? These courses are very time-consuming. Are they too difficult for them? Yunwan asked. Not difficult. They still think it's not enough. The Lord has no idea how smart these little guys are. After looking at the condition of the little ones, they really didn't seem to be in any discomfort. Yunwan didn't speak nonsense in the field she didn't understand. Professor Luo was still very reliable. Back to the Lord's mansion. Just as she closed her eyes and prepared to take a nap, the door was pushed open suddenly. The person who came in seemed a little excited, and his movements were not gentle at all. Yunwan's sleepiness was interrupted, and she was in a very bad mood. When she got up and saw a familiar figure, the corners of her mouth that had shrunk instantly lifted up, and she shouted in surprise, Lu Huai, you're back. Lord. After a pause, Lu Huai said. The girl was very excited to see him, and jumped up from the sofa. Are you okay? Are the Zerg difficult to deal with? Where are your flowers? Looking at Lu Huai for a moment, Yunwan pointed to the neck. Lu Huai described the process of fighting against the Zerg, and how he risked his life to save the Emperor. Yunwan listened to him speaking lightly, and still felt the danger at that time. She didn't expect Lu Huai to be willing to die to save the Emperor. His loyalty was higher than she thought. At that moment, Yunwan felt that it might not be a good thing for her to ask Lu Huai from the Emperor. Did he tell you? Yunwan asked softly. What? It's about me exchanging vegetables for you. And the emperor agreed. Yunwan lowered her head, not daring to look at Lu Huai. She was worried that Lu Huai would say she was meddling. The lord exchanged vegetables for me? Lu Huai's tone was high, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. And Yunwan lowered her head even more. Yeah, Yunwan said embarrassedly. Why did the lord lower his head like this? Do you regret it? Lu Huai leaned close to Yunwan's ear, and his hot and humid breath sprayed on Yunwan's ear. How is it possible? Yunwan raised his head suddenly, knocking Lu Huai backwards, and covered his nose and groaned. The ambiguous atmosphere disappeared instantly. Yunwan looked apologetic, helped Lu Huai to stand up, and then put him on the sofa. Keep your head up. Don't lower it. Take your hands away. Let me see if you are bleeding. Yunwan put her fingers on Lu Huai's forehead, forced him to lean on the sofa, and forcefully pulled his hands away. Observing his nose, her hand covered his face, and spiritual power surged, bringing a cool breeze, and the pain in Lu Huai's nose dissipated. The Lord seemed to have forgotten that he could also use spiritual power. He enjoyed her anxious look, and felt that he was valued. Hearing her small mouth chattering non-stop, it didn't feel noisy, but very pleasant to the ear. Why did you suddenly get so close? Yunwan was frightened and sweated, and kept fanning herself with her hands, and sat down next to Lu Huai. I'm sorry. When Lu Huai really apologized obediently, Yunwan felt bad again. It's okay. Just be careful next time. Lu Huai glanced at Yunwan and saw that she was still fanning herself with her hands, as if she was very hot. Lord, is it hot? He asked deliberately. Not hot. Yunwan noticed her movements and was at a loss as to where to put her hands. Lu Huai smiled. Was he pretending to be busy? His lord? How cute. Ahem. Lu Huai was still leaning weakly on the sofa, looking like he had no strength, and he coughed weakly twice. The uncomfortable look really caught Yunwan's attention. What's wrong? Did you get a concussion? Yunwan looked anxious. Lu Huai shook his head gently. No. Don't blame the lord. It should be the injury when fighting with the Zerg. Wan, can you help me check it? My waist hurts a little. Is it injured? At this moment, the man sat on the sofa, lifted up his shirt and bit it, revealing his 8 abdominal muscles. Huh? Yunwan blushed and took a look secretly. There was nothing but abdominal muscles there. Not even a scratch. Was it intentional? It was a honey trap. It was a cunning man who deliberately seduced her. Take another look at Lu Huai's face, which looked like, I'm in pain. I'm very obedient. Yunwan looked at him, and he looked back, full of doubts. He didn't look like someone who could do such a thing. It should really hurt a little. Maybe it's an internal injury or something. Wait a minute. Yunwan swallowed her saliva and forced herself not to look at the man's waist. They have done everything. They were in close contact. So what's wrong with touching the waist? Yunwan did a good job of ideological work, stretched out her hands and pressed them on Lu Huai's waist, running her spiritual power, and her palms radiated a constant flow of heat. The flesh on the man's waist was very firm and smooth, and felt very good. No. There should be nothing wrong with his waist. She tried to move her hand down to the base of his legs, and touched it again with a frown. And there was indeed nothing wrong. Lu Huai suddenly spoke. Yunwan looked at him strangely. His body was fine. Why did he make a sound that Yunwan thought was a bit enchanting? Lord, are you okay? Lu Huai's Adam's apple moved. His voice was low. Yunwan quickly withdrew her hand and slapped him on the chest. You lied to me. You're fine. Ha ha ha. Lu Huai suddenly laughed out loud. I really feel uncomfortable. And I feel much better after Wan used her spiritual power to treat it just now. I didn't treat it. Her spiritual power was not used at all. Besides, what did you call me? Same question. This time, Lu Huai was very confident. Wan. Yunwan's lips opened and closed. Haven't you always called me Lord? Lu Huai smiled and approached. Now you want to call me Wan. Is that not okay? He was domineering and didn't give people room to refute. Whatever you want. Yunwan avoided Lu Huai's sight and just called him. Please move the stick. It's poking me. You want to murder me. Yunwan pushed Lu Huai. Lu Huai glanced at Yunwan in panic, only seeing her profile, and quickly stood up and hid the tools used in the crime. Sorry. Yunwan was released, and felt that Lu Huai's posture was strange. She stared at his waist curiously. It didn't look like there was a stick hidden in his trouser pocket. I don't know what Yunwan thought of. Her eyes widened. She covered her face and cursed. Lu Huai. You are a hooligan. Lu Huai, who was exposed, simply stopped hiding and said, Isn't it normal to be in front of the person you like? However, Yunwan was so embarrassed at the moment that she kept chattering and had no time to listen to Lu Huai. Lu Huai took a deep breath to calm down the embarrassing reaction of his body. He looked helplessly at Yunwan, who had been busy with her mouth for a long time, and suddenly said, Lord, we lost. This sentence made Yunwan calm down immediately. What loss? Her cheeks were still a little red. I saved the emperor. And he agreed to my request and resigned from his position as the empire's general. So, I didn't have to change. Right? This profiteer. Ah! Profiteer. When Yunwan thought that the emperor had cheated her out of a batch of food, she was so angry that her teeth itched. But, Wan, I'm really happy, Lu Huai said gently, then hugged Yunwan and buried his head in her neck. Yunwan thought Lu Huai was stupid. He was so happy after suffering such a big loss. Wan is also happy. Lord, it's bad. Hu Yuanyang suddenly rushed in, and seeing the two people hugging each other, he pulled Lu Huai aside and reported to Yunwan. Lu Huai looked at Hu Yuanyang with resentment. If nothing serious happened, he would be dead. Lord, several Zergs suddenly mutated. Dr. Lin went to check them out. There were a total of 200. They suddenly became a little manic and had a tendency to hurt people. Dr. Lin found chips in these Zergs. All Zergs had chips in their bodies? Yunwan asked. Both of them became serious, and the romantic thoughts disappeared. No, only those who suddenly became manic, as if someone was controlling them from behind. Someone was controlling the Zerg. And this discovery might overturn the entire interstellar cognition. Interstellar people have always believed that the Zerg are violent because they are in a primitive chaotic state, uncivilized, and therefore have no reason, only the most primitive killing instinct. If there is a chip in the body of the Zerg, it means that there is a person behind the Zerg existence. Someone is controlling the Zerg, constantly launching Zerg tides and causing Zerg riots. How many people's flesh and blood and loyal souls are buried in these wars? Who would do such a thing? Grandma sat in a rocking chair, knitting sweaters for a few little orcs leisurely in the sunlight outside the window. Suddenly, she felt a palpitation in her chest. The knitting needle fell to the ground, and the ball of yarn rolled down, all the way to the door, and the light yellow yarn was scattered all over the ground. Grandma covered her heart, and she couldn't stand up because of the pain. She frowned, and her eyes changed once, suddenly becoming very aggressive, and then immediately turned back to a gentle look. The throbbing pain in her heart eased a little, but her face was unusually solemn. Just sleep well, isn't it? Grandma said softly. After packing up the wool and the unfinished sweater, she went out and saw a group of violent Zerg locked in a cage. The familiar throbbing surged in her heart again. She took a deep breath. The Zerg seemed to feel the silent call, and turned around and howled in the direction of her grandmother. The escorting guards found something unusual and looked in the direction the Zerg pointed. There were ordinary people watching the excitement there, and there was nothing unusual. Before the guards came over, my grandmother left the cage and went straight to the Lord's mansion to ask for an audience with Yunwan. At this moment, Yunwan had called together the planet's top leaders for an emergency meeting. Could it be Ji Wei and the others? Yunwan thought of the fact that they had sent experimental subjects to assassinate her. However, she quickly rejected this conjecture. If these ambitious nobles could control the Zerg, they would have used the Zerg to overthrow the rule of the royal family and become emperors themselves. Why would they have to wait so long? However, to be on the safe side, Yunwan still sent Chengyu and his men to their former laboratory to check the situation. The Zerg are rampant, and we just took advantage of the chaos to deal with Ji Wei's laboratory, Yunwan said. Do you remember the location of the laboratory? Yes. Chengyu and his men nodded. Okay. You set off now? Be careful along the way. Yes, Lord. To destroy the laboratory that once tortured them was the best task for them, and they could do both official and private matters at the same time. After they received the task and left, Yunwan had a new guess. Besides the nobles, there are a group of people who can use the Zerg for experiments. Lord, are you talking about the Black Ram organization? Lu Huai continued. Yunwan nodded, her face heavy. The Black Ram organization, which had been silent for many years, seemed to have the signs of reappearing in the interstellar space. But even if they did it, there is no way to find the location of the Black Ram organization. Hu Yuanyang had heard of this organization. Yunwan had already had a vague guess. Grandmother's visit confirmed her guess. Lord, do you want to go over there? Grandmother asked gently. Over there? Which side? Xiao Yu was puzzled. Yunwan felt that her grandmother was a bit unfathomable. She had a feeling that she could guess what she was thinking, just as she could judge a person's goodness or badness through intuition. You mean outside the Zerg border? This was a question, but Yunwan already had the answer in her mind. If the Zerg was controlled by someone with ulterior motives, then there must be a deep meaning in arranging them at the border. The biggest advantage is that the interstellar people would think that there were only Zerg outside the border. Moreover, the Zerg was tyrannical, and no one would spend manpower and resources to explore a wild place. But what if there is another world outside the Zerg border? Yunwan and her grandmother thought the same thing, but Yunwan's result was based on reasoning, while her grandmother relied on metaphysics. I feel something is calling me over there. Grandma said so. Yunwan understood what she meant. Grandma was a test subject of the Black Ram organization. The only organization she had a relationship with was this organization. If she was called by something, it could only be this organization. Yunwan thought of the abnormality of the Zerg and asked Dr. Lin to examine her grandmother. Sure enough, a chip was found in her body. The chip is damaged, Dr. Lin said. Grandmother and the Zerg were controlled in the same way. Yunwan was more certain that the Zerg was the conspiracy of the Black Ram organization. She didn't expect that the Black Ram organization was so close to her, only separated by the Zerg. Yunwan immediately arranged things on the planet, took 2 escort teams equipped with new mechas, prepared a large number of vegetable plants, boarded the starship, and prepared to explore the world outside the Zerg border. Take the little orcs with you. There will be unexpected results, Grandmother said. Yunwan stared at her for a long time, and didn't feel that she had any bad intentions. Okay. She shouldn't harm the little orc. Yungu was very reluctant to leave the little orc. If the little orc left, he would be the only one in the entire Shinong class. Yungu, be good. It's very dangerous for us to go out this time. Yunwan patted his head. Professor Luo, please let him go to class with other classes first. Don't worry. Lord. After the vegetables were loaded onto the starship, Yunwan and his group also boarded the deck, and Lu Huai also went with them. He could drive the boat. The starship sailed into space, slowly heading towards the Zerg border. The closer it got to the wasteland, the more desolate it became. There was almost no oasis, only yellow sand all over the sky. It was hard to imagine how these Zerg survived. A few little orcs boarded the ship and had fun on the deck, curiously looking at the outside world. Are those Zerg? They look so fierce, so different from the ones on our planet. Snake said softly. Yes. They are the most typical Zerg, Yunwan said, as she fed vegetables outside the starship. Meow Meow and the others thought it was fun and wanted to try it. Can we play too? Sister. Ah Huan likes lively places and fun activities the most. Activities like feeding animals are very attractive to her. Okay. You hold the food and throw it out like this. Yunwan did not stop them. This activity was not dangerous. They seemed to be collecting protection fees. After collecting the money, they let us pass. Meow Meow is really smart. That's it, Yunwan praised, feeding the Zerg along the way. The Zerg that got the food obediently made way for the starship, and after eating, they rushed forward again. The way the Zerg jumped to grab the food was very interesting. Some Zerg had gorgeous feathers, and their movements were elegant and pleasing to the eye. The starship sailed smoothly all the way without encountering any obstacles. After passing the Zerg border, the universe was dark, and no light source could be seen. The starship turned on the ship lights and sailed in the lonely and dark universe. In the darkness, it was unclear where to go, and it could only rely on the guidance of the grandmother to move forward. It's so dark. How are we going to get back? Shishi was worried. Yunwan didn't say anything. The future was uncertain, and she didn't know what would happen. The dark environment was quiet and depressing. The little orc was tired from playing and was snoring. The others also went to rest after dinner. Yunwan found Lu Huai, who was driving the starship. There was no special situation at the moment. The starship was in automatic navigation mode. Lu Huai didn't need to steer the ship all the time, but just adjusted the direction occasionally to see the situation in the universe. You can take a break if you're tired. I'll watch, Yunwan said. Not tired, Lu Huai replied. The quiet space made the two voices particularly clear. Suddenly, an unknown object rushed out of the darkness and crashed into the starship. A huge collision sound was heard from somewhere on the starship, and the impact forced the starship to shake left and right. What happened? The guards quickly alerted, and Ma Yeding walked towards the collision. There was a hole in the starship's protective shield, and a huge bird-like animal fell on the deck, dying. After confirming that the bird was not aggressive, Dr. Lin quickly stepped forward to check the bird's injuries. Is this bird dead? Meow Meow jumped forward lightly and looked at the huge Zerg curiously. It has no heartbeat. Dr. Lin shook his head, stood up with a surprised look on his face, and told Yunwan, Lord, this bird is very strange. It is not so much dead as exhausted and in standby mode. Is this a mechanical bird? Yunwan asked, looking at the giant bird. It has nothing to do with machinery. Not completely. It's in a semi-mechanical state. Dr. Lin turned the giant bird over, and in the center of its chest, there was a dark hole, with a dark energy core embedded inside that had exhausted its energy. The transformation direction was the same as that of the special operations team of the experimental group, transforming part of the body into a hard machine. But the difference was that this bird transformed the most core part of its body, and its heart was an energy core. Yunwan was very curious about what kind of new human the Black Ram organization wanted to transform. The ability to integrate species transformation and technology so harmoniously showed that the strength of the leader of this organization should not be underestimated. Will it come back to life if I put in energy? Yunwan asked. In theory. Yes. Yunwan took out the purple crystal fruit and replaced the energy core in the giant bird's chest. After a while, the giant bird slowly woke up, flapped its wings, and flew 2 circles. During its coma, the starship's protective shield had been repaired, and it could not fly out, so it could only circle and cry anxiously. Soon, the giant bird became quiet again, quietly looking at the front of the starship, ignoring everyone. What a strange bird. Meow Meow licked his paws, and soon forgot about this boring big bird. The episode with the giant bird passed quickly. The giant bird was very strange. Sometimes when the starship deviated from the route, it would cry, and it would not return to calm until Lu Huai adjusted the direction. It seems that its destination is the same as ours, grandmother said. Yunwan nodded, and became more curious about the unknown destination. The long darkness made the concept of time weak. I don't know how long it has been sailing. Yunwan only felt that several years had passed, but in fact only a few days had passed, under the leadership of the giant bird. Soon, a luminous sphere appeared in front of the starship. Not long after, an airship drove towards the starship, holding a loudspeaker and shouting outside, Hey, are you interstellar refugees? Chapter 145. On the other side, the special operations team of the experimental group arrived at the Tianzi laboratory. The laboratory was extremely solid, and the Zerg could not enter. It did not attract the attention of the Zerg. Instead, they regarded it as a stone and recognized it as a natural environment. To enter the laboratory, face recognition is required. Xiaomei tried to scan her face. Their information had not been deleted. Several people scanned their faces to open the door and successfully entered the Tianzi laboratory. At the same time, Xin Xiao received the news that the experimental subjects had returned. He opened the door and monitored the surveillance. As expected, several people had returned. After a while, the surveillance screen was blurred. TSK. What an ungrateful defective product, Xin Xiao said coldly. Qin Yan. Go kill them. Qin Yan was injected with a new type of strengthening agent, and her physical strength exceeded the human limit. Later, Xin Xiao made many modifications to Qin Yan's body. It can be said that Qin Yan's current combat capability is equivalent to driving a mecha to fight. She is a humanoid mecha. Qin Yan also wanted to test her own strength. She pinched her knuckles and walked towards the screen where the surveillance disappeared, flying over the eaves and walls all the way, at an extremely fast speed. Xin Xiao was waiting in the office for Qin Yan to tie up a few experimental subjects. He was confident in Qin Yan's strength, but he didn't expect that he would be waiting for Qin Yan, who was tied up. Long time no see. Dr. Qin. Xiaoya kicked the door open. When he saw the experimental subjects, Qin Xiao was a little surprised. but not afraid. As far as I know. You are not that strong. Qin Xiao pushed the frame of his glasses. Heh. We are out of your control. Dr. Qin. Are you surprised to become stronger? Xiaomei said fiercely. She would never forget the excruciating pain Qin Xiao felt when he tested the new drug on her. Xiaomei. Don't waste time talking to him. Kill him and destroy this lab. Cheng Yu's shadow appeared in the air. His state made Qin Xiao look sideways. Interesting. Qin Xiao felt that Shenong Star seemed to be a good place to go. Humph. Today is your death day. Xiaomei and the others stopped talking nonsense, raised their heavy machine guns, and fired at Qin Xiao. After the smoke cleared, Xiaomei stepped forward to check. Her face was not good. There was only a fallen chair behind the desk. And no one was there. He escaped? Qin Xiao's escape made several people very upset. Qin Yan took the opportunity to break free from the restraints, left in a flash, and turned on the self-destruct device in the office. The cold electronic voice began to broadcast mercilessly. Self-destruction program activated. 10, 9, 8. So cunning. Xiaomei was furious. Xiaoye ignored the two people who escaped, and urgently collected the information in the office. And did not forget to urge others, hurry up. The countdown is coming soon. The few people didn't have time to say more, and desperately stuffed the experimental materials into their bodies. Finally, before the self-destruction countdown ended, they packed up the information they could find and took it away, hiding in the mountain gate formation. Bang! A huge explosion sounded, and the sturdy laboratory exploded from the inside, and sharp iron pieces exploded everywhere. Some debris pierced the unlucky Zerg's buttocks, causing the Zerg to rush around in pain and hit many trees. When the surroundings became quiet, Cheng Yu and his friends came out of the mountain gate formation. Fortunately, we brought the mountain gate formation. Otherwise we would have been blown into meat paste. Xiaomei looked at the mess on the ground and was terrified. Qin Xiao was lucky to let them escape. Xiaoye stamped her feet. But if they don't die today, they will be skinned alive. Xiaoye waved the information in her hand. Let's go and deal with the nearest inn first. Fortunately, they collected most of the information in time, so that they could find all the sub-laboratories of Tianzi Laboratory. After today, Tianzi Laboratory will be in a state of decline. Even if there are fish that slip through the net, it will be difficult for them to have the funds to rebuild so many laboratories. It's a pity that we can't save those experimental subjects, Cheng Yu said sadly. Several people mourned for the dead experimental subjects for a moment, then cheered up and went to the next laboratory. Let's be more careful this time and save the experimental subjects first. Qin Xiao's chair was under the escape passage. When several experimental subjects took out the heavy machine guns, he turned the chair over and escaped safely from the escape passage. Before leaving, he did not forget to wink at Qin Yan. Qin Yan did not disappoint him. She successfully detonated the laboratory and arrived safely at the place they agreed on. Uncle Qin, where are we going now? Qin Yan asked. Where do you want to go? Qin Xiao did not answer. Shenong Star. Their destinations coincided with each other. Now they were free from trouble. If the laboratory exploded, the Lu and Ji families would only think that they died in the explosion. This was also a relief for them. Let's make it clear first. Before I can crack the secret of Shenong Star, Yun Wan's life must be saved, Qin Xiao said. Okay. Qin Yan answered straightforwardly. She knew Qin Zhao's methods. In his hands, Yun Wan would be worse off than dead, which was exactly what she liked to hear. The two secretly sneaked into Shenong Star, and it seemed that the planetary alarm system was triggered. Suddenly, the world was under martial law. However, I don't know what happened to this planet. It was very lazy. After the martial law, there were still civilians on the streets. What's more weird is that many people were actually feeding the Zerg. Interesting. This was the second time Qin Xiao said this comment. Qin Yan just felt that it was too absurd. She felt as if she had never really known Yun Wan. Her Shenong Star is like this. In Qin Yan's eyes, Yun Wan was still the sick little poor girl. But she didn't know when Yun Wan started to grow crops. That's right. Everything changed from the beginning. The vegetable she grew became popular in the galaxy. And she didn't know what was so popular about a little vegetable. From that time on, the name Yun Wan gradually entered the aristocratic circle. Many people knew the relationship between Yun Wan and the Qin family. So it was inevitable that everyone would compare Yun Wan with themselves. Although Qin Yan paid great attention to shaping her own image, She was still at a disadvantage in comparison with Yunwan's outstanding performance. Gradually, her parents no longer regarded her as the future of the Qin family, but regretted not recognizing their biological daughter. Qin Yin sometimes hated herself for being too smart and realizing the change in her parents' attitude so quickly. In fact, sometimes pretending to be stupid is the best way to survive. But she just couldn't stand the feeling that all her efforts for more than 20 years were taken away in one day. Yunwan, the person she once looked down on, took away all her halo. Qin Yin looked at every corner of Shenong Star bit by bit, with almost harsh and picky eyes. In the end, she had to admit that Shenong Star was better than many planets in the interstellar, and even the living environment of the capital star was not as good as here. Moreover, humans and Zerg lived in harmony, which was decades ahead of interstellar development, when Zerg was still wreaking havoc on other planets. Why did she have to be so outstanding? She was so outstanding that there was no chance for me to surpass her. In the face of an absolute disadvantage, Qin Yin could no longer hate Yunwan. She really hated herself for being so smart, and clearly aware that Yunwan had never done anything to hurt her. Except for that counterattack. Qin Yin, we should go. Qin Shao waved his hand in front of Qin Yin's eyes, and the wheelchair automatically opened and walked towards the landing place of the spacecraft. Ah, okay. Qin Yin came back to her senses and followed silently. Where are we going next? Didn't you just listen? The Lord of Shenong Star set out to explore the Zerg border. Zerg? How do we get there? Qin Yin thought Qin Shao was too crazy. Normal people would want to stay away from the Zerg border, but he took the initiative to deliver himself to the Zerg's door to be a snack. There must be a way when the car reaches the mountain. Qin Shao was very confident. Arriving at the Zerg border, Qin Yin was surprised to find that the Zerg were very stable. Seeing their spaceship passing by, they had almost no reaction. It was so strange. It's so funny. Qin Shao couldn't help laughing, and his laughter was a little creepy. Yunwan had successfully landed on the strange planet. The natives asked them if they were interstellar refugees. Of course, they answered yes, and didn't need to find any excuses. What Yunwan was more concerned about was that the natives did not question their identities, such as how can interstellar refugees have starships. Instead, they enthusiastically led them to the port to dock. To be on the safe side, Yunwan put all the things in the starship into the system space. Lu Huai, who was watching from the side, said, "It seems that the Lord has many secrets." Yunwan ignored him. "Shut up." The starship stopped, and everyone dressed up, trying to make themselves look like interstellar refugees, and slowly got off the starship. A group of natives were waiting under the starship, led by a red-bearded man. "Hello, poor refugees. Now that you are here, take a good rest." As the red-bearded man spoke, his beard also trembled, looking very ferocious. Seeing that Yunwan and the others did not speak, he continued, "We are not bad people. Where is this? We have never heard of such a planet here." Ma Yeding asked. The big bearded man replied, "Our planet is called New World. It is the best planet in the entire galaxy, and the ideal country for everyone." His answer made Ma Yeding look at her lord. Their lord has not spoken yet. This bearded man actually dared to brag about his planet, which doesn't even have street lights. It's not so funny to build infrastructure first, and then talk about his best. He is so arrogant. Ma Yeding's unbelieving look made the bearded man a little unhappy. However, he didn't explain too much and said mysteriously, "You will know if you stay here longer." This topic was not continued. After walking for a while with the bearded man, Yunwan was always looking at the planet. Generally speaking, the planet was completely in darkness. Even if there was a light source, it was very weak. One could only barely see the road and couldn't tell whether it was day or night. She vaguely saw the outlines of some buildings, all of which were in a semi-finished state, with a primitive retro style. The streets were not spacious, and it seemed that there was no space for transportation. Could it be that all the people here rely on walking? It is so dark here. What kind of work do they usually rely on to make a living? Yunwan wanted to stay here for a while longer. She seemed to suddenly remember something and said to Redbeard, "I almost forgot that we rescued a giant bird on the road. I wonder if it is yours." She released the giant bird from the space button, and the latter immediately flew into the sky and flew over the head of one of the Redbeard team, chirping excitedly, "Old Xia, isn't this the bird you lost? It turned out that they saved it," Redbeard said. "Thank you, friends." The man named Old Xia stepped out and thanked Yunwan. You're welcome. Yunwan said that this move won some favor from the natives. In this case, since they just arrived and don't have a place to stay, they can stay at your house for the next few days. Old Xia. What do you think? Redbeard suggested. Okay. Old Xia agreed. So, Yunwan and his group said goodbye to Redbeard and followed Lao Xia back to his home. The indigenous people's home was not as dark as outside, but it was not bright either. It was dim, which made the people who were used to the light very uncomfortable. Lao Xia had a wife, a son and a daughter. The son was older and was the brother, and the daughter was the sister. There are so many of you. I'm afraid you will have to sleep on the floor, Lao Xia said, asking his wife to take out the floor mats and distribute them to Yunwan and his group. There were at least 50 or 60 of them, and Yunwan was worried whether Lao Xia's floor mats were enough. However, her worry was unnecessary. Lao Xia borrowed some from other families, and there were still extra floor mats. As for the life of refugees, having a bed on the floor is good enough. Uncle Xia, what are we going to eat tonight? Ah Huang was hungry, but his mouth was still sweet. Eat? Lao Xia hesitated. Yes, you still need to eat. But we don't have much to eat here. It's okay. We brought food. Do you have a pot here? Lu Huai asked. Pot? No. Lao Xia was embarrassed. Lu Huai looked at Lao Xia's house quietly. There was indeed no place for a kitchen. The space was large, but there were few furnitures, and it seemed that they didn't need to eat on weekdays. No pot? Uncle Xia, don't you usually eat? Shishi asked. No. We eat differently from you, Lao Xia explained. But he didn't continue to talk about how they ate. Curious, Shishi wanted to ask more, but the little monster touched her with its tentacles, and she closed her mouth and stopped talking. It's okay, Lao Xia. We can solve the dinner problem ourselves, Yunwan said. Okay. Lao Xia breathed a sigh of relief. But it's almost noon now. Don't get the time wrong. If you want to know the time, you can look at the light outside. When the light is yellow, it is close to night. And when the light is white, it is daytime. What is that light? The curious baby in the form of a little snake came back online. It is the basis for us to judge the time. Old Xia didn't want to say more. Yunwan and his group all realized that this planet seemed to have some secrets that could not be told to outsiders. After a quick lunch, Yunwan set his sights on the little monster. He could communicate with animals, and Yunwan wanted to try to communicate with the giant bird. Back home, the giant bird was more relaxed than on the starship. When the little monster put its tentacles on its claws, it did not resist. When Yunwan's voice appeared in its mind, it flapped its wings as if frightened. The giant bird's IQ is not high. To Yunwan, the giant bird's calls are mostly, scare the bird. Scare the bird. I'm so hungry. Energy. Energy. Yunwan and his friends stayed in the new world for several days. The sky here never got bright, and there was no way to go out. Old Xia went out early and came back late, and no one knew what he was busy with every day. The two children at home had nothing to do. After Old Xia and his wife left, they stayed in the room and did not come out. They had no way of understanding the lives of the indigenous people, and they had no way of tracking down the whereabouts of the Black Ram organization. The turning point came from the giant bird. A few days later, the giant bird's energy was exhausted again. When Lao Xia tried to change its energy source, it refused to change it and kept crying, looking at Yunwan with its small eyes. She didn't do anything? As the owner of the big bird, Lao Xia quickly understood what the big bird meant. You want this kind of energy? He asked, holding the shriveled fruit. The bird's cry became cheerful. Lao Xia was a little embarrassed. He had never seen this kind of energy. It didn't look like ore, but more like the fruit of some plants. My friend, do you still have this kind of energy? Yes. Yunwan pretended to take out the purple crystal fruit from her trouser pocket and handed it to Lao Xia. Seeing the purple crystal fruit, the bird obediently changed the energy. Lao Xia couldn't help scolding. You are still picking it up. That night, Yunwan was half asleep and found someone rummaging through her trouser pockets. In the dark, she vaguely felt that it was Lao Xia's two children, and they were making a lot of noise. But she pretended to be still asleep. Her hand was touched, and Ma Yiting beside her also woke up. Yunwan squeezed her hand and told her to be patient. Yunwan's trouser pockets were empty, and the two children could not find anything. I told you not to come. How could such a good thing be left there? The elder brother said. The younger sister was very stubborn. It's impossible. I saw her take it out from here. And then the big bird was willing to put energy. Aren't you curious about what energy the big bird likes so much? The elder brother remained silent and helplessly helped his sister to keep watch. After waiting for a long time, the elder brother was impatient and said, "Forget it. Let Dad buy some energy from them, and we will study it later." The younger sister agreed to this proposal and stopped searching Yunwan. After the brother and sister left, Yunwan breathed a sigh of relief. If she continued to search, she would fail. The next day, Lao Xia really asked them to buy energy. Yunwan asked, "What do you want to exchange with me?" Lao Xia took out an orange energy core, which was in the shape of a diamond and very regular. He exchanged 10 energy cores for 4 purple crystal fruits. Yunwan held the energy core and was very curious about how this energy core was produced. It stands to reason that the ore cannot be so regular. Each one is basically the same size, as if it were man-made. "Can we go out for a walk?" Yunwan asked Lao Xia. "There's nothing to see." Lao Xia blocked him directly. "Is there no entertainment here?" Yunwan was puzzled. "What is entertainment?" Lao Xia was even more puzzled than Yunwan. Yunwan realized that this so-called new world seemed to have no concept of entertainment. Shocked, Yunwan turned on the smart brain and wanted to play a video for Lao Xia, but found that there was no internet connection here. "Can you take us back to the starship?" Yunwan asked. There was a signal receiver in every 10 rooms on the starship. Yunwan asked Lu Huai to dismantle all the signal receivers, leaving only one as a spare, and then took the receiver back to Lao Xia's house, connected to the internet, turned on the smart brain, and played a variety show for them. "This is entertainment," Yunwan said. Lao Xia was silent for a moment. "It seems that this has no practical use?" Yunwan didn't understand what Lao Xia meant. "But watching TV makes us happy. Isn't it a practical use? Happy? Entertainment?" Lao Xia's wife pondered over and over again. "Okay. Don't think about it. We are busy every day and have no time for entertainment." Lao Xia took his wife back to the room. But the brother and sister were watching with great interest. Because of TV, Yunwan and the brother and sister became much closer. Children are much easier to get along with than adults. While their minds were on TV, Yunwan asked, "Your place is really strange. There is obviously no place that needs energy. Why do these energy cores seem to be everywhere? What's so strange about this? This energy core is our money and our food." "Sister, what nonsense!" The brother was not happy with his sister revealing so much information. "Brother, why are you so fierce? They will know it sooner or later." The sister disagreed. "Besides, sister doesn't look like a bad person. Their energy is much better. Why would they want our energy core?" The brother couldn't persuade his sister, so he had to let her do what she wanted. This was the first time Yunwan heard of energy cores being used as currency, and the first time she heard of eating energy cores. She roughly guessed how to eat, just like a big bird. Yunwan glanced at the girl's heart. Seeing that Yunwan guessed it so quickly, the girl leaned in and asked, "You are so smart. Let me tell you, eating energy cores is very comfortable. It will make you very strong. Think about you who need to eat every day. If you don't eat one day, you will die. You are really too weak. But if the energy runs out one day, won't you die too?" Yunwan didn't quite agree with the girl's point of view. The girl stretched out her fingers and shook them. "No, we won't die. As long as there is new energy injected, we will come back to life. And the energy is inexhaustible. But who will help you inject new energy? You need to rely on external forces. You are not strong, right?" Yunwan asked again. "Who said we need external forces?" "Sister," the brother suddenly interrupted. The girl was startled. And this time she didn't scold her brother, nor did she continue to talk. She said mysteriously, "You will know later." Yunwan didn't understand why she would know later, and this sentence made her feel bad. "We have to go out and take a look," Yunwan said to Ma Yeding and others. Unfortunately, their plan could not be implemented at all. As soon as they walked out of the door of the old Xia family, they would always be discovered for various reasons and sent back. Yunwan was a little annoyed. "Let Miao Miao and the others go," grandmother suggested. Yunwan suddenly realized that Miao Miao and the others were much more agile than humans. So this was a good idea. So, the task of exploring the new world was given to the little orcs. Yunwan never thought that one day they could only wait and let a group of children be the main force. Fortunately, Miao Miao did not disappoint them. When he returned to the old Xiao family, he told Yunwan what he saw truthfully. We saw a big factory. There were many people sitting inside, holding a pot of flowers, and their chests would glow. Then energy cores would be created in their chests. It was very bright inside, not as dark as outside. With the little work supplements, they knew the secret of this planet. It turns out that energy cores are also a kind of alternative plant energy, which converts light energy into mineral energy through flowers. But why does the energy converted by flowers be converted into energy cores through the human body? Yunwan didn't understand this mechanism. There must be some kind of relationship between flowers and the human body. This relationship makes the human body completely reduced to a machine, becoming a real producer. Also, she couldn't figure it out. There is no energy crisis in the interstellar space now. What's the point of creating such a group of energy producers? Is the Black Ram organization so short of energy? There must be something they don't know. However, before Yunwan had time to explore, Redbeard, who hadn't been seen for a long time, came to the door. He said he would take Yunwan and others to a place. Redbeard said, "The energy you provided is very good. Old Xia provided it to the Lord, and the Lord decided to let you join the new world." After saying that, he paused, as if waiting for Yunwan and the others to burst into tears of gratitude. But unfortunately, the reaction he expected did not appear. Redbeard was a little embarrassed and continued, "I believe that after living with old Xia for so long, you probably know the way of life on our planet." He tore open his shirt, and Lu Huai quickly blocked Yunwan's eyes to prevent her from seeing what she shouldn't see. "As you can see, we rely on energy to survive and have immortal bodies. If you join the new world, you can be like me. What will happen if you refuse to join?" Yunwan tilted her head and poked her head out from behind Lu Huai's hand. "Ha! No one will refuse. If you refuse, you will be sent to the laboratory, and you won't know whether you are dead or alive." Yunwan and her grandmother looked at each other. The laboratory mentioned by Redbeard was most likely the Black Ram organization. This was the closest they had ever been to the Black Ram organization. "We've joined the new world. You can put on your clothes," Lu Huai said, straightening Yunwan's head. "You're not stupid. Not everyone can join the new world. 2 people who are similar to you have been sent to the laboratory." Redbeard led Yunwan and his group through many twists and turns, and turned into a gorgeous palace. The one sitting at the end of the palace should be the Lord of the New World. He was actually a man about the same age as Yunwan. "Friends who have come from afar, it seems that you have agreed to join the New World. Welcome to become my subjects," the New World Lord said. "Which subject brought the energy fruit?" Old Xia said it was her. Redbeard pushed Yunwan in front of the crowd. The New World Lord's eyes fell on Yunwan. "Do you still have this kind of fruit?" he asked with some greed. "Yes." Yunwan took out 10 more purple crystal fruits. Redbeard took the purple crystal fruit and presented it to the New World Lord. "Okay." He picked up a purple crystal fruit and took a deep breath. "Feeling very good, craftsman. Let's transform their bodies now. Who will go first?" "Forget it. You go first." The New World Lord pointed at Yunwan. "You pick a pot of sunflowers you like." Yunwan was puzzled. "Why choose a pot of sunflowers? This is your life. The most important thing to you. It will coexist with you and bring you powerful strength," the New World Lord explained. Coexist with a pot of sunflowers? Yunwan had never heard of such an outrageous request, and she didn't think it was amazing at all. But seeing that the New World Lord was determined to transform them into sunflower people, her mind was spinning rapidly, thinking about how to get out of the current predicament. Who would want to be transformed into a person who lives with sunflowers? In the future, she will not only have to protect herself, but also a pot of sunflowers? Isn't this just looking for trouble? After carefully considering the words, Yunwan said, "Lord, I think transformation is a sacred thing. We can't just pick a day and make a decision so hastily." "What do you want to do?" asked the New World Lord. He was more patient because of the purple crystal fruit Yunwan presented to her. "I think, first of all, choose a good day. I think 3 days later is a good day. Then, bathe and burn incense to wash away the filth on your body. And finally thank you devoutly, so that we can carry out the transformation," Yunwan said seriously. And the New World Lord thought for a while. "No, 3 days is too long. Let's start tomorrow. Today you go back and bathe. Burn incense. Thank you. I will finish the worship soon. It won't take that long. Okay. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief along with Yunwan. Although the time was short, they at least had time to discuss countermeasures. Back at Lao Xiao's house, Lao Xia diligently boiled water for them. He didn't even know where he got a pot. He said while boiling water, "I know about bathing, but you have to prepare incense by yourselves." Before he finished speaking, Ma Yeding slapped him on the back of the neck, leaving Lao Xia stunned. "Oh no! I forgot!" Ma Yeding tore Lao Xia's clothes into pieces and took out Lao Xia's energy core. In an instant, Lao Xia fell to the ground. His wife noticed something was wrong, and Yunwan did the same thing to subdue Lao Xia's wife. Seeing that the main fighting force in the family had fallen, the brother and sister immediately ran to the room and locked the bedroom door. "Don't make a noise, or I'll kill them," Lu Hui threatened. They couldn't make a big noise to let others find out. The brother and sister didn't dare to make a big noise because of their parents. The sister asked angrily, "Why are you repaying kindness with hatred? We won't hurt you. We just don't want to be reformed," Yunwan said. "Then you leave here. We won't stop you." The younger sister cried. "No. We still have things to do." Yunwan rejected her proposal. "How about you take us to find the laboratory? And we'll leave when we find the laboratory. Only my parents know the location of the laboratory," the elder brother said. "How about you wake up my father?" the younger sister suggested. "No. What if your father attacks us?" Yunwan disagreed. Seeing that things were at a stalemate, the younger sister suddenly said, "We coexist with the sunflowers. If you hold the sunflowers, my father won't attack you." "How could you tell her?" The elder brother was going crazy in the bedroom. "Brother, they can think of it even if you don't tell them. So we might as well do it quickly," the younger sister said. "What else can we do? The two of us can't beat them without energy cores." According to the younger sister, Yunwan found 2 pots of sunflowers in the bedroom of Lao Xia and his wife. Put the sunflowers into the system space, and Yunwan woke up Lao Xia. As soon as he woke up, Lao Xia launched an attack. Ma Yeding took the attack and flew out, falling and vomiting blood. "Don't move. Your sunflower is in my hand," Yunwan said hurriedly. Lao Xia stopped and sensed the sunflower, which was indeed on Yunwan. He was afraid to move. "What do you want to do? Where is the sunflower?" Lao Xia asked, his face very ugly. Yunwan told him about the search for the laboratory and asked him to lead the way. Lao Xia asked sharply, "Do you want to destroy the laboratory?" "Almost," Yunwan answered. Lao Xia said nothing more, arranged for his wife and children to wait at home, and walked in front to lead the way. "I'm sorry. Their energy cores must be taken down," Yunwan said, and then asked the guards to go forward to take the energy cores. Old Xia surprisingly did not object, arranged someone to take Ma Yeding back to the starship to recuperate, and the rest of the people followed Old Xia to find the laboratory. With someone leading the way, the laboratory soon appeared in front of them. Looking at this ordinary building, no one acted rashly. "Lord, how do we get in?" the guard asked. "We have to deal with the sunflower parasite first," Grandmother answered. Yunwan looked at Grandmother calmly. She clearly remembered that the natives were talking about symbiosis. "Yes," Yunwan agreed. "Even their strongest captain couldn't stop Lao Xia's attack just now. Not to mention the people of this planet attacking them. Even if they have mechas, the enemy is in the dark and they are in the light. In addition, the environment is disadvantageous, so the chances of winning are not great. Moreover, there is a simpler way to win by surprise. Let's go steal the sunflowers," Yunwan said. "Old Xia, thank you for leading the way. You can rest now." Yunwan pretended to take out the energy core in his body, but Old Xia stopped him in time. "Wait," Old Xia laughed. "If you search door to door, you may not find the sunflowers." Yunwan stopped and waited for Old Xia's follow-up. "Follow me," Old Xia said, continuing to lead the way. Yunwan chose to believe him and followed him. After a while, Old Xia took them to a place where they could vaguely see the sunflowers through the glass. "This is the sunflower storage room. Except for a few people who can take the sunflowers home. Everyone else must store them here," Old Xia said. "Why? No one objects?" Yunwan asked. "This is equivalent to storing one's life here. There will be no objection in the new world," Old Xia said. Yunwan understood what he meant. Those who objected were probably dead. Although the room for storing sunflowers was made of glass, Yunwan did not care about this thing. She released her spiritual power, slowly covering the house. Under the spiritual power, she sensed a special energy. Yunwan tried to use her spiritual power to guide the energy, but she didn't expect that the energy was very stubborn and didn't obey. Yunwan had to change her strategy and slightly change the trajectory of the energy. Finally, the energy changed and a small hole was created. She stretched out her finger and pressed the small hole, and a piece of the glass shattered. Old Xiao watched her move and was amazed. The unbreakable defensive energy shield didn't sound an alarm. "We need a small person to go in and bring Sunflower out with the space link," Yunwan said. I'll do it. Shishi was the smallest, so this task belonged to him. She simply rolled up the space link with her tail, and soon brought Sunflower out. Yunwan rewarded Shishi with a kiss, which made her spin around in circles. Chapter 146. Why are you helping us? Yunwan asked Old Xia curiously. Old Xia sighed. Perhaps people should not explore the outside world. Old Xia smiled bitterly. Although Old Xia had not seen Yunwan's intelligent brain, his understanding of the outside world increased a lot through his daughter's description. He realized that the outside world was not a straight line between 2 points. The outside world was completely different from their lives. They did not need to make energy cores, did not need to go out early and come back late, had no free time, and did not need to live in the dark forever, just to save that little energy. Their planet is called the New World, but he feels that the outside world is more like the New World. That is the happy home that humans should have. He first knew the meaning of happiness. Compared with the people outside, they are more like a group of zombies who are controlled and oppressed. Yes, they have powerful power. Through the transformation of the sunflower crystal core, they have the powerful power of the sunflower and have established a connection with the sunflower. Just like the law of conservation of energy, what God gives you will be lost in return. They became the most powerful warriors, but their lives were controlled by a weak plant. What a sad thing. Lao Xia didn't want to be so sad forever. Now, you can pull out my energy core, Lao Xia said. Of course he was not stupid. He made 2 preparations. On the one hand, he helped Yunwan and others find the laboratory and get the sunflower. On the other hand, he disguised himself as a victim. In this way, if Yunwan and others did not succeed, he would not be blamed. After all, he brought the person to the sunflower storage, and it was the defensive energy shield that didn't call the police. It's none of his business. Aren't you worried that I'll destroy all the sunflowers? Yunwan asked. Old Xia shrugged. Whatever. It's torture to live like that again. If a blind person is blind forever, he won't complain. But if a blind person sees the light, he can no longer tolerate the darkness that he is accustomed to. Yunwan admired his generosity and respected his request and took out the energy core. The group returned to the laboratory, which was built on the top of a mountain. It was very windy and cold here, and Yunwan felt a little cold. Open the door violently, Lu Huai asked. No, I'll do it, grandmother said. She walked towards the door, and everyone made way for her. She was standing on the right side of the door, and the facial recognition system lit up, identifying her identity, and the heavy door opened directly. Come in, grandmother said. Yunwan followed her in and looked at the facial recognition system curiously. She really wanted to know who her grandmother had identified. But the system had already returned to darkness, and she couldn't see anything. This laboratory was no different from the others. Following her grandmother, Yunwan and her group gradually went deeper into the laboratory. The laboratory was very desolate and looked like no one was there until they reached the end and saw a bald man in a white coat. You're finally back. I knew you weren't dead. The bald man dropped the test tube in his hand to the ground. Doctor? I've been waiting for you so long. Doctor? Everyone gasped. The guards looked pale and surrounded Yunwan. Lu Huai and the little orc. Is this a trap? Yunwan and Lu Huai showed no expression. Grandmother ignored the guard's actions and shook her head at the bald man. I'm not her. Ah! You are indeed not her. Bald man realized this and his face suddenly turned cold. So that's why the experiment between me and the doctor was successful. Yes, grandmother said indifferently. Heh. What are you? How dare you occupy the doctor's body? I order you to get out. The bald man was furious. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Now I have the control of the body, Grandma said. It's just because the chip is damaged. Just replace the chip. The bald man didn't think it was a difficult task. Hey, I'm afraid you can't replace my chip. Minkai. The new world has been controlled by us. You are surrounded. Minkai didn't believe his grandmother's words. He clenched his fist and pressed against a wall. And the wall instantly turned into a large screen showing the situation of the sunflower storage room, which was empty. You are awesome. Minkai's mouth twitched. But you are now in my territory. I have nothing but the most experimental subjects. Minkai pressed the button again, and the wall behind him slowly moved up, revealing many glass rooms. Inside the glass were various experimental subjects, all of which were highly aggressive. Yunwan saw Qin Yin in them. How could she be here? With Minkai's order? The glass door opened, and all the experimental subjects rushed out. Yunwan and his group were alert and quickly entered the mecha cabin to prepare for battle. Yunwan put the little orc into his own mecha. There was no need to worry about the safety of his grandmother. Minkai did not want to hurt her, and the experimental subjects also avoided her. As the battlefield intensified, Minkai's face became more and more ugly. His proud experimental subjects actually lost in the war. Impossible. Minkai was extremely excited. Waste. All waste. He was furious and sent a message directly to the New World Lord. Come here. Soon. The New World Lord came to the laboratory, which was full of dying experimental subjects. As soon as he arrived, Minkai immediately gave an order. Kill them! New World Lord, ? Let him fight with fewer people. Isn't his life a life? He wanted to play dead. But Minkai had already threatened him with his sunflower, so he had to do it no matter how reluctant he was. Luckily, he had just obtained 10 powerful and delicious energy fruits, so it shouldn't be a problem if there were a lot of opponents. I hope I can accept the sincere thanks from the new people on time tomorrow. The New World Lord changed an energy fruit and attacked the mecha directly. After a few moves, the New World Lord became serious and found that these mechas were more difficult to deal with than he thought. He didn't know what the spikes on the mecha were, but they were much harder than his body. Even though he had a mechanical body, he couldn't stand every punch he threw hitting the stone, and the recoil almost broke his bones. It would be fine if there was only one, but he was facing dozens. Boss, call a few more people. I'm almost dying, the New World Lord said. Waste. Minkai pounded the table crazily, seeing that the reinforcements were not coming. The New World Lord was also fed up and fell to the ground. Yunwan saw the opportunity and immediately attacked Minkai, but he didn't expect that it was just the opponent's projection. Ha ha ha. You can't catch me. Minkai laughed crazily. Yunwan didn't tolerate him and grabbed his grandmother directly. Don't forget, the doctor is still here with me, with a hostage in hand. Minkai stopped smiling and stared at Yunwan gloomily. Put her down. I'll put her down if you come out. Minkai thought about Yunwan's proposal. Okay. A hole opened up in the ground, and the real Minkai stepped on the lifting platform and slowly emerged from the hole. He was holding something in his hand, and he had no other weapons. There must be something wrong when things are out of the ordinary. So Yunwan became more cautious. I'm out. You can let her go now, Minkai said. No. Yunwan thought without thinking. She would not be so stupid as to throw away her trump card. And besides, she controlled the strength and would not hurt her grandmother. Minkai was furious at his reversal. Do you know what I have in my hand? This is a self-destruct device. If you don't let her go, we will die together, Minkai said frantically. Yunwan swallowed her saliva. She was very calm at this moment. You can let her go. But how do I know if you will activate the self-destruct device as soon as I let her go? Minkai raised his eyebrows. What do you want? Let my people go out first. Then I'll let her go. And you throw the self-destruct device, Yunwan said. Oh, aren't you afraid that I'll blow you to death? Minkai asked. It's better than a lot of people dying, Yunwan answered. Okay. Minkai didn't dwell on this matter. Yunwan began to transfer the guards and others, but they didn't cooperate. Lord, we won't leave. Stop it. Yunwan looked at them disapprovingly. Get out now. After Yunwan urged them repeatedly, the guards left the laboratory. After finally driving them away, the little beastman held her legs and refused to let go. Yunwan had no choice but to hold her grandmother in her hand. Lu Huai approached, opened the mecha cabin, and took the little beastmen into his mecha cabin one by one. Be obedient. Let's go out and wait for sister. Don't make trouble for her. The little beastman hiccuped. Will sister be okay? No, Lu Huai said. I promise. Sister will be fine. Let's go! Yunwan also said. The little orc believed it, and followed Lu Huai to leave in the Mecca. Lord, be careful, Lu Huai said before leaving. If others don't understand what Yunwan wants to do, Lu Huai must have guessed it. She wants to die with this laboratory. After everyone was safely transferred, Yunwan put down her grandmother and came out of the Mecca cabin. You are really not afraid of death. Ming Kai looked at Yunwan, who was also unarmed. Doctor, come to me quickly. Grandma didn't move. Ming Kai couldn't wait any longer. He pressed the button, activated the self-destruct device, rushed to the grandmother, held her hand, and walked to the edge of the cliff. A flying car fell from the sky. Ming Kai turned back and said to Yunwan, goodbye. Never see you again. In Yunwan's stunned eyes, the grandmother hugged Ming Kai and fell from the cliff together. Her hands turned into vines, tied Ming Kai tightly, and prevented him from making any movements. It's over. Yunwan understood the grandmother's lip language. Rushing to the edge of the cliff, Yunwan saw a different grandmother. At this moment her vines were stuck into the cliff, preventing the two from falling down. And the look in her eyes when she looked up was very fierce. Yunwan knew that the doctor was back. Ming Kai, whose life was hanging by a thread, breathed a sigh of relief. Doctor, you're back. Why are you crying? You're useless. You can't even do a little thing. The doctor cursed, commanding the vines to climb up little by little. Seeing this, Yunwan didn't sit there and wait for death. She picked up the freezing gun and shot at the bottom of the cliff. The doctor dodged all of them. Seeing that the self-destruction countdown was about to end, Yunwan jumped on the flying car. At the critical moment, two figures also jumped on the flying car with her. It was Qin Yin and the New World Lord. Qin Yin was seriously injured, and the New World Lord pretended to be unconscious. Yunwan ignored them and drove the car down the cliff, aiming the freezing gun at the doctor. With a burden, the doctor's movements were fast, but the longer she moved, the more tired she became. Under Yunwan's interference, she was completely unable to climb up. The doctor changed his strategy and began to use vines to reach Yunwan's car. The shortened distance gave Yunwan a chance. The difficulty of aiming with the freezing gun was reduced, and she froze one of the doctor's vines with one shot. Without a vine, the doctor was in a more difficult situation. Adhering to the principle of taking advantage of her illness to kill her, Yunwan quickly replaced the new energy and fired several shots at the doctor in succession. By chance, she froze several of the doctor's vines. Finally, Yunwan aimed at the doctor herself and gave her the final blow. No! The cliff echoed with the doctor's unwilling roar. She and Ming Kai fell straight to the cliff and were completely out of breath. After getting rid of the doctor, Yunwan breathed a sigh of relief. Before she could rest for a few seconds, she felt a breeze behind her and dodged nimbly. Qin Yin rushed out from where she was originally standing. Because Yunwan dodged, her center of gravity was unstable, and she fell from the side of the flying car where the door was not closed. Qin Yin was lucky, and she grabbed the edge of the flying car with her hands, hanging in the air. TSK? Yunwan sneered. You've got yourself a bad result. Yunwan hadn't started to hesitate whether to save Qin Yin, when Qin Yin's feet suddenly stretched out strangely, turning into mechanical claws, grabbing Yunwan's legs. And then she smiled ghostly, letting go of her hands, and the gravity of the fall brought Yunwan down with her. The air rose rapidly around their ears, and Qin Yin enjoyed the feeling of the wind exploding around her ears. She said, "It's over." Yunwan wanted to shake off her claws, but she didn't expect the iron claws to embed into her bones. She trembled with pain, and she couldn't gather her spiritual power at all. She simply stopped struggling. At most it was a life. Are you happy? Yunwan, you are so outstanding. But you still want to die with me. Qin Yin was quite proud. At the moment when she fell heavily on the cliff, Qin Yin heard Yunwan say, "I won't die. Only you will die." These words made her die with regrets. Could it be that Yunwan really won't die? Before her consciousness faded, she had been staring at Yunwan's direction. In the blur, she saw Yunwan fell into the same pulp as her, and then miraculously recovered. How is it possible? Qin Yin opened her eyes wide, trying to see more clearly, but unfortunately, she could no longer see anything. Yunwan felt the power of the flower of life regenerate her broken bones, reshape her broken flesh, and restore her arms and legs. She became the intact Yunwan again. Yun-Wan stood up with a somersault and roared with full energy. It hurt so damn much. She was thinking about how to climb up the cliff and join the escort team, when she saw a familiar flying car coming down from the top of the cliff. The people in the flying car were looking down, and their eyes met with Yun-Wan's upward gaze. Shit! It's a ghost! The New World Lord was so scared that he fell down in the car. But he stood up and looked down. Shit! It's really a ghost! He was so scared that his soul was about to fly away. He grabbed the steering wheel of the car and was about to step on the accelerator. But Yun-Wan called him in time. Lord! Lord! I'm not dead. The New World Lord looked at Yun-Wan, who was jumping around, doubtfully. He didn't look like a dead person. But how could this be possible? Even if he fell from such a height, he might not have a complete body. Could it be that this new citizen, who had not yet been transformed, was a cyborg, who was more powerful than him? Lord, I still have energy fruit here. I won't lie to you. Yun-Wan took out the purple crystal fruit. The New World Lord was very moved after hearing this. It's good that she didn't die. He has energy fruit to eat. The New World Lord drove the flying car to land in front of Yun-Wan. Get in. He stretched out his hand to Yun-Wan, and with his help, Yun-Wan got on the flying car. The New World Lord drove the spaceship back to his lord's mansion. Yun-Wan took out the signal receiver of the system space and connected to the internet to send a message to Lu Huai. During this time, the New World Lord kept looking at Yun-Wan. What's wrong? Yun-Wan asked. When he looked up, he met the New World Lord's gaze and hurriedly withdrew. By the way, why did you fly to the bottom of the cliff? Yun-Wan asked curiously. For this fruit? Or for my mecha? Yun-Wan continued to ask. The series of questions made the New World Lord a little autistic. Both, he answered. But you're still alive, which is not bad. Thank you, Yun-Wan said. The New World Lord looked at Yun-Wan again and asked, by the way, do you have a lot of energy fruit? Ah? She thought he would want to ask her why she was alive. But she didn't expect him to be a foodie. A lot. How much? He was puzzled. It's just inexhaustible. Back at the Lord's mansion, Lu Huai and others had been waiting there for a long time. When he saw Yun-Wan, Lu Huai rushed forward and hugged Yun-Wan tightly. One hand quietly reached into her waist and felt the flower on her waist disappear. Lu Huai knew that Yun-Wan had experienced a life-or-death disaster and felt very distressed. It's okay. I'm fine. Right? Yun-Wan comforted Lu Huai. The matter of the Black Ram organization was finally resolved. Yun-Wan did not forget to return the sunflowers to their owners. Everyone in the New World could finally keep their own sunflowers. Many people still felt it was unreal. When they received the sunflowers, they kept asking Yun-Wan, can I really take my sunflowers? Yun-Wan answered tirelessly, yes. Then she watched these cyborgs crying with joy while holding their sunflowers. After doing this, she gave the signal receiver removed from the starship to the Lord of the New World to express her gratitude. After I go back, I will send you a batch of intelligent computers, and then you can connect to the Star Network. Thank you, the New World Lord said. We also have a gift for you, Shinong Star Lord. What gift? Yun-Wan asked. The New World Lord suddenly knelt on one knee in front of Yun-Wan, put his right hand on his chest and swore an oath. And his subjects followed suit and began to swear the oath with him. I, the New World Lord Xiaoan, declare that I will always be loyal to Shinong Star Lord Yun-Wan in this life, and voluntarily let the New World become a subsidiary star of Shinong Star. Yun-Wan, why do this to her? She wanted to say that it was unnecessary. But since everyone had already sworn, it would be embarrassing for everyone. Yun-Wan hadn't figured out how to refuse yet. But Lu Huai refused. No! Lu Huai stood in front of Yun-Wan. Your name is Qiaoan, right? The Lord only needs me to be loyal to her, and doesn't need your protection. Understand? For a moment, Qiaoan's oath became distorted. Why not? Who are you to Yun-Wan? What right do you have to say that? Qiaoan exploded instantly. What do you care about me? Lu Huai didn't know what to say. He didn't know who he was to Yun-Wan. He had no status yet. Stop. Don't argue. Yun-Wan stood in front of the two. Listen to me. Don't talk. New World Lord. I know why you want to become a satellite of Shinong Star. If you only want the purple crystal fruit, we can make a deal. You can use Energy Core. Host. The system suddenly spoke. Yes. Use the Energy Core in exchange. You don't have to be loyal to me. It's okay. I think it's good to be loyal to you, Qiaoan said indifferently, and glanced at Lu Huai provocatively. Lu Huai. Yunwan covered Lu Huai's mouth in time, and he obeyed and didn't move. New World Lord. Your autonomy is hard one, and you should cherish it while you have it. Perhaps seeing Yunwan's refusal, Qiaoan did not continue to insist. Okay. We will not be a subsidiary star, but I declare that our new world will always coexist peacefully with Shenong Star. Okay. With the farewell of the people of the new world, Yunwan left the planet on a starship. Its mysterious veil was unveiled, and its scarred face needed time to be moisturized and repaired. On the way back, the little orc finally couldn't help asking Yunwan, Sister, Grandma didn't go back with us. Where did she go? She turned into the guardian of the little orcs, and will protect you forever. Why? Huang was puzzled. Because Grandma wants to protect you. Not long after returning to Shenong Star, Qiaoan sent the first batch of energy cores, and completed the first friendly transaction with Shenong Star. Tong. Do you really need these energy cores? Yunwan asked. The system never does useless things. Yes. Thank you, host. After exchanging all the energy cores for green value, the system said, It's okay, host. We should leave. Leave? The sun was a little dazzling, making Yunwan squint. Why so suddenly? The system didn't speak. Yunwan thought it would not answer again, but it spoke. The time is up, host. But didn't you say before that you were not sure whether you would leave? Why is it confirmed now? Yunwan asked anxiously. Because it has been confirmed. Yunwan did not quite understand what the system meant. Are you leaving now? She was in a low mood. You can stay for a while and say goodbye. Okay. Yunwan did not know what would happen to the star system after she left. What would happen to Shenong Star? And what would happen to the two satellite stars? When she really had to leave. She only cared about one person. That is Lu Huai. She did not know how to say this. Not knowing what she was feeling, Yunwan rushed into Lu Huai's room, hugged him, and gave him a long kiss. What's wrong? After the kiss, Lu Huai still hadn't reacted. Lu Huai, do you want me? This sentence was like a bolt of lightning. This was the first time that the two of them had a soul collision in a completely sober state. And it was also the first time that Yunwan took the initiative to propose. Lu Huai felt that he was going crazy, and he wanted to rub the person he liked into his body. Lord, Yunwan. He kept repeating her name. Lu Huai. Only at this time, when happiness reached its peak, could Yunwan forget about the separation. But she had to face it. When Yunwan took the initiative for the third time, Lu Huai finally realized something was wrong. Yunwan. What are you thinking about? She was obviously not a lustful person, but she indulged with him for so many days. Lu Huai. It's nice to meet you. Don't forget me in the future. Okay? What do you mean? Lu Huai asked anxiously. I may have to leave. This made Lu Huai a little distracted. He thought Yunwan was probably joking. Where are you going? I don't know. Yunwan. Lu Huai hugged Yunwan. No matter where you go, I will find you. Lu Huai. You can't find me, Yunwan said. Her tone scared him. There is no place in the interstellar that I can't reach. Lu Huai wanted to prove that he could find it. But Yunwan's next words made him fall into a long silence. What if it's not in the interstellar? He couldn't figure it out. If it wasn't in the interstellar, where would it be? He always had a sense of unreality, that she was not from this world. It turned out that she really was not from this world. How could this happen? Lu Huai's throat was blocked. Yunwan. He buried his head in her neck and took a deep breath. Sit on me. He held her waist and looked at her uncomfortable and comfortable expression with fascination. You can't forgive me either. He used all his strength to give her the most unforgettable night, and also gave himself the most unforgettable night. Since they knew Yunwan was leaving, they slept together every day. Every time they opened their eyes, they saw each other's faces, as if they wanted to spend the rest of their lives together in advance. Lu Huai wanted to know when Yunwan would leave, but he didn't ask because knowing that date would not do him any good. But that day came very quickly, and he had a vague premonition. That day, Yunwan got up very early. She thought she was moving very quietly, and didn't want to wake him up. But in fact, he had already woken up. She could leave at any time. So how could he sleep peacefully? Yunwan left very quietly. And after the door closed, Lu Huai tried his best to resist the urge to chase her out, and fell into the pillow dejectedly. Yun Wan was really cruel, and didn't even give him a chance to say goodbye. The day of departure came. Yun Wan thought she would cry sadly, but she didn't cry. She carefully traced Lu Huai's face several times, engraved his outline firmly in her heart, and then she left calmly. It was still early, and there were no pedestrians on the road. Walking to a quiet corner, Yun Wan called the system. "I'm ready." The system didn't know what went wrong and didn't show up. Yun Wan waited for a while, and a burst of electric sound sounded, and the system spoke. "Host, you can't leave." Yun Wan didn't understand. "System, are you kidding me?" "Host, it's true. You have a bond with this world. So I'm sorry you can only stay here." "What bond?" "You have a baby." Yun Wan unconsciously stroked her flat belly. "Really?" "Yes." "Host, I'm leaving. The greening value is left to you. You can exchange it for anything you want." "All. Thank you," Yun Wan said. "You're welcome." After a while, Yun Wan felt the system detached, and when she opened the system again, it had become an exchange system. In addition to various plants and animals, there was also what Yun Wan had been thinking about for a long time. My dragon body. My precious dragon body. Yun Wan immediately exchanged for her original body, and the exchange was successful. She instantly felt much stronger. Today is a really good day. Yun Wan quietly returned to the room. Lu Huai still maintained his original posture. He probably didn't notice her leaving. She happily found a place to get into his arms. "Are you back?" A hoarse voice sounded above her head. Yun Wan was stunned and hugged Lu Huai tighter. "Are you back? Not leaving?" Yun Wan felt that Lu Huai was very nervous when he asked this question. "Not leaving. That's good." He put his arm around her waist. "Yeah. Go to sleep."